Okay, are we good? Are we good?
We are indeed. Give us a countdown whenever you're ready.
Alright. Okay, so apparently we had a few technical difficulties, but they should be resolved. So, once again, it's Lunar! Lunar Silver Star Story. I'm vaxherd. I'll be running this for you. Fairly long game, so we're going to get started pretty quickly, but I want to do a couple of shout-outs beforehand. I want to shout out the Japanese restream. It's a nice, fairly sunny day over here in Japan. twitch.tv/Japanese_restream 日本語メラーの皆さんこんにちは、バックサードです。これから 6,7 時間という長丁場なんですが、どうぞお楽しみください。よろしくお願いします。Also want a quick shout out to High Spirits. I think a lot of us know he's a big fan of the Lunar series. He's actually the one who got me interested in running this game. Left me, I had not gotten around to it for a while, but I'd done a lot of routing, theory crafting, that sort of thing, and finally found the time and found the impetus with this marathon to come back and start running it again. So obviously big thanks for accepting this into the marathon. Both of us were hoping the High Spirits could join me for a couple of hours here at the beginning of the run. Unfortunately, because there's been a lot of technical difficulties, he's going to be taking a break, and I think we can all respect that. But big shout-outs to High Spirits for running the marathon, for loving Lunar, and for everything. So, why don't we go ahead and get ourselves started on this fairly long run in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So, with like a lot of RPGs of the era, starts out with a nice little cutscene introducing our protagonist Alex. Nice describing his desire for adventure, to follow in the footsteps of the great hero Dragon Master Dine, who has protected the goddess Althena of this world of Lunar 15 years ago. And now Alex himself seeks adventure of his own. And who can blame him? He is the protagonist of an RPG, and we are going to get going. But of course, what would an RPG be without a cute protagonist who, unfortunately, we will not have a chance to see for more than, well, we won't have a chance to see him there, but a cute sidekick for the protagonist, our little friend Null there. Flying cat. We love him, except when we hate him, but we love him. Another one-frame introduction to Alex's childhood friend Ramus, who tells us, we just saw an earthquake on the screen, and tells us there's been some activity at the local cave, the White Dragon Cave, and he's this Ramus, who is a shopkeeper in training, shall we say, has heard rumors of a dragon diamond, and everybody knows diamond equals money. So Ramus invites Alex on an adventure, but first we ought to say give a quick word of greeting, because Alex was originally planning to go practice his ocarina with another childhood friend, Luna. Who unfortunately we won't have a chance to see in this additional movie I've skipped. Lunar's movies, by the way, are very well done. The game as a whole is very well done. Definitely worth playing casually and enjoying them. But in a speedrun, of course, we just go ahead and skip them first frame. Luna is a little bit, she's not quite the adventuring type, and she worries a lot about Alex and his proclivities in that direction. But seeing that she's not going to change Alex's mind, she resolves to go along with him, make sure he doesn't get into any trouble. And she can be very insistent when she chooses, so she is going to follow along with us as we head out of the town. Except first, we need to get permission from Dad, because Luna said so. Fine, Luna, if you insist. And I mashed a little bit too far. But we did get, it was a good thing, because Dad gave us a fair bit of starting equipment and also invited us to rob the basement. Some nice little items, including a blue ball. If you are a Zelda Link to the Past fan, this is your game. This game is full of blue balls. We will be using them all over the place. But anyway, Here's Ramus. Join us at the end. And we are heading out. So, first thing I do before anything else, pop open the menu and move everybody up to the upper right corner. Not going to make too much difference for now. At the moment, it's just going to add a little bit of safety and make running a little bit faster, like a frame or two. Tiny bit faster. But positioning is actually going to play a large role later in the game. To answer the question in chat, yes, you can skip cutscenes in the Japanese version. That is something, I don't know whether it was deliberately taken out by Working Designs or whether it was just not written correctly in the manual, because I know the Japanese manual does not. Ooh, we got the encounter skip. Nice. Japanese manual lists the wrong button combination, believe it or not. I only found out that you could skip by accident, pressing random buttons. Anyway, can we run? Yes, that's a 50% chance. We're going to be seeing lots of those 50% rolls. Get ready for them. But yes, cutscenes are skippable in this version. They are skippable in the remaster through a much simpler button combination. I'm not skipping this guy. I typically expect to get around 3 encounters here. If I can first try run from everyone, I will be delighted. So 2 out of 3, we'll take that. Running in this game is a flat 50% chance. It's a 50% chance every time you try, and it is a 50% chance regardless of your relative level. This is an encounter. We're going to take 4 because, yeah, reasons. We did get the first try flee, though, so I will absolutely take that. Yeah, so far, mostly so good. I would have liked to skip one more encounter, but we're going to need to get this. I can't get the bee, so I want the bee because these crystals are kind of dangerous if I fail to flee here, which I don't. I am astonished. 4 first try flees. Never happens. Like I said, 50% chance. It never increases. Like a lot of games, if you fail to run, will increase it 10%, 20% per return. This game does not. And it can get very painful later. But we have successfully made it to the White Dragon's lair. So he's a very big roarer. But it turns out he's actually a very nice old Gramps kind of fellow by the name of Fidey. I think he's called Quark in the English version, but Fidey is his original name. Our friendly little greetings here. And Ramus, of course, the one who wants the diamond so badly. And Fidey's like, well, I mean, I guess I don't know why people like my, well, I shouldn't say that word in front of Luna. But we learn interesting biological facts about dragons in that cutscene, and we will continue on. He sets us the quest to find a white dragon ring, which will be, I think it's just a dragon ring, which is a little bit deeper into this cave. So here we have some interesting little puzzle mechanics, which is another neat thing that Lunar does. We have to break these blocks in order to proceed. And these kind of ape enemies, they will charge in a straight line when they see us. Also, this crystal, I want to get them caught on that ice block, which is exactly what I did. I'm a little bit worried about where the ape ended up there, but we will see how that turns out when we come back. And I need you to come down here, sir. Thank you. Break that block. I need you to come over here. Thank you, sir. And we have access to the dragon ring. So yeah, you can obviously, if you don't know exactly the right positions to take to get those movements, it can take a lot of turns to break those blocks. But again, knowing exactly how to move, and yes, as I expected, this guy's going to cause problems for us. Maybe. No. He's stuck on the... Is he stuck? Where is he stuck? Okay, can we get by? Yes, we can get by. And now we see why I trapped the crystal right there, because otherwise he would have blocked my way out, and it would have been a reset, because I cannot kill that enemy, believe it or not. Or be very, very tight. So we had a little trouble with that last ape, but that was actually fairly clean. It's been a fairly clean cave so far. I don't want to jinx myself. But so far, fairly clean. And we'll take that. So we turn in the dragon ring. Actually, we don't turn it in. Fidey is very nice and lets us keep it, and gives us the dragon diamond. That is the word that I meant to say. As he does so, he comments to Alex, you could make a good dragon master too. Why don't you go find the other dragons? There are 4 dragons in this world: white, blue, red, and black. the proper order is white, red, blue, and black, because that is the order we will visit them in. But those 4 dragons, yes. Now, can I avoid this guy? Yes, excellent. I can't avoid the bee. So, but the bees aren't bad. Bees, even if I fail to run like I did there, finally, had to happen eventually. These are not particularly dangerous. It's those crystals that are fairly powerful and can cause problems if I fail to flee. But we get past this guy, and we'll actually be taking... We do have an escape item, but we won't be using it here because we want to actually open up a path, because we will be returning here later. Now, if you come straight up, sir, thank you. And if you come straight down, sir, or diagonally, that works too. And where's this slime? Okay, we are out. I would accept that. I would absolutely accept that White Dragon Cave in a PV attempt. That went not perfectly, but very well. The rest of the run encounters are not going to go. Dungeons are not going to go nearly that smoothly. Just letting you know ahead of time. But we have our Dragon Diamond. We are coming back to make some money off of it. So Luna encourages us to stop by the statue of Althena to recover, which is the kind of this game's version of an inn. It recovers all your HP and MP. We don't need to do that because we're just going to get it out of a cutscene. So we discover that this one random item shop in a random backwater town does not have enough money to buy our diamond, and so they encourage us to go visit the town of Meribia on the continent. Notice how Luna is kind of looking suspiciously at us. Ramus pulled us aside for a quick, quiet little conversation. Luna's like, I don't really trust you guys. Don't do anything dangerous now. There's a lot of really detailed sprite work in this game, and I really love the attention just across the entire game, but like the sprite work as well, and I'll call out more instances of it later. That just really does a good job of showing the characters' intentions. But here we start on our way, but Ramus, turns out he's not quite the adventuring type after all. A little bit of fog and a little bit of monster noise sends him running back for the entrance, and so much for that idea. So we're just going to head right on back home and just settle in for the night, I guess. Here we go. So Ramus discovering that actually adventure is not just walking around in a nice friendly dragon cave. There is a little bit more to be taken into account. So we go back. Luna asks where we've been. Null spills the beans because he has no sense of decorum. So Luna's now mad at us, but Dad gives us permission to go. Mom even gives us a bit of pocket change, which is very important. We come back, and Luna says, well, fine, I guess if Dad says okay, get permission from your parents. Also, shout-outs to Alex's parents. Alex having a really, loving family. It's something you actually don't see a lot in JRPGs. Very often the orphan protagonist or for whatever reason, parents died early, parents, whatever, separated, etc. But in this game, in Lunar, Alex has a loving family who encourage him on his chosen path, and that is just wonderful to see. Luna, meanwhile, has been having this strange dream over and over, same dream multiple times, like over the, periodically. She's not quite sure what it means. It disturbs her a little. Where'd you at if you keep having the same dream over and over? She notices Alex is not in bed, wonders where he went, and hears the sound of his ocarina. Alex, I guess, also having some thoughts to clear before to actually embarking on a big adventure, and who can blame him? Obligatory childhood trauma. Alex actually does not have any obligatory childhood trauma. It's Luna it's the one that has this kind of strange, not really trauma level, but little worrying. Would like to know what's going on with that. Alex is, he's just a perfectly ordinary guy, and I love him. Anyway, Rama's back and ready to give it one more shot. And onward we shall go. So Fog's still here, but Luna has an interesting thought here. What a beautiful singing voice, and what a beautiful raid. Thank you so much for that. Welcome in, everybody, to Lunar's Silver Star story. But for whatever reason, Luna was able to sing the fog away, and we are now ready to go, and so I'm going to make a safety save. Which is another thing we're going to be seeing a lot going forward. Things are going to get a lot more dangerous. What is this guy going to do? I would very much like to move around him. Can we get by? Not quite, but we did get down here, which is where I would like to take this encounter. And now we're going to talk about solo fleeing. So in this game, not only can you party flee like you can in most RPGs, you can also solo flee with individual characters. And what that does, on the character's turn, they have instead of a 50%, they have a 75% chance to flee. And that was cool. I skipped an encounter by getting that, by taking that first one where I did. So that's excellent. Take the 50%. We got the 50%. This one was safe. Most of them from here on forward are not. But we got that 50%. So yeah, the other advantage of solo fleeing is that as long as one character gets away, if everybody else wipes, you still survive. It is not game over. That is the best first half Weird Woods I have ever had. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. So we made it to this clearing, and all of a sudden we're surrounded, so this is a problem. This is a problem, but we have a solution presents itself or himself to us. You can actually decline his help, at which point you just game over and have to try again. Straight up game over. You cannot win this fight. So instead we're going to defend, and have at him, sir. Level 99 versus our level 1. You probably, if you really, really wanted, you could level up to maybe like 9 or so, and somehow win this fight with, essentially no equipment. And I don't know if the game has any special dialogue for that, but there's no reason you would spend that time. Just let our friend here eliminate the baddies for us. So, as you can see, they are very painful. Thank you, Null, for not wasting time there. I'll explain why Null can waste time later on. So yeah, well, I guess I still explain now, because yeah, every time at the end of a battle, if characters are down, they get automatically revived by Null flying over with an animation to wake them up. He can do that with a 20% chance at the end of every turn, but when he does it that way, he has a voice line, which wastes more time, and so you generally never want to see that in a run. Death there is kind of inevitable, but our good friend introduces himself by the name of Lake. Says he's an adventurer of his own, happened to be passing through, and came to our aid. So, encourages Alex and his friends to eat well, rest well, and enjoy their adventure. Seems to have some thoughts of his own regarding adventure, but does not expound on those further at the moment. Also, confirmation from Dragon Lady Kate, you can win that fight. I'm not surprised. Is out of curiosity, does it have any special dialogue if you do that? Does Lake say, "Oh wow, how did you manage that?" Or is it just there isn't much dialogue, much difference, huh? Okay, yeah, but yes, I'm fascinated that yes, you took the time to do that. That's cool. Alright, sneak by this other guy. That top encounter is unavoidable, so we just take that, flee. Again, we got the first try, flee. I am sure that is a gold split. I'm not running my timer at the moment, but I'm sure that is a gold split for Weirdwoods. And we have reached the port town of Saith. And because we took no damage, we don't have to stop and heal. Just run straight into the dock, ask about a ship. Discover that the ship isn't actually going anywhere at the moment because it's missing its navigator's map. Apparently got taken in a bad bet, and so we're going to see what we can do about that. This fellow right here challenges us to a coin guessing game, and we lose twice in a row. And then Rama says, what's going on here? So he's got the merchant's eye. He sees something. He bets the diamond, shoves the guy out of the way, and discovers that it's actually a two-headed coin. Get wrecked, guy. So now we want our map back, but it turns out he doesn't have the map. He traded it to an old lady in the forest, and so we have to go ask the old lady in the forest for our map. Once again, the quest and its attendant side quests and its attendant side quests, a staple of an RPG, but we love them all. So we're going to head up here, and is nice cheerful overworld music there, into the Old Hag's Woods, and another safety save. I'm sure I will need to reload at least one of these safety saves over the course of the run. It's pretty much guaranteed. Just a question of where it's going to happen. Okay, get around the ant. Cool. Where is this plant guy? Ooh! Sorry. I didn't mean to explode there, but I also didn't want to encounter him there because I can't get through. So, are you going to move out of the way, sir, or am I going to have to reload the save that I just made? You see, he comes all the way down there, and you cannot get past him in that position. I'm actually going to reload the save. Oh, hey, thanks for the raid there, and thanks for the good luck. We may need it, as you just saw. That was partly my fault. I challenged that bush when I shouldn't have. I should have given it a little more time to move. So this time, we will do that. Sometimes it's a bit stubborn, but we can get by now. And we get by without an encounter, which is kind of makes up for the time lost. Get out of my way, sir! Whoo! Okay. Made it through. And we find these strange traps lying on us here. Very obvious traps, but apparently there is someone who is a fool enough to get caught in one of them. So what's going on here? What is this fellow doing? There are opinions that maybe we should let him suffer his fate, but no, Alex is too nice for that. And bring him out. He introduces himself as Nash of the Magic Academy of Vane, elitist of the elite, so elite that he was investigating how those traps work, and he absolutely was not caught in them, just to be clear. So, a new member in our party, we head up to meet the old lady who has our map. We acquire that from her. You have an option here of who you have talked to her, and the correct choice is always not Nash. And we're going to do a quick bit of menuing here. First off, think. Put Nash in the corner for reasons I'll explain in a moment. A couple of quick equipment changes. Think. No, I don't want that. I want that on you. And then we can wing back to the entrance. So let me quick explain what I did there, because we are actually going into a grinding session. The only grinding session of the run, thankfully. But first thing, okay, we put Nash up in the corner. You're going to see he's kind of blocked in here. The reason for that is in this game, characters, both enemies and party members, cannot move through other characters. So you see if Nash is in the corner there, Nash cannot get hit on this first turn. It's very important because he has low defense being a magic user. And for these first two fights, it will take 2 lightning hits to kill off these ants. So we're gonna, by the way, we are going to grind 17 fights. That's the first one. I'll talk a little bit more about why 17 fights in a bit. But that is the first thing I did in that menu back there. I also did a bit of equipment, a bit of item setup. Rammus now has a healing leaf that he may have to use later. Also moved Alex's ocarina over to Null, which is another thing you cannot do in the English version or in the remaster for certain reasons. But in this version, the original version, yes, you can't move it to anyone else, but you can move it to Null. And so we do that to give Alex an extra inventory slot to work with. Let's get this last menu off. These two fights are the ones I do want to be careful on because we are still level 3, 4. Potential danger from these if I misinput anything. From this point on, 15 fights are all going to be exactly the same thing. Nash drops a single lightning bolt on the ants. They all die, and we go into the next fight. So it's going to be about another 10 minutes, and so it gives me a chance to talk about a few things, like version differences. So I mentioned this is I said the original Japanese version, not the original. Lunar actually dates back to Sega CD game, which I admit I haven't played. I would like to play at some point, but I was never a Sega person growing up in those years, so never had the opportunity. This is the original. Okay, so there was the original Sega CD, Lunar, The Silver Star. It was a Saturn version. That one I also intend to play soon, and I'm interested to see. That is roughly the same. It is a remake along these lines, and I'm interested to see how closely my speedrun route will work on that version. Then there was the PlayStation 1 release, which is this version. And this is the version that I'm playing because the company that did the localization, I believe they also did the localization for the Sega CD release, but when they localized this version, they made a number of changes to the game. So I'm going to make a quick side trip to Saith here because we have to restore Nash's MP. But first of all, the English version, the enemies give slightly less experience and money. Not a huge amount. It is enough that if you don't take the money from Mom in Berg, you do not have enough for the coin flip game at the tavern, and you have to actually farm an extra encounter, which is, kind of silly. More importantly, they increased the boss's base levels, and in some cases, their strengths. That's a fairly detailed topic too, which we're not quite at a boss encounter yet, so I'll get into a little bit later, but it makes certain fights much, much harder in a speedrun context. So those are the two. The bosses especially the major change. They also halved all of the money rewards in chests. So, like chests that award 10,000 silver in the Japanese version only award 5,000 in the Working Designs English release. And then they added a thing at the end of the game, and obviously spoilers for those who haven't seen it yet. So I'm not going to spoil story details. But there is a thing which is not present in the Japanese version, but in the English version, if you do not do this thing, you game over after the last boss. And in order for you not to be stuck, unable to do that thing, they changed Alex's ocarina so that you cannot put it onto Null, and it has to stay on Alex. Therefore, permanently occupying one of Alex's 6 inventory slots makes inventory management a lot more difficult. So all of those things together just make the Japanese version I would say a much more friendly speedrun. Both to the runner and also because you have to do less grinding, friendly to the viewer as well. Obviously, my personal opinion. I see some comments in chat. People enjoyed the Working Designs releases. To each their own. But as a speedrunner, I definitely think this version is the more approachable one. So then there's the remaster. It was just released last year by Gung Ho America. It's based on the PlayStation release, but based on it in a strange way. They took the experience and money rewards from the Japanese version, mixed them with the boss strength from the US release. They took out the working designs funny thing at the end of the game, but they left in the restriction on moving Alex's ocarina. And it's just a very weird mishmash. And it is because of that I am still running the original the PlayStation Japanese release and not the remaster, because the remaster obviously has faster loading times. It has double battle speed, which is really nice because some enemies have kind of slow animations. But ultimately, just in terms of the routing, there are points where it just gets really frustrating, or you have to spend lots of grinding time. It's just not a fun run, in my opinion. And I really wish they had at least given an option between the two difficulty settings. Yeah, so you comment the remaster version didn't feel easier. Yeah, that's why. It's because the normal encounter rewards are the original, but the bosses are still leveled up, and so you don't get the. You're still stuck with that harder, and it's really the bosses, I think, that often are the walls, even for casual players. One reason, by the way, the bosses are walls, because bosses do level up with Alex. You cannot out-level bosses unless you get to level 50, or if you get to level 51. At that point, bosses stop leveling up. They stop at 50, and at that point, you can get as strong as you like. But it takes a huge amount of grinding to reach level 50, and even I think my casual run ended at level 48, so just as a benchmark, within the boss scaling range. So fundamentally, bosses are always Alex's level, but every boss has a minimum level below which they will not scale. And that is one of the reasons, by the way, that we are doing this specific grind right here. Because the boss we're going to fight is level 9 in Japanese version. We would also like to do level 9 to face that, because there is a damage bonus for attacking a character of lower level, whether it's the player or an enemy. We would take extra damage. Ideally, we'd not like to do that. It's not that dangerous, but it's still kind of ugly. Also, Nash is low on MP, so I'm going to make my first use of a blue ball here. Blue ball to Nash. Thank you, Nash. And we have 5 more encounters. Almost done. Almost done. But the other reason actually we want to hit level 9 specifically for Alex and Luna is they get very useful skills at that point. Luna is probably the simpler. Luna gets her Strength Song at level 9, which is a 30% attack and defense boost to one character. Obviously going to be very useful. Every boss fight is going in the entire run is going to start off with buffing. Get everybody's buffs up, and then start laying out the damage. For Alex, it's a more interesting reason. For Alex, when he hits level 9, he gets his second attack. So there is a number of attack stat on characters, and also on enemies in this game. A lot of enemies later on will have 2, sometimes even 3 attacks. We are not going to be doing normal attacks most of the time. We are going to be using mainly single target, like Alex's sword dance, for example, single target skills. However, when if a physical character has a multiple number of attacks, that also applies a multiplier to skill damage. So in the case of single targets, typically 1.3. So when Alex hits level 9, he will get a 30% bonus to every sword dance use, and that again, 30% is a huge amount of damage, as you can imagine. We're going to be buffing twice with Luna, which gets it's multiplicative, so 70%, and then another 30% on top of that with the number of attack stat. So Alex is going to be doing 2.2 times as much damage as he would without either of those benefits. As you can imagine, that makes a huge difference in the fight. So that is why we are grinding to level 9, and we have one more fight left. We're almost done, almost ready to go on to the first fight. Comment in chat, the remaster allows you to use items directly from Lul's inventory. Yes, it does. I thought that was a very interesting feature. It is not always beneficial in a speedrun sense, because if you if you set it that way, then you do have to go, every time you want to use something in battle, you have to go into the menu, find the thing in what maybe 40 or 50 items in Null's inventory, and use it. So I was thinking there was going to be a really interesting setup where you'd switch that between classic and remaster item management during the run, where, depending on which, when it was convenient to use which. And I thought that was going to be a really interesting thing. Unfortunately, again, the boss levels just really make the run as a whole not really feasible. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, we have our level 9s. We are ready to go face the first boss. Such nice, cheerful overworld music. This game has such great soundtrack, by the way. And you can use, we mentioned the ocarina item earlier, you can use that as an item in the inventory to listen to any track in the game whenever you like, and I think that's a great feature, just a built-in sound test. Quick equipment upgrade here. Sell off some old stuff. This as well for some money. Get Nash's MP back and head out to see. Yeah, we don't actually know there's a boss yet, but when we talk to this guy, say, here's your map, and he says, actually, well, our ship got taken over by this giant fish thing. The Null, of course, being a flying cat, is absolutely enthused at the concept of a fish in his path. The rest of us, however, know that, yeah, this is going to be a boss fight, and so, yeah, we are going to fight the boss. So there it is. Kind of goofy looking face, but it can actually be a pretty dangerous boss. So we are going to make safety save here, as we're going to be doing a lot throughout this run. Before that, quick put everybody back in the corner. Safety save. Another thing, of course, nice about the remaster, saves are instant. There is also a quick save menu, a one-button menu access, which is fantastic. But, still, boss time. So lots of stuff to talk about in this boss battle too, and we're starting off with the worst possible thing. So you look, he's kind of facing up and to the right. That's when you can look at what a boss is doing, or any enemy is doing at the beginning of a turn. You can tell what it's going to do on that turn. This is a slime attack. It locks somebody in slime for X number of turns. Depends on the character. We got hit with rams. We're going to get hit with somebody else this turn. It's roughly 3 turns, and as you can guess, puts a real damper on your attack. And Alex, of course, gets hit, so now we have to wait. We just have to wait this out now. We have no choice, and he's gonna do it to somebody else. 3 slimed people in one. What is this? He loves this. All right, so everybody's slimed now, and nobody can move, so he gets a free turn. I have never seen opening with 4 slimes before. It literally never happened before. Alright, 2 of us out now. We can start attacking, but this is going to be a 5-turn fight, assuming we don't get slimed again. So this spinning here, that's a double physical attack. He's also got to remember the double attack stat. Also, you can see he heals every turn. So that is why it's very important that we don't start attacking until we are ready to go. Because otherwise Alex is going to run out of MP and it's going to end up being a very slow fight. And more, okay, as long as you don't hit, just don't hit Alex, okay? Anybody but Alex. Get Nash, we don't like Nash. Anybody but Alex, please. Anybody but Alex. Anybody but Alex? Thank you. Okay. If it was not Nash, it was not Nash. Okay, we might have it this turn. We have to see what the damage rolls are. We're lucky, we get the kill. We're lucky. Good. Okay. That could have been much worse. They put it that way. But yes, you can tell what a boss is going to do at the beginning of the turn, and basically every fight in this game, every boss fight in this game is look at what the boss is doing and decide what your actions are going to be. Normally, I start attacking from turn 3. Obviously, I didn't have the choice because Alex was slimed. But I would have had, if Alex, for example, if Alex was up on turn 3 but the boss was preparing a slime, I would probably wait 1 turn and see who got slimed, because if Alex puts out his damage and then gets slimed, the boss is just going to heal it all back up. So it's a lot of on-the-fly decision-making, which is one of the things that I really love about this speedrun. Is just there's one of the reasons, actually, I guess I should say I like RPG speedruns in general, is because they are typically more decision-making heavy than they are execution heavy. Now, one way of looking at it is I'm bad at execution. I have not practiced my my D-pad inputs. There are people who can do amazing D-pads, amazing mashing. I am not one of those people. But what I do enjoy is thinking on my feet, as it were. Being forced to make decisions on the fly, trying to make those decisions as quickly as I can, and this game is full of that. This speedrun is full of those, and it's one of the reasons I enjoy it so much. Anyway, the strange fish thing is out of the way. Null, unfortunately, did not get his meal, but the rest of us are on our way. Luna, by the way, the little cutscene we had there before, Luna saying, I think I'm really not up for adventure, so I'm going to stay behind. Sorry, Alex. So that's why she is still on the dock, saying goodbye to us, kind of, well, wish I could go with you, but just not really feeling it, The ship raises anchor, starts away. Luna, well, not feeling it, but also not really wanting to say goodbye to Alex, Luna, 一緒に行こう。新しい世界のすごい冒険もルーナと一緒じゃないとダメなんだ。僕はルーナと一緒にいろんなことを知りたいんだ。行こう、ルーナ。And so Luna does end up coming with us. By the way, kids, don't do that at home. You will end up very wet and unhappy. But Luna manages to make it onto the ship. And we are once again together. Oh, and now that all that rush of stuff is out of the way, hi, Sin. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the good luck. So far, it's been mostly good. Mostly good. We had a couple of iffy moments, but it's been going pretty well so far. So definitely hope you all stay and enjoy the run. Quick chats to see how people are doing. But of course, we know in an RPG, you take a boat on the sea, nothing will ever go wrong, right? Well, Alex wakes up in the middle of the night, and where'd Luna go? Well, this is concerning. Luna? 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 Oh. Well then, definitely take the time to watch that cutscene if you play this casually. Unfortunately, you're doing a speed run, and so we have to let it pass. If it goes well, I may come back and show that after the end of the run. But yes, suffice it to say, things have not gone wrong. Luna just was in the mood to sing. And that is a perfectly fine thing to do on a sailboat at night. So, Luna, of course, is in perfectly good spirits, shows no evidence of her late-night outing, unlike Alex, who's still rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. And speaking of sleep in the eyes, Null is always rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Yeah, in fact, believe it or not, nothing went wrong on this boat trip in an RPG. And we are approaching Meribia, which is the big town on the continent which we were told to visit in order to sell our Dragon Diamond. And so here we are. This is you can kind of mentally compare it to what we had in Saith. This is a proper town. Plenty of houses, plenty of people. It's even got a second screen, believe it or not. This is a huge town. So on the boat ride, Nash told us about a guy by the name of Mel who runs this town, kind of like the mayor figure, who was also a companion of Dine. And Alex is like, ooh, a companion of Dine? I'm in. And so that is who we're going to visit now. But first, a quick stop in the item shop. Gonna pick up a couple of wings. We used one earlier to return to the entrance of the old lady's forest. That is a dungeon escape item, essentially, that returns you to the entrance of the dungeon. There are a few in which it doesn't work. There are a couple in which it doesn't work where I wish it would, but most of the time it works perfectly well. And here is Mel, very energetic fellow for his years. Immediately challenges. Here's that Alex is trying to follow in Dine's steps to become a Dragon Master. Immediately challenges him to a duel. Doesn't give Alex a chance to say no. So we are up here. Alex, he's saying, "Come at me." Alex say, "What am I doing in this square on this dojo? I have no clue what I'm doing here. I'm just going to run around and have no clue." You can win this fight. You have to probably want to be like level 12 or 13. You obviously want to have all of your equipment upgraded. Probably have some herbs in your inventory. You can win it, and if you do, you get a really good experience reward. So playing casually, it's definitely worth trying to go for, because experience for most fights in this game is actually pretty low until we hit around the like the 1/3 mark, I would say. Whoop, hit the wrong button there. He loves to chat, doesn't he, Mel? Sorry about that. But having done that, we are going to head out. We are going to remember to visit the statue of Althena, because although... Okay, so this game has some funny movement stuff. That was unfortunate. A bit overly excited to get to the Althena statue on my part. That was my error. I apologize. But yes, statue of Althena. Luna introduced us to it earlier. It is the equivalent of an inn. Restores all your HP and MP. Doesn't even make you stay overnight. Gonna upgrade Alex's equipment here. 1, 2, 3. So he's got a little bit more staying power now, because we are going to be taking a decent number of hits going forward. Both from failed run fleas, which I know we're going to see lots of in this run, and also from bosses. So make sure he has some better equipment. But we stop here in his back road and notice Nash talking to this mysterious fortune teller. Who might she be? Well, you have one frame to guess, but then we're going to head on. We don't know much about her at this point, other than she and Nash have some sort of connection. Says our fortunes have dark clouds in the future, so, well, not very nice fortune teller, is she? So we're going to leave her behind and head over and see how Rammus is getting on with selling that diamond. Rammus' theme, always great. So this shopkeeper's kind of holding back. And Rammus asks for Alex's input. Alex doesn't really know anything about this stuff, so he just says, sure, why not? I mean, 20,000 silver, that's a ton of money. Sure, why not? Check out, again, the fancy sprite work. Luna kind of window shopping while we wait. Whereas the guys are looking, saying, something funny going on here. And then Null gets the idea to say, I can fly over and take a look. And he does that and says, oh, he's gone. He's scampered. The poor teller lady knows nothing about this. She says, talk to Mel. We don't have time for that. We're going straight into the dungeon. I love this dungeon theme, by the way. One of the many great themes in this soundtrack. Okay, I'm going to see if we can run from these guys again. Give one shot. We got it. I'm getting too many 50%. I'm absolutely going to pay for this later on, but we're getting them right now. Run from this guy. Keep on going. Whoa, what are you doing all the way down there? That's worrying. Yeah. I've never seen him that far down before, so we're going to have to run again. And we do. Yeah. Well, in fairness, Dagroth, it's not the lady's shop, it's the guy's shop, and the guy is scampered, and we have to find out why he has a dungeon under his shop. I wonder. The lady's just hired help. Don't blame her. So grab a blue ball there. We're going to be seeing lots of blue balls over the course of this run. They are fantastic things. This encounter we were actually going to kill. So the reason I'm choosing encounters to kill here, by the way... Thank you. The reason I'm choosing encounters to kill is because of Alex's MP. Alex has only 35. This AoE attack of Alex's costs 9 MP. We only have 3 uses before I have to refill refill his MP with a blue ball. So we're going to choose carefully which encounters we fight, because we don't have a lot of blue balls at this point in the game. We can't get any more. They don't start selling them until roughly Act 2. So a little ways along the storyline. So we have to be judicious. Yeah, I don't know what happens 10,000 years from now. It's that's some other Valiant Knight's problem. That smoke ball is in a horrible place. I'm gonna say that right now. I expect to take 2 encounters from him. Quick use of a blue ball here. Dink, dink. Get that MP back. Run away, run away, run away! Ooh, we ran away, but he's gonna catch me on the way back, I bet. He's in a weird place. Where is he? Where is he? Yeah, not getting away from that. Oh, we are gonna get so many blue balls after Lunar leaves the party, don't worry. So these guys are kind of dangerous, so I'm gonna switch to solo fleeing here. Ultimately, you know, again, as long as one person gets away, we're fine. And the solo flee chance is 75%, which means we just failed 3 75% in a row. That is 1 in 64 for those who are counting. Make that 1 in 256. It is still, with 2 people, it is technically a better chance to solo flee. I should have just gone for the 50%. That's what the game is telling me. And we see now Rammus dies. We actually get the game over music, but it is not a game over. This is a... actually changes the text as well. It's, instead of saying you were wiped, it says you lost. And a loss is not a wipe. Very important distinction. So this is where we're going to make our safety save for this dungeon, because there's some very scary things. Very possibility to get trapped here by some enemies, and that would be potentially a wipe, or a reset rather, and so we want our reset point to be as close as possible. Again, solo flee. That guy in the middle, you can barely see him between the blue balls, but he is super dangerous. One advantage of actually being at low MP is you die really quickly, and so if you fail to flee, the fight still ends pretty quickly. Can we get by you? Yes, perfect. So he can actually block that door if you're not careful, which is a problem, obviously. Where are the guys up here? So there are 3 smoke balls I have to dodge here. One of them I can't even see yet. I have to take a chance. I have to go, and we're going to get it. Alright, so is this the 3 or the 5? This is the 5. I think I have to reload, but happily it is not. We're going to have to fight this. I didn't want to, but it's what we got to do. I also need to heal, because we do need people to survive here. So fun fact, these blue balls have 62 HP. Alex does a range from 59 to 63. He missed that kill by 1 HP, and that is why I'm having Rammus attack. That is also why I healed Rammus, because if he had taken that hit and died, I could not have killed that blue ball on turn 1. We don't need more healing now. So ideally, I get up the bridge while this guy's a little bit off to the side, and then I don't have to worry about the. Then I have to worry about this, and I'm gonna reset Rammus's menu for later. This game has cursor memory, by the way. Cursor memory lasts through the entire game. It's not saved, but it lasts through loads as well. So if you have to reload a save, sometimes your menu cursors are in different positions and it can confuse you. But this, you don't get invincibility after winning a fight, so we do have to run from this. And this is the 5. This is the one that I did not want to fight. But normally you do not have... This one normally does not block you. Can you guys please stop failing your 75%? Please? Thank you. There we go. Alright. And with that, we are finally through to the boss. But first, an extra blue ball. Alright, healing from Luna, thank you. I'm gonna have to use this. Ideally, I wanted to save that, but it's not gonna how it's gonna work out. Rammus gets the blue ball, and we go into the boss fight. So I'm not saving here because actually this boss fight is fairly safe. Fairly safe in the Japanese version. I didn't get around to talking about this in the first boss. Get that off, and you defend. But of the levels, so the first boss, this boss are both 2 levels higher. That gives them extra HP because, of course, the boss HP scales with its level as well. You can actually start attacking now. Okay. And Alex again still only has very limited MP. That's why I usually wait to start attacking until I have at least some buffs up, as I've done here. Because I want to make the best use of Alex's MP as I can. That's scary. Okay, we're gonna make use of that leaf that I passed to Rammus much earlier. This is actually a recent change I made to the route because Luna's poisoned. This boss, if he hits Luna, does about the same amount as she heals herself, with a bit of randomness. She cannot keep up with damage plus poison, so if the boss focus targets Luna and she gets poisoned, she will just die, and then things get a lot more sketchy. But so far, so good. I'm actually going to heal Rammus here. Actually, no, I don't need to. It's fine. He just has to use... This is your last job, Rammus. Please do it properly. But he will outturn the boss, so I don't have to worry about this. And, yeah. Get that MP in. Luna takes the damage, but she was actually defending, so that's perfect. And now we just let Alex finish the boss off. Alex is going to be one of our major damage dealers throughout the run. You notice this guy is only doing physical attacks? He actually has a second attack. He has a fire breath, but he cannot use it against characters in the back row, which is one reason, oh, by the way, poison is deadly. Poison will kill you if you go to 0 HP while poisoned. But yeah, this boss cannot use fire against characters in the back row, which is one reason that I put everybody in the back row. So it just makes this fight a lot easier. Now you can actually use that to manipulate, and sometimes if Luna takes an early death, which normally she won't anymore in my new route, but if Luna takes an early death, what you can do is you can send Rammus forward to draw a fire attack. When you see the boss with the fire animation, send Rammus back to the back row, and the boss will just lose its turn because it can't hit anyone with the attack that it's already chosen, which is another really neat thing you can do. Just another reason that the tell feature, shall we say, of the of battles is really, really interesting. Oh, by the way, what's our fortune teller doing here? I wonder. Anyway, done with that boss. There's a quick wing out of here. So yeah, that the reason this guy had a dungeon under shot because he was keeping a pet fire lizard, or actually it's an aqua lizard if you believe the Japanese name. So we defeated it, and like a lot of characters in this game, when you defeat them, they actually have a change of heart. This guy says, okay, I was in the wrong, I give you my shop, I will be your faithful employee from now on. And he is. He really is. It's just another wonderful thing about the world of Lunar. People actually can change their ways. So Rammus here, having earned his own, well, earned in a sense, his own shop, now a shopkeeper in his own right, and says, okay, I think I'm gonna call that. I'm gonna jump out here, which is perfectly reasonable. Alex is seeking adventure. Rammus was seeking to become a merchant, to become a shop owner, and he's gotten that. We don't want to take that from him, and so Rammus will leave us. Goodbye, Rammus. You used both of your items. You did a fantastic job. Meanwhile, Nash has invited us to go and visit the magical city of Vane, where the Magic Academy is located. He says we can't get there easily. Why is that? because it's flying. Vane is a flying city. We have a nice little animated introduction to it here as well. But yes, we have to take a teleporter up to Vane, and that teleporter is very strictly controlled. Nash, of course, being the elitist of the elite, will have no trouble getting us permission to go up there, as we will see right here. Oops. Apparently not. Maybe he wasn't quite as elite as he claimed. But no, apparently there's a restriction put in place. We have to get permission from the head priestess of Althena. Althena, I mentioned earlier, is the goddess of the world of Lunar. And she has, you know, as most gods do, will have a sect dedicated to her. And the head priestess right here, introduce herself. So Nash, of course, the elite one, going to fetch her. And here she is. And we will unfortunately not have a chance to see her self-introduction, but her name is Facia. She hears what we have done, what we accomplished in Meribia, and gives us permission to attempt the trials. Because, of course, Alex and Luna are not members of the Academy. They have to pass a trial before they're allowed in. But gives us permission to attempt the trials. Also says she would love to hear Luna's singing voice sometime. There seem to be a lot of people interested in Luna's voice, but, you know, who can blame her? It's you could call it divine, really. Wonderful singing voice. We are going to head back here now that we have our official permission to head to Vane. And this time we do, in fact, get allowed to use the teleporter. You know, the catch is, as I mentioned earlier, Nash can go straight to Vane. We have to pass through the Cave of Trials. And if you're playing the English version, this is where you give up on the speedrun because you figure there is no way you can get past this dungeon. I remember I was chatting with High Spirits once about the speedrun as a whole. You know, he was saying how much he hated this dungeon, and my experience was, I mean, it's not a great dungeon, but it's not that bad, you know, all things considered. We'll talk about why it's that bad in the English version later on. But one reason it's that bad is because you cannot use items in this dungeon. One of the gimmicks here, because this is supposedly a test of magic skill, they don't want you cheesing your way through with items. And so they block your item command. Now that's in battle, out of battle, everywhere. You cannot, flat out cannot use items anywhere in this dungeon. Among other things, that means you cannot use a blue ball. Now, we used up all our blue balls, so it doesn't really matter in our case, but if you had blue balls, you could not use them. Which is as dangerous as it sounds. We need to really conserve our MP, we need to conserve our HP, because things can get really iffy, shall we say, if we're not careful. We will manage to dodge this guy, which is good. It is possible to kill this encounter as well, but I'd like to try and skip the next enemy symbol on the map. So yeah, this by the way is one reason that I do keep everybody at full HP, because it gives me extra chances. I only have 2 people who can run, so that's a lot fewer solo run chances to live with. So we are going to play it extra safe here, but hopefully I get past this little zombie guy here. Not quite. Yeah, he kind of caught me in a bad place there, so I'm gonna have to take this. It's not a terrible loss of time, because we would have to take one way or another. You have to take 3 encounters in this this map, this floor. Everybody trying, Luna gets away. Go Luna. But sometimes, if you can skip this one and take this fly over here, you can skip the next one after it. It's very rare, but sometimes happens. So I was hoping to go for that. Didn't work out. So we're just going to have to take the usual 3. So again, making sure that I have, especially because these flies will outturn us. As you see they're doing now. Alex sometimes gets turned. There is a bit of randomness. Lunar's turn order in battle is fairly constant. There is a random factor, but it's fairly small compared to, say, Dragon Quest, where it's enormous. This guy will give us a one-time HP MP refill. Please dodge you. Please do not come. Thank you. Okay, safety save. The turn order is fairly constant, so generally you can rely if you see a character going before a particular enemy, it will almost always go in that order. Again, what I like to do here. Okay, there's the sleep attack, by the way. We'll talk about sleep in a little bit too. What I like to do here is do my first do a solo run turn, and if well, actually, it's Alex that's left. We'll go ahead and solo run, since he's faster. And then if I fail to run on the first turn with solo, I then party run on the second turn, and what that gives me is two consecutive, like I'll do it here, and there I get it. So that's what I should have done in the first place. Gives you 2 consecutive run chances if the enemies would have outturned you. So it's kind of a little interesting use of the battle system. So we're not going to get the encounter skip here. That's all right. Oh, that was a bad decision. That's going to kill me. So this guy had this guy's a beam attack. Yeah. So now you see what happens when you die is you get a load screen. So it is fairly quick, and again, this will be a lot faster on the remaster because you don't have the memory card loading delays. But this is why I will save, like in dungeons like this. There will be a few later. I'll be saving basically every floor, just because. Yeah, it's that dangerous. Any fight in this game can wipe you essentially. I did make an input error there. Technically, I should have tried the solo run. I don't know if it would have saved me, but it would have been the correct decision. So here I will attempt the party run, and we won't get it. But that's just how the RNG goes. So you can also see here, one reason I have people bunched up in the corner is because it makes the enemies get caught on each other. I mentioned earlier, characters cannot move through each other in battle. Enemies and party members both. I'm not going to get that. I'm going to heal. So by having everybody bunched up in the upper right corner, it means there's a greater chance... I will get it! I did not expect to get that. That's cool. Better chance that enemies will get stuck on each other and therefore not be able to attack. I'll go up and make the save there. So this guy's going to come straight at me. I have to move or he's going to trap me in the stairway and force me to kill him, and that's a very slow fight. Fortunately, only 2 flies in here. I should be able to get away without too much trouble. Or fail, and I'll just die to the beam. Or I won't die to the beam, because Luna has high magic defense. But I will die to a physical attack instead. So easy out. We got out of it in 1 turn. You know, may not be the way you would expect it, but we got out of it in 1 turn, and time-wise, I will take that. So we have 1 more enemy to hopefully dodge. If we don't have to dodge it, I have to do a very slow work. If we can't dodge it, rather, I have to do a very slow workaround. Ooh! Whoa! Sir, I need you to move way, way, way down. Sir? We're going to be here for a little bit, maybe? Where are you going to go? Farther, farther? More. There's something really tasty down there, sir. No, don't come back. Don't come back. So this is how this little area goes somewhere. I need to go down to the left. Yes, okay. We take the encounter, but we can get past him, which is the important part. Luna may die here. Alex gets away. That's fine. Yeah, I didn't talk about sleep, but if you're asleep, not only can you not act, you take double damage from any physical attack, which makes things really interesting in some fights. But we got through. We are going to heal up with Luna, very carefully using only her single target heal, because we need to conserve everybody's MP for this upcoming fight. Remember, A, we have no blue balls, but B, we couldn't use them if we had them. Save there. And into the boss fight. So, this boss, in the Japanese version, is level 13. We're level 11, as you see. So, first turn, we step forward for reasons. And Luna will be buffing. Level 13 has 1340 HP. We do almost exactly 1/6 of that per turn with Alex. He has 6 uses of Sword Dance. So you can see how that's going to work out. Okay, so this is so dodge, defend once more, buff once more. This is his paralyze attack when he has little lightning flashing around his head. This has a 25% chance to paralyze. It is also stronger. It's not. This is only a single. Well, it's an AOE, and we got the paralyze. So paralysis is another one, which if you take a physical hit, you take double damage. Fortunately, this guy's attacks are all magical, so we are okay here. But I can't spare a turn to heal Alex's paralysis. I have to wait for it to wear off naturally, and yeah, I have to watch what he's doing. I have to watch Alex's HP rather, make sure he doesn't die. I have to, when he does this is an all characters attack. It is slightly less damaging, still hurts. This is going to be, Alex is up again. I can start attacking. I have to be very careful with my menuing too, because if Alex is paralyzed, I don't get to menu for him, and I might choose the wrong action for Luna, which is literally disastrous. I wipe if that happens. So I have to be very careful. That's why I'm taking these menus kind of slow. So we will get the kill here. We've gotten some decent damage rolls, so we will get the kill in 6 turns. We will get it when Alex's MP goes down to 2. Okay, and this is going to be a double heal. Alex can survive barely. So Alex's threshold here is 32. Luna's is 25 for this hit. Alex's would have survived, but was going to be very close. And then I have next turn, of course, to worry about as well. So I went ahead with the party heal. Here, we're just going to solo heal. Again, Alex is safe on this turn, but kind of preparing for next turn, and kind of safety against, again, a misinput. So this is, you can see this is very close. This is Alex only. I don't have to heal Luna. Alex is safe here. His threshold is 41, but again, playing it safe, especially for marathon safety. And turn 8, well, whichever turn it is, and I have to heal again. This has to be, actually this is an Alex heal. So again, seeing what's going on, I very nearly wiped there. Because I assumed that Alex would not get paralyzed from that hit, and I was wrong. So Luna has 3 heals left. Alex this has to wear off really soon. When it does wear off, we win on the next turn. But Alex has to survive that long. So I have to be very, very careful here. So now paralysis can last at most 5 turns. War off here. We shouldn't need this heal. I can't do it anyway. I'm going to heal just for safety. But we get the kill. Yeah. So, as you can see, perfectly calculated. There's a very low chance if Alex gets low damage rolls across the entire fight. You don't kill it in 6, and then you have to do a follow-up attack, which isn't that bad, except that you need to survive one more turn. You saw how low Luna's MP was getting. I don't have any MP restores, remember. Sir, please stay down there. Thank you. Quick run up here, grab this. Also going to set up our first tactic here. Tactic 3. It's a fancy little spell from Luna, the escape song. It's not an escape for us, and it's an escape for the enemies. Forces all the enemies to run away. We're going to be maybe using it quite well. We will be using it quite a bit at one specific point later on. But we've successfully made it through. So about that boss, I mentioned on the Japanese version, level 13, 1340 HP. You saw we just barely killed it with Alex's available MP. In the English version, it is level 16. It gets 80 HP per level, so that's an extra 240 HP right there. On top of that, it gets an extra 10 HP per level. The scaling has changed as well for the English version, so that's another 160. Total extra 400 HP that you have to get through in the English version because of Working Design's level settings, difficulty settings. On top of that, because it's a higher level and because magic damage scales mostly based on the character's level, it actually out-damages Luna's healing. You have to get really you have to basically hope for more all target attacks than paralysis attacks, or Luna straight up cannot, unless you would have to level to something like 18 in order to get this these skills for Alex to do enough damage and to survive enough. Because if the paralysis is obviously, Alex can't defend, which is your other option to reduce damage. Meanwhile, Okay, I've complained enough about working design's decisions. Let's go back to the story. Luna and Alex are separated here. Nash wanted to introduce Luna to someone. This person, who also seems to have a proclivity for music, as Alex does. Somebody was mentioning Alex's harp in the Sega CD version. Here we have somebody else with a harp on their hands, or harp-like instrument. A lute, perhaps. Again, seems interested in Luna. Draws out conversation about Luna's dreams. Leaves her feeling a little bit uncomfortable. But that aside, we are back to Alex's point of view, and Null is going to go exploring. You see Null pushing Alex along from the back here, because there's no way Alex would do what is about to happen on his own, which is step straight into a lady's bedroom. Null, behave yourself. So, it's a young lady by the name of Mia here. Null is perfectly delighted to meet her. He's the one, you can see he's the one that's driving the conversation. Alex is like, what am I doing here? Poor Alex. Nash immediately arrives to rescue Mia from any possible harm from these interlopers. Null, behave yourself. So yeah, it's an introduction to Mia. We'll, as you may guess, we will be seeing much more of her later on. But for the meantime, we are going to go back and rejoin Luna, who is waiting for us on the second floor of Vane's Magic Academy. Hello, Luna. And so anyway, Nash is here to introduce the both of us to this fellow in the back, who turns around, and Luna recognizes him, because yes, he's that fellow from earlier. And again, we'll have to skip the introductory video here. Very cool. A lot of really well done animations in this game. But this fellow's by the name of Gallion, not the headmaster. The headmistress, in fact, is indisposed at the moment, so he's kind of taken over her duties for the moment. And he tells us about a fake dragon master who's been terrorizing the countryside, and would like to see if we can help. And Alex, who has super respect for any dragon master, refuses to countenance anyone possibly, sullying the great name of dragon masters, and so immediately heads to a weapon shop to get himself some upgraded equipment, which we will be doing here, and then a little bit more here. Going to sell off the old stuff as well, because money is pretty tight in the first part of the game. And over to Nash, who gets an upgraded shirt. Now, why do we get an upgraded shirt for Nash? That is a really interesting question, which I will answer by saying physical evasion. So, this game does not have any hit rate or evasion stats, as a lot of games do. Normally, every damaging attack will hit. For status ailments like sleep spells, we saw the flies doing them earlier. Those have a chance to miss. That's a separate thing. But for physical attacks, also magic attacks, normally every attack will hit. But the magic robe has a hidden feature. We're not going to dodge. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Maybe we can dodge the one above it. Magic robe has a hidden feature which allows it to dodge physical attacks 25% of the time. 25% is huge, let me tell you. We may see some really clutch dodges coming out from Nash later on. Can we get past you there? No. But we can get past you here. Good enough. Run past you. Ooh, past you. Where's the ant down here? There you are. Can you come over here, sir? Thank you. Where's this guy? I'm not going to get past you. Where do I take this encounter? Taking it there, I guess. Sometimes I can lure that element guy at the bottom into a good place. This time it didn't work out, so the ant is a much faster encounter to deal with if I fail to flee, because the animations are much faster than those elements, which have a really slow movement animation. Another reason why the remaster has that nice double speed battle feature. Would be nice if we could run it. Maybe someday Gung Ho will see the advantage of using a properly balanced difficulty settings rather than what Working Designs foisted upon the English audience. But be that as it may, we are stuck with what we have, and what we have is this version. So we've come here. We're heading out to the place where this fake Dragon Master is hiding out. But in order to get there, you have to pass through this fortress kind of been built at the top of a mountain pass. And they're not letting us through. They say get permission from the boss. And so we have to go find out where the boss is, because nobody seems to know. They all say they've seen him, but they're not sure where he is right now. And so it's a big game of hide and seek. I will point out another tiny little bit of detail that I really like in this game, which is that all the characters you have to talk to are these blue-headed guys. The blue hair. He's relevant. He tells you story stuff. He's actually not the one you want to talk to, but this guy also blue-haired. And this guy's going to come into play in a moment after this cutscene, which again we skip, introducing the boss of the Nanza Fortress. Who we will meet again later, as you probably imagine, because he had his own cutscene. But yeah, just the minor detail of these characters have a very distinctive look about them, which kind of, even as a casual player, says, have I talked to this guy? Maybe I should talk to this guy. So without actually putting a big pointer on the screen saying, talk to this character, tells you, who you need to see. Some funny stuff going on with the collisions there, but we get through. And we are on the far side. The music in this game is awesome. Absolutely. It's a fantastic soundtrack. B, I would very much not like to encounter you. Thank you very much. How's the one over here? He came straight down. That was kind of mean. If he'd come diagonally, I might have been able to dodge, but no such luck. Again, Solar running for the safety. Not necessarily safe here because these guys also have the sleep attack. Also, the sleep attack for this version of the bee is much higher. That is three straight failed 75% that I've missed. That's not good. And there we go. See the double damage from being asleep. Did somebody say safety save? Because I'm gonna do that as soon as I get away from this guy. I'm gonna heal up with Luna and safety save. Because, yes, this particular map, because of those bees, because they can put you to sleep, and because in this particular iteration their sleep chance is much higher, very, very dangerous. I need to go up here because I need this blue ball. This is to replace the one that I used. Oh, good, Nash got away. We are fine. This is to replace the extra one I had to use back in the sewers. Normally I do not come up here because this forces this encounter. I have to take it. But we got away from it. They are technically moths, I think is their name. They look like bees, and so I call them bees. And I'm going to take you, aren't I? Yeah. Couldn't get quite far enough out. A little farther than I would have gotten out of his movement range, but it didn't work out. Yeah, that's actually not a safety blue ball. That is a required blue ball on the route. I must have one blue ball here. If I don't have to use the one in the sewers, then I can skip this one, is what it comes down to. If I do have to use that one, and that is just RNG, that is, am I blocked on the final bridge or not? Since I did have to use it, this is, if anything, this is a backup blue ball for the one that I was forced to use. If I didn't have to use one in sewers, I absolutely would not go and challenge that bee, because that is at least one, possibly two, as you saw, extra encounters. But we made it through. That screen is surprisingly ugly. It can actually go a lot worse than that. I have wiped on that screen before, which is why I now safety save every time I get in there. We made it to the village of Lann, which is where this Dragon Master has been reported, and we see. A self-described priestess of Althena, again with another great introductory cinematic there, which we will have to skip, by the name of Jessica, who will be joining us for this mission to eliminate the fake Dragon Master. So we head down here, chat with this guy who is not inclined to lend us our boat until Jessica has words with him, and all of a sudden he's inclined to lend us his boat. How convenient. quick little boat trip to the island of Lann. So, the kind of poisonous sounding music, poisonous looking background actually does have puddles of poison on the ground, poisonous dialogue between our party members, poisonous everything. We're just going to run for our lives through this mess, and I'm not gonna. I was hoping I could. That one I want to dodge. That one normally I should be able to dodge. Didn't work out there. Also, every time you get a new character into your party, their default cursor position is AI. It is not whatever you had last on another character. So I forgot that there, and Jessica went and did an unnecessary attack. She may just die here, which is also fine. Run, and we will fix her cursor there. She does get away. But you can see how strong the enemies are, and they also have poison attacks of their own, of course. Because what else would you expect? We're just gonna keep on running here. There is no reason to fight anything in this map. It is just going to be a bad time no matter what you do. These eyeballs especially, wherever we see them, they're going to move super fast across the map. This game, despite the wide open map here, most of the enemies on this map are very quick movers, and that's part of how this. Although the developers used symbol encounters, which I very much enjoy over random encounters, they make a lot of the symbols move really, 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 really fast. Like see this guy, he's keeping up with me. I'd have to get out of his range in order to avoid him. And so the devs just really want you to fight everything you come across. And as speedrunners, we say, actually, no, I'd rather not. What are you going to do, sir? You're going to do that, and then you're going to do that. I'm going to do that, and then come do this, and everything is going to be fine. Because there's one more guy who's going to be over here, and I'm going to lure him down here. And there's a snake there, and what am I going to do about you now? I'm going to go up here and dodge you just barely. Perfect, and we're going to get to this. Excellent. Okay, so some interesting stuff's going to happen here. First off, the blue ball I just got goes on to Jessica. She is going to be the one using that. Luna, we need your healing. Thank you. 1, 2. And we're going to do some interesting stuff with the battle positions. So you go there. Luna to the bottom. You go 1, 2, 3, and there. Okay, very specific position. Safety save because he does have a jump attack, which will hurt a lot. And then, depending on what this boss does, again, has multiple moves, may see some really interesting things happen here. And if and when that does, I will explain what's going on. And if it doesn't, I'll tell you what, unfortunately, we weren't able to see after the fact. But let's see what happens. So here's our fake dragon. Very dragon-like, you might say. So we're gonna defend, buff, forward, and forward. So why are we doing this? Well, so this is his standard attack. He's got a triple attack, by the way, this early in the game. This is his regular physical attack, Tell. So we're gonna see who he chooses to attack. Okay, starts off with Luna. That's a little scary because Luna's not defending. Jessica, and who's the third? Alex. Okay, this is good. This is exactly what I wanted to see. So Alex, you don't have. Oh yeah, you do have that. Okay, we'll defend anyway though. Rebuff. You're going to move to exactly this location. Jessica's going to go ahead and actually defend. She doesn't have to do anything here. So he's on a physical turn again. Remember, he has 3 attacks. How many attacks is he actually going to do? 1. And that's it! Surprise! He's stuck! He is stuck! I'm going to go ahead and heal, Nash. I'll heal everybody, because I have the MP to spare. He's stuck. He is so big, he cannot squeeze between Nash and Alex. He cannot squeeze between Nash and the edge of the screen. He had no attacks there. Nothing at all. He is locked in place. Okay, this is his jump attack. This one is actually dangerous. He can jump and hit anybody. And Luna, if she is not defending, is an instant death. She does not have the HP to survive that. But on a regular... and actually, I can go ahead and throw in some lightning with Nash as well, because that will may help me get an earlier kill on this. Hey there, Mr. Shasta. Thanks for the raid. You've run into just a really great... manipulation of a boss here. Please don't kill Nash. Okay. So he manipulated himself out. Very clever, sir. Very clever. All right, so he he played my game against me. That's fair play. Fair play. But okay, so what happened there? As I was mentioning, until Nash got pushed back, the boss was trapped in that one specific location. And unfortunately now he is no longer trapped. I can go anywhere he likes. So we'll just have to finish this fight the usual way, which is all right. It's not as fast as the other way. I was taking a chance with having Nash attack, and I paid for it. I would have done the same in a PB attempt, and if I failed it, so I would have just said, oh well. But yeah, so what happened there is that the boss was trapped. When the boss is trapped like that, it will make its target decisions like usual, but if it cannot find a path to the target, it will just lose its turn. And so by doing that, essentially we force it to skip, since it has a roughly 60% chance of choosing physical. We force it to skip a lot of turns, and that just saves a lot of time over the course of the fight. So unfortunately, yeah, he broke out of it, and now he is jumping again. But yeah, I was able to show off the strat for a few turns, and I'm delighted that I was able to do that. So it doesn't always work out that way. That strat, by the way, that was developed by, and there's the kill, so we didn't lose too much time from that. It looks a little ugly. I maybe should have just played it straight. But yeah, that strat, by the way, I found from a Japanese task developer, tool-assisted speedrun developer by the name of Maker. So shout-outs to Maker for coming up with that, putting it in the tasks. It's a very clever strat. So yeah, that is the... And is the fake Dragon Master down again, like the shopkeeper from earlier. He repents his evil ways and shall be forthcoming a good citizen of Lunar. So if you like grinding, Mr. Shasta, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you've missed the only grinding session in this RPG. We are not going to be doing any grinding going forward because the battle system is very well balanced in this version of the game. We will be fighting some more encounters later on when we get easier ways to kill them. But the actual sitting in place and grinding is done. And this run just goes straight on forward to the end, and I love it. So here we had Phasia come in. We call her the head priestess of Althena. Come in and ask after the fake Dragon Master. Nash reports that with his eliteness and a little bit of help, yes, we defeated the fake Dragon Master. He is no longer a problem. Meanwhile, Jessica, who is supposedly a priestess of Althena, says she doesn't know anything about this Phasia person. Who is she? So something weird's going on there. Maybe Jessica's just being a layabout and not actually paying attention to who is involved with her sect. But whatever the case may be, we are going to head back to Vane to officially report on Nash's and the rest of our successful deeds. So once again, I'll make a safety save here because those bees. Okay, you're high up. Don't come down here, sir. Thank you. You are down. I'm going to try and dodge. Thank you. You are... Where are you, sir? You are up there. Oh, no, he saw me, drat. Yeah, this is the hardest one to dodge. Just he's usually in the way. You just have to kind of shrug and let it go. Now, I do have the option of using my Tactic 3 that I set up earlier. The problem is, as we just saw, Luna can get put to sleep, and Luna can't use her spell until she wakes up. See, again, the double damage from a physical hit. And she'll probably just die here, that's alright. Because we did get two people run away. You can see how often these bees want to use their sleep attack, because if they have nobody they can put to sleep, they just run away to the other side of the screen, wasting time. But we are now away, and the first bee should not be a problem, I hope. There you are, sir. Thank you. And we are through. That was a scary screen. The first screen is going to be much more straightforward. You may take an encounter or two. Probably will take the last 2 ants near the far entrance. Don't need to heal here because Alex is the only one whose HP matters at this present moment. So every time the party is split up in this game, everybody, when people come back, they all have full HP and MP. So there will be a party splitting event shortly, and that's why I don't have to worry about healing anybody else. Just make sure that Alex is at full. Please stay there, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sir, thank you, thank you. And these 2 I will take because it is possible to squeeze around the edge of that ant and then use the invincibility to get around the second, but usually not worth the time, so we are just going to straight up bring out Luna's spell. Now we can see what this does. So this, the literal translation is escape song. I don't know what they call it officially in the English translation, but it forces all of the enemies to run away. 100% success rate, except against bosses, obviously. And just a really easy way to get out of a fight if Luna can act first, which is why I didn't use it against the moths. The flip side, obviously, is this counts as winning the fight, not running away, and so you do not get the invincibility afterward that you would with an actual flee. So there are points at which that matters, at which we will deliberately decide to flee, even though we could fight an encounter in order to avoid a second encounter later. But we do now have this second option of, yes, we can just make the enemies go away. So it's very convenient. So back up to Vane. Convenient teleporter. Nash, of course, running on ahead because he wants to tell all about his elite deeds, prove how elite an elite member of the Magic Academy he is, and we, meanwhile, just wander in on our own. Yeah, Fear Song is probably a better description, but again, I don't know what they officially called it in terms of spell names. So. 'Tis what it is. Quick chat. Oh, hello, Mia. Gallion here as well. And now we get for the first time to meet Meribia, who is the headmistress, who apparently was not in good sorts earlier, but she is apparently doing well enough now. Also, that fortune teller. Her name is Royce, by the way. We skipped her intro, but she named herself as Royce. And she is now here to give us our reward, we hope. Oh, and I forgot to... I was so busy talking about the reward we're going to get that I forgot to skip the cutscene. That's on me. But you saw there the symbol of the Magic Academy of Vane. And we've just been sentenced to death. Because apparently, she believes we are a traitor who sought to steal her daughter away. Thanks, Null. What have you done to us, Null? So check out, by the way, synchronized movements of those guards. Really good sprite work in this game. I will comment, I heard an interesting comment recently from a friend of mine who also streams games occasionally, that some players of more recent games, like who are, I guess, started playing in the 3D era, look at these sprites, like Alex here is constantly just pacing in place, and find that odd. And it's definitely a feature of this era's games. Typically, because it's, especially with screens at this low resolution, it's hard to really put a lot of detail on the sprites, and so sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between, is someone alive and just standing there and waiting, or are they dead? And in order to tell the difference of this is an active character, they have the character kind of pacing in place like that. So it's just a trope of the era, shall we say. And I never even think about it. It's just that when it was first brought to my attention that some people find this odd, I said, oh yeah, I guess that's a fair point. And it is really. It's you would not. There was no reason to do this in a modern game, but for the era, it was kind of a useful way to provide information to the player. So that is why that happens for anyone who is curious. So here we are. Mia has busted us out. We've brought along this other person who had this mysterious mask on her face. We don't know what she's up, but she seems to think something may be up at the top of this tower. And so we are going to, Mia, of course, being actually the daughter of Meribia, so the daughter of the headmistress, has access to this tower. And so we're going to go in. We are going to do a quick bit of setting up positioning. So you go here, you go to the right side, you go to the bottom corner. This is going to set up for a similar thing that we did earlier later on. We'll make a safety save. I don't feel like I don't really need this safety save anymore, but marathon luck, you know how it goes. And then we're going to do something interesting. We're going to use Null's Wing, which takes us to the entrance of a dungeon. This is the entrance of the dungeon. What are we doing? Well, nothing. Nothing. And in fact, our entire desire there was to do nothing, and thereby skip a barrier. So there is a barrier in that room, which if you try to go past it, let's see if we can get around this guy. But we didn't get around the other one. Oh well. We tried. There is a barrier in that room. If you try to walk past it, it will say you must unequip all of your weapons. No weapons are allowed in this tower. However, if you use the wing, you teleport to a location beyond that barrier, and therefore you don't have to step in it. It's one of the very few funny exploits that's possible in this game. That's another thing, by the way, I learned from High Spirits, watching High Spirits run. So again, shoutouts to High Spirits for all the work he's done on the Lunar speedruns. Quick grab a blue ball. Come back here, see where these guys are, and walk around the bottom. They're stuck on each other, which is great. Walk around this guy. So yeah, now that said, we're not going to fight any encounters in here. We want to avoid everything we can. Can we get by this guy? No, we can't. I tried. These guys, these will straight up wipe us if we try to fight them. So we're just going to run away from everything. But what the benefit of skipping that barrier is it just saves us a menu, saves us having to unequip and then later on re-equip the weapons. Where are you, sir? Can we skip you? Not quite. A Dagroth, I would say it is kind of unique to this era. Now that said, there are a lot of modern games that take the retro style and that deliberately, mimic, reuse the tropes of this era. But games, I think, that are typically designed as modern games, even if they do use sprite work, will typically have, instead of having instead of using a walking animation, will typically have an idle animation. So, instead of stamping in place like this, it would be, for example, got a lot of encounters on this dungeon, but sometimes you just get the bad luck, marathon luck. This will be a quick kill. Or no, it won't, because Mia also has a magic robe on, by the way. Dodge, where you didn't actually want it. But modern games, I think, typically when they may have idle animations, but it's typically a much more subtle animation. So think, kind of like shifting the shoulders a bit, for example. Things of that nature. Oh, that sounds like Luna. Dubstep is fun. To each their own, my friend. To each their own. So we just heard Luna, and so that means we are going to do a bit of quick important menuing here. This goes you. Also, the ring goes to you. I need you to get out of my way, sir. Thank you. And we are at the top floor. Hello, Luna. Very important to move that blue ball to Mia, by the way. It's going to become very important later when we get her and cannot menu before we have to fight with her. So here we have Meribia, the fortune teller, Royce, and Facial all in the same place, along with Gallion. What's going on here? What suspicious things are taking place? Well, here we are. We have Alex and Luna rejoined. Mia and her mother rejoined, but her mother does not seem very interested in keeping her safe. So Mia thinks that someone is actually taking her mother's place and uses this Mirror of Althena. Call it the Mirror of Ra, if you're familiar with Dragon Quest. But it doesn't actually do anything to this supposed imposter. What it does do is free this lady that we were taking along, who turns out to also be Meribia. And now that their cover has been busted, These three finally reveal their true selves as witches of the Vile Tribe. Zenobia, Royce, and Phaecia. And yes, as you can guess from the fact they had a wonderful introductory animation, we will be seeing much more of them later. But for now, they leave us with a fight, which we just ignore because Luna's back with us, and we have Tactic 3. You can notice, by the way, a minor oversight by the dev team. They forgot that you might be on the left side of the screen, and so the enemies run right through you instead of right away from you. But yes, that is a free encounter. So with that done, so to summarize what just happened, yes, turns out Remelia was in fact, the Remelia we saw earlier was in fact an imposter, working with Royce to subvert and take over the Magic Academy. Put the real Remelia in jail with that memory to suppress her, with that mask, to suppress her memories so she could not warn anyone, but she managed to fight her way past the mask and warn us. We saved everything, but now that we know that we are actually under attack, Gallion says, you know, I really need to talk to the dragons. And hearing that Alex already knows Feide, you know, the white dragon we talked with a lot earlier. Oops. Okay. This map, I tell you. So you walk out the top side of this map, it puts you on the bottom edge. I do this once every run, I swear. Another thing, in minor detail, I wish they had done a little better. But it's good for, you know, it's good stream content, what can I say? Anyway, so Gallion says, you know, I really need to talk to Feide. We've got some real dangerous business going on here, and would you please take me to beat him? And Alex says, sure, yeah, I don't like seeing any witches attack us either. Let us go and meet Feide and see what we can do about it. So first stop here is Mel, and apparently Mel and Gallion also know each other. We'll see in a moment here. Also, hey, what's Jessica doing there? So Jessica claiming not to know us. What's going on with her? No idea. Does she have something funny to eat? I don't know. But anyway, we do have to wait for a ship to take us back to Saith. So go ahead and spend the night here. Jessica very kindly offers us her bedroom to spend the night. And so we will head up and take advantage of her hospitality. So here we chat with her and discover that she's actually putting on a face for her dad. She wants to be the proper daughter, you know, the proper daughter of a mayor in in Meribia, and just hiding the fact she's actually a real adventurous tomboy sort. So that was why she was pretending not to know who we were. But with all that resolved, we go ahead and spend the night. And Luna has that dream again. A really odd dream. I mean, you can blame her for being kind of a little down after waking up for something like that. I know it disturbed me. So, yeah, poor Luna. But we nonetheless, and she knows, you know, we've got business to do. She's not gonna stay. She's not gonna be, sulking around about it forever. Set it aside and go on forth. I mean, in fairness, Dagroth, she invited them into her bedroom to give it to them, not to sleep with them. There is a difference. She is providing a part of her home as hospitality and suffering the injustice of having to sleep in a different location than she is used to, and that is a perfectly good sacrifice for a good daughter to make. So the ship is ready for us. We are on our way back to Saith. Basically retracing our steps back to the beginning of the game. So just a bunch of chat here. Gallion telling us a little bit about his past, talking with Alex. Alex's desire to be a dragon master, saying, you know, it's pretty big responsibility being a Dragon Master. You sure you're up for it? You really sure? Suppose you had to sacrifice Luna in order to accomplish that. What would you do? Why are you asking me that, sir? But that aside, we safely make our way back to Saith. And we're just going to, again, just retrace our steps. Of course, we are much higher level. The enemies are not. This is very straightforward. That said, as I've mentioned before, there is no cap on fleeing in this game. Your 50% flee chance is a 50% flee chance the first turn, the 10th turn, the 100th turn if it goes that far. You can literally wipe to any fight if all you try to do is flee. Fortunately, we have Luna's Song, and we can just erase encounters that we don't want to deal with. So it is not an issue in practice. However, going through this the back way, there are a lot more encounters that we just cannot avoid because they're in the way. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the devs love to force you to fight encounters, and sometimes you can get around them, but here it is faster to just take them and erase them from the map. Like that. Back to the clearing where we had all the excitement earlier. Friendly fellow Lake. Wonder where he's gotten off to. So there are some cases here where potentially if you do flee, you can skip one. Like if I were to successfully flee from this encounter, I can skip one, maybe two coming up. The problem is, again, not guaranteed to flee. Level difference also does not change that 50%. It is 50% if you are level 99 and the enemy is level 1. So ultimately, it is just more. It's more consistent ultimately to just use tactic 3 on everything you run into here. If it really got down to it, and I was like, I had a really good PB, and it had, like 4 encounters in here, which is I've gotten 4 encounters once. Every time other than that, it's been 5 or more. Then maybe I would consider, gonna try fleeing, and if I don't flee, it's a reset. But I'm definitely nowhere near that point. It's very much still take the more consistent route, especially for a marathon. So I'll get past those guys, and again back here, funny little mushroom. It does save us all the extra menuing to use the tactics, so that does help with the time bit. And we will definitely be making a lot more use of the tactic system later as well, so as you can imagine. It is too valuable to leave something like that sitting on the table. And guys, you know we can't. So I said I was going for consistency. I tried playing a little fun trick here to get around some encounters. That may work against me. We'll see. No, that ended up being about average. So this is the last one. This was that first fly trap that we had to get past earlier when we first came through these woods, when it was a lot more dangerous. We were level 1, but now we are back at the entrance and we can just head out. And here we are. You can actually stop in Berg here. There's some interesting chat between Gallion and other folks if you do that, but we have no business there that's required in the speedrun, and so we skip it. Just go straight over to the White Dragon Cave. Gallion and Fighty can have their chat, and we can figure out what to do about this vile tribe. Still would like to dodge this guy if I can. Good. And this is why I opened the exit earlier, by the way. There is the option to just go ahead and use that wing that you're given at Dad's house to get out of this cave when you're at level 1, but I'd rather open up that shortcut to use here. Ultimately faster to do it that way. And 1 or possibly 2 more encounters, depending on where those next bees are. depending on where they are, I may actually decide to flee from this because the... So this is one case where, yeah, I will go ahead and try to flee. Because this will let me skip the crystal. And as you can see, these bees animations are really fast, so it's not a lot of time lost if I fail to flee, whereas the crystals are fairly slow with their attack animations. So again, just kind of balancing the time loss versus gain. So we skipped that guy who would have otherwise hit us, and we've made our way to Fighty. So, see what Gallion and Fighty have to discuss. So Gallion asks, is Luna the girl from 15 years ago? Which is a really interesting question. Fighty says, why do you want to know? Gallion says, trust me.
So
when is the first time that trusting anyone who said trust me got you somewhere good in an RPG? How about never? So Gallion shows his true colors. He now declares himself the Magic Emperor Gallion. In that cutscene we skipped, kills Fighty, steals Luna, lays Alex on the floor. Yeah, Gallion. And if you weren't expecting that plot twist, welcome to the wonderful world of JRPGs. So yep, we now have our big baddie, Magic Emperor Gallion. We are fortunately discovered by our old friend Lake, brought back home, and so at least we are safe and sound. We still don't know where Luna's gotten off to, or where Gallion has taken her off to. But luckily, we have a loving family who encourages us to get out there and get her back. Alex's parents, best parents in the world, except for mine. Shout out to great parents. And we head up to Dine's Hill, which is where we actually started the game, if you recall. An interesting figure here. It's our old friend Lake. So, yeah, he asks, are you up to it? And Alex says, of course I am. I'm an RPG protagonist, what do you think? And so seeing Alex's resolve is firm, offers us the White Dragon Wings, aka Teleport Stick! We now have fast travel! Yay! We're going to immediately make use of that to go to Meribia. Scary music. But fun little thing here, by the way, detail-wise. When you use a teleport stick coming to Meribia, Jessica says, how did you learn a teleport? When did you learn that teleport spell? They actually work the teleport stick into the game's lore, which I love. But anyway, Meribia is under attack, and we are going to help do something about it. By using the correct commands here, Jessica needs to attack. Because we actually need Jessica's damage here, although it's not. It's pretty trivial compared to what Alex can put out. We need it to get a 2-turn kill here. And unfortunately, we can't AI this turn because Jessica would try to heal, and we actually don't need her to heal right now. And these days, of course, or modern days, of course, AI has a somewhat different meaning, but I think the remake calls it auto battle rather than AI, which is more sensible terminology for the modern era, I think. But yes, in these days they still called it AI, auto battle, and that's what that is. Now, sir, can you please come over here? Thank you. And now can you come over here, sir? Thank you. And squeeze around you. And can you come over here, sir? Perfect. Thank you. And that's fine. And we snuck right through. So what you're supposed to do is run a whole maze around the town of Meribia, breaking those barriers with the enemies that charge through them. And then you get to the top and discover, actually, you could have just broken those two and gotten right into Mel's mansion, which is the thing, obviously, you do from your second playthrough every time forward. But the first time, you're expected to just go through the entire town, which I think is kind of neat. Well, here's Zenobia. She has words and a spell Mel valiantly protects his daughter from, but he is now turned to stone. Zenobia says, well, I've accomplished what I came to do. No more Mel. Poor Jessica is down a father. And her spells do not seem to work on it, so it seems to be the kind of spell that you have to kill the caster to get rid of. So, Jessica says, you know what? Let's go do that. I am totally in for this. And so the first thing we are going to do is buy her a blue ball. Because we love blue balls in this game. So just quick use of the teleport stick to get back to the entrance, heal up. And Ramus's shop now sells blue balls. So thank you very much for bringing those in, Ramus. Much appreciated. Great guy. And we head up to Vane, because we have a suspicion that stuff might be going wrong there as well. And I will make a safety save here, because again, this is a boss which, if it does certain patterns, can just straight up whip you. It's Nash and Mia, and a giant monster. Friend One Eye here, aka Grand's Doom. Wonderful name for a boss, Grand's Doom. Here's what we're going to do. Alex fortunately has his own buff now, so even though we've lost Luna. Specifically right there. So Alex can buff himself. He will do that the first turn. Green is 2 physical attacks. Who is your second target? That's not what I wanted. So yeah, if you were wondering, yes, we're going to do exactly the same thing we did to Frogmaster. To this guy, if he cooperates. And to cooperate, he has to move into either the top or the bottom row, which he generally will only do. Oh, nice dodge. That was a dodge, by the way. We can defend. The yellow is that is a physical attack. Single target physical. Very, very powerful, as you see. But since it's physical, Magic Robe means 25% dodge chance. No, spell. Thank you. So this is another normal attack turn. So we want him to attack either Alex or Mia as his second target. Or if he stays here, attack Jessica. Perfect! Okay, we can do this now. Alright, so attack. You defend. Defend, and you move to... I can't see you behind it, but yes, right there should be good. I think that is the right location, and yes, he is now trapped. He cannot move out of this. He's going to try. He can still hit anyone with this yellow goop, but his physical attacks are now blocked. You have a blue ball to use, sir. On Alex, and go ahead and heal, because Nash will die in 2 hits even though he's defending. So we do have to keep HP up here, but physical attacks are blocked, and if he ever uses his red attack, fun things will happen. So I'm hoping we get that. Ow. Null to the rescue. Actually, this is one place where I wanted Null to come in, so good job, Null. Defend, and yes, you do have to heal yourself. So here, if he randomly chooses to attack Alex or Nash, he will lose that attack. One, or he can just push himself out. But he only got 1 attack there, so I can move back into place. Move back to right. Very specific position, by the way. Again, one attack. Perfect. He's not using his red attack, which is a real shame because I wanted to show that off. But we are still saving time, basically because he can't move. He can't move up and down, saves a lot of time, loses some attacks. If he'd used his red attack, it would not have hit anyone. It would have been a complete miss on the entire party, which is because it's normally the worst attack. It is a line attack that does a lot of magic damage. Would have completely missed everybody. I'm sorry I didn't get to show that off, but again, shoutouts to Japanese Tasser Maker, who came up with that strat and used it in the TAS. It's a really clever use of the movement blocking in the battle system. So with that out of the way, we go back. Reveal is still a bit out of sorts from her that whole thing with the mask. We want to convince Nash and Mia to come with us, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Need a little bit of convincing, especially Nash. Doesn't seem really up for it, but if Mia's going along, Nash is obviously going to protect her, because Mia, obviously. And we can talk to Reveal to get a hint about where to go next, but in fact, because this is such a well-developed game, we don't have to. We don't have to set any flags. We just go. You know, I love that about this game. They don't force you to talk to everybody to set the flags. If you know where you're going, you just go there. And we go to back to Nanza. Zenobia again, menacing this lady singer, whoever she may be. A remarkably powerful lady singer, if I do say so. And we discover the remarkable lady singer is in fact Killy, the boss of the Nanza Rogues, who run this little fortress here. And now we get to do in battle what we just saw happen in the cutscene. And this is one place where we can just pop on the auto battle and let it do its thing. It is a scene, isn't it? It is a scene. And yep, now they're gone. Goodbye. So there's Killy, our fifth party member. Yes, I know he is called Kyle in the English version. I will probably call him Killy because that is the name I am used to. And besides, I mean, K-Y-L-E. Killy, right? Right. Okay, Killy. We're all settled on that. So we invite Killy to come along with us. And we have our full party. And we are into... this game does not have official Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, but what I refer to as Act 2. Parties together, we are on the hunt for Gallion and his vile tribe, which is... These bees are still kind of scary, but we have lots more HP now. We can probably survive a couple of failed runs here. I mean, you're not wrong, Ishma. Part of me wishes they were punishable by law because then I would have an excuse to play them during a speedrun, but unfortunately, we have the option to skip them, and therefore, you know how it goes. Yes, he is a very killy character, after all. So here we are into Riza. Ritza as the... Pizza, like pizza, I guess, as the Japanese version calls it. And Killy kindly did not warn us what kind of town this was, so we're all kind of just looking around, and all of a sudden somebody runs into him, and he says, "You missing anything, no?" And turns out our teleport stick has been stolen. Surprise, surprise. Also, great theme in this town. I love this theme. I just start tapping my buttons to it sometimes. So we find out that it's been stolen by somebody from the Thieves Guild, and the fastest way to get it back is to become members of Thieves Guild ourselves, because they have a rule that thieves cannot steal from other thieves. Great theme. So that is what we're going to do. And as you know, as kind of a guarantee to all of you that yes, we will get our fast travel stick back, I am stopping here in this town for the sole purpose of registering it on the fast travel list. We have no business here now, but as a guarantee to all of you that we will get our fast travel stick back, yes, we will get it back. For now, our first stop is the village of Myriad, and to get there you have to go through Myriad Woods. And this isn't too bad of a dungeon, but there are some encounters that are kind of iffy, and this is one of those dungeons I mentioned earlier where for whatever reason you cannot use escape items, including Jessica's magic. So I'm going to make a safety save just in case I get trapped behind a tree, which is a possibility in this dungeon. So I've talked about how you can't, even with invincibility, you can't run through enemy symbols. The walls here are kind of bumpy because they are trees. If you get caught between a tree and an enemy, that's it. You cannot. I think I'm stuck. I don't know if I was stuck there because it was starting the encounter or because I am stuck, but I may have to reload the save that I just made. You cannot move through any enemy symbols, so if an enemy traps you against the wall or against an enemy symbol like this, you have to fight them. You have to fight and kill at least one of the encounters. And since we no longer have Luna's escape song to help us out, our only option is reload. And that is why I safety saved there. Now, it is kind of feasible to fight those. But ultimately it's just faster, especially because there were like 3 on me right there. I would have had to fight at least 2, probably all 3 in order to get out of that. And it's faster ultimately to just reload. So this time we got through normally. We will fight this one. This is fine. This is the last one on the screen anyway. Achilles on AI. They have to fix that. Remember, every time a new character comes into the party, their cursor is on AI. If you do not change it, if you think it is somewhere else and you hit A, you're going to have a bad time. Also, I just noticed I forgot to switch up the party position. I'm going to put everybody back in the upper right corner. Again, this is to help enemies get stuck on each other. So here, if I was better at D-padding, I could do this much more quickly. Unfortunately, I am not. I would love to be, but that is an issue for future me to consider. We're through the forest and heading on to Myriad. So essentially, we are coming here because the plot token, which allows us to get the plot token, is located here. So we're going to search that out. Alternatively, we will find ourselves on a collapsing bridge. And Null's just kind of casually sitting there in the air, watching everybody drown. Good one, Null. But we all managed to get ourselves back up on the land. Now, I want to point out something here. Notice how Nash is on the left side of the screen there. Nash is the only other party member that is currently visible. So we will walk over to Nash, because that is the obvious thing to do. We get to Nash, and immediately we see Jessica, now visible on the left side of the screen. We're going to walk over to Jessica, and surprise, surprise, now we see Mia. Very cleverly placed characters, so that even without telling you, Null does tell you, let's go rescue this person, but even without that, you know where to go next. And I love that kind of attention to detail that avoids the player having to kind of wander around the town and not really know what to do next. It's just you can tell the developers put a lot of effort into this game, and it is I love to see it. Anyway, we have our plot token, or plot token for the plot token, and we are going to head back through Myriad Woods, because the actual place we need to go is called Damon's Spire. It is to the south. So once again, these 2 encounters at the top I will kill. These are nice and quick. It is A+ design, which is why I'm so upset that the remaster used the broken working designs. You know, I'm sure the people at Working Designs love this game, as everyone should, because it's a fantastic game, but is also why this game is my number one, my go-to example of why loving a game does not make you qualified to work on it. This is a line attack, thank you. So again, choosing our specific abilities here, so we can take out these encounters in one round. Just like that. The Kyle, there you go. I said it all for you guys. Achilles' line attack is has a kind of weird hitbox, but in that particular location, I know I've confirmed that it will hit 4 of the 5 enemies. Unfortunately, we can't get all 5 at once, so we use Alex to clean up the last one. Another safety save, because again, walking through this dungeon, weird things can happen. This is a good place to take this encounter, I think. Perfect, got away. So now we just have to see how these enemies move so that I can get around them. 3 Bs is not ideal, but we'll just take this. But we are below them now, so they cannot block us, which is what I was looking to do. I'm hitting way too many 50%. Something is wrong with this run. Something is going to go seriously wrong with this run, I can tell now. But yeah, we're through there. Get past this guy, and quick. It's going to be on Jessica. Killy gets his MP back. And hey, it's Mel! The petrified Mel, what's he doing here? How did he get out of his house? Jessica, of course, immediately entranced by her father. Killy sees something going on. Thanks for the raid there, by the way. Playing Lunar Silver Star Story, having a great time. Jessica, once again, her magic of no use in curing this curse. Once again, left alone. Killy, however, has other ideas. So I'm not going to let any stupid curse stop me. Breaks out of the stone curse somehow or other. And he's going to take on this mysterious statue of Mel. So turn 1, we buff ourselves. Kyle also has his buff. And from here on, it's just auto battle. So, fun fact. If this guy crits me 3 times, I lose. Chance of an enemy crit is 4%. So the rough chance of dying to this fight is about 1 in, I think it's 1 in 5,000, 1 in 4,000 I calculated it as. I don't safety save anymore. If I happen to hit the 1 in 4,000, then, you know, it's good content, shall we say. Yep. 5-turn, easy win. So it turns out the statue is just a fake, and it was all Royce trying to get us. And she's miffed that she missed. She wanted to take us all out at once and just have it all done with, but nope. We're going to go on forward. We are through Marriott Woods, and we're going to head for Daemon Spire. Yeah, one wonders, you know, if you don't know that you're supposed to be cursed, can you actually get out of it? It's a fine line indeed. Oh, here we are. You've been given the password to enter this tower. It's kind of sus password, if you ask me. But we have our access, and we are going to make our way through. So this is going to be, it's kind of a puzzle dungeon mainly. 2 ways. Number 1, you have to find the doors to open the doors to the stairway. Number 2, you're given this quiz at the end of each floor, and you have to choose one of 2 characters to answer. Whichever one you choose, you can get through, but one answer is significantly shorter than the other. If you give him the wrong answer, he gives you a big lecture on how can you be so silly, how dare you pretend to wish to help the world with such a mind, etc., 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 etc. And so we want to go fast because we're speedrunning. These guys are not helping me go fast because they're in my way. Yeah, figured. But yeah, we choose the option which is the correct option, which is the faster one, and of course we fail to run here because reasons. Nash with the double dodge at 25%. They're doing work. Not going to help him. Everybody wailing on Nash there. I think we will go ahead and solo run for safety here. Again, the solo run chance is 75 rather than 50%, and as long as one person gets away, they're safe. Missing the 75%, Jessica? Good job. So yeah, she will take it. You can see these guys also have 2 turns, which, among other things, means failing to run is very slow, which is why I really didn't want to get into this encounter, but we're past it. Again, as long as one person runs away, everyone else can die, and you're still fine. Can we get past you? No, we can't! No, because you're in the way. This is some really top-level trolling, I tell you. I need to hit that red trigger to get this door up above me open, and that eyeball is completely blocking me. Alright, now we got it. Now we can go around the top. Pick up a chest, except that you're in the way. Dodge around the side. This door also is open, and so we can pick up this chest if this eyeball gets out of my way. This is really top-level trolling by these enemies here. And he's just bouncing. He's not even giving me a chance. Alright, can we drag you away from that? Yeah, there we go. And back around this way. Alright, where are you? Okay, you're not in my way. And finally, to the exit. Enemies stalling for the content, absolutely. So again, posed a quiz, we have an option of 2 characters to answer. And we are going to pick the correct one, because it saves time. Sadly, Nash has the correct answer there, so we have to give him a chance and a moment in the spotlight. Alright. Sir, what are you doing up here? This is not your room. Alright. There we go. The place I need to go is right over here. And this guy also is not letting me through. This is literally the most trolling I've seen from this dungeon in possibly ever. So once again, we have a guy who's complaining of stomach pain. Jessica's saying, well, that's your fault. Don't eat bad stuff. Goodbye. And Alex agrees. Let this go guy. That is the wrong... Let this guy go. That is the wrong answer. Jessica says, I don't care if it's the wrong answer. Get out of my way, dude. And he does. Jessica is just great that way. Alright, and with that, we are on to the 4th floor of this dungeon, or as I fondly refer to it, the 4th monster level. And if you spell that out, you can probably guess why. So there's a lot of backtracking we have to do to get where we need to go, because we also need a bit of equipment from this dungeon as well. Also, the key to open the exit is on the opposite side of the floor, because of course it is. 4th monster level. Got past you, squeeze past the... Getting caught on the corners. So normally this game lets you kind of slide around corners, except sometimes it doesn't. And then you get stuck and an enemy catches you and you go, 4th monster level. Sir, can you please come this way? Fine, don't. 4th monster level. Oh my. Alright, what can we do here? What can we do? Can you come up, sir? Okay. Down, over. Oh, we made it! I do not like this floor, in case you hadn't guessed. So here our test is, who is the least useful of you all? Sadly, we cannot answer Nash, and he lets us through, because we say everybody has their part to play. Even Nash. In truth, Nash has the fewest parts to play. But he still has some, so we have to be honest. Yes, he will have his moment in the spotlight. And we are faced with a glob of clay and the task to make something beautiful. And again, choose who to make it. Killy, no. Jessica? Well, no. Mia, I'd like to see it, but no. Nash, no. Nash, we'll leave it to Alex, a.k.a. Null. So if you choose wrongly, not only do you have to redo the entire dialogue, you have to sit through this 20-second cutscene and then redo the entire dialogue. So you want to be very careful with those choices. But our correct choice was Luna. Surprise, surprise. Except, mysteriously, this fellow calls it an Althena statue. Interesting. Maybe he's never met Luna, I guess we can forgive him, but interesting. Anyway, we now have our plot token to finally enter the Thieves Guild and get our teleport stick back. Which is exactly what we were looking to get here, and we have done so. So we will immediately get out of this tower. Had enough of it. Make our way back to Riza. Enjoy the Act 2 overworld music. I can tell you we are into a proper adventure now because it is proper adventuring theme rather than just a light stroll through the woods, as it were. Yeah, actually, didn't need to take it there, but whatever. More opportunity to listen to this wonderful music. We report on our success. Hand in the token, and we are now officially members of the Thieves Guild. And on the way, we're going to stop and do a very important thing. We're going to chat with this girl here and offer to play with her when we have some time. We don't really have time right now. We're on a bit of a mission right now, but we promise we will come back and play with her sometime. We will keep that promise later, don't worry. Always keep your promises, folks, especially the kids. So this guy's kind of doubting us, but then Killy comes in and says, you want to duke it out with Killy, eh? And he says, actually, I'll pass. I'll pass. Here is your teleport stick. And we have our teleport stick back. But for plot reasons, we're not allowed to use it yet. We have to come back and discover that, oh no, the poor girl Lila is being accosted by Royce again. She cannot stay out of our business. Or out of anyone's business, it seems. And kidnaps her away, evil woman. Evil vile tribe. But she does leave us with a fortune. She tells our fortune on her way out, telling us our fortune lies in a volcano in which there is a red dragon who may now be in danger. So, of course, immediately we have to go after that. And in order to do that, we need an airship. We don't have an airship, but we'll get a balloon. Close enough. Some quick menuing here. You. I didn't move you over, did I? Okay. And teleport stick back. Oop. I'm missing something here. I am missing something very important. That's not good. I should have a... I know what I did. Fourth monster level. Fourth monster level, I tell you. Okay, so we're going to have to make a bit of a backtrack here. It's a good thing we are ahead on the schedule because I made a mistake. There was one chest I needed to get on that fourth monster level, which I did not get. It's a very, very important one. Something called the ice pendant, I believe. Something along those lines. And it offers fire and lightning resistance. Elemental resistance in this game is 50% damage reduction, which, as you can imagine, is huge, especially since we're going to be underleveled for the entire game. So we need to go back and fetch that. My apologies. It's all on me. I was so frustrated with how the enemies kept getting in my way that I forgot that I was missing something and did not get the chest. Imagine a fire resistance pendant will be especially important given that we are about to visit a volcano. So we're going to run quickly up to the fourth floor. If these... Look at this! They are literally blocking my way in every direction. This dungeon... this dungeon, I tell you! Literally the worst I've ever seen it. And you're gonna... Well, I do have a Jessica's Escape spell if I'm actually trapped here. I'm going to solo run here because I have not saved recently. There are many reasons one can lose time in a Lunar speedrun. I had not imagined this being one of them, but it certainly is. Very much is. Alright, can we get past you? Yes, good. And can we sneak past up here? Yes. Okay, there we go. Devs asked me to take an encounter, and so yes, I took an encounter. Alright, so the thing I'm trying to get is on the bottom right part of this floor. Right past this switch, which I remember now I stepped on and immediately turned around because I knew everything was coming after me. I'm going to have to take an encounter too here, aren't I? Oh, maybe not. This chest, there we go, and now we can equip, except it's going to be here instead. Now we can equip two things on Nash, which I was intending to do, and make our way over to... Oh, right after it. You cannot teleport out of a dungeon. You have to escape the dungeon and then teleport from the overworld. And with that, we are finally back on our original scheduled stop in Iluk Village. So this is where the fellow who we're going to have build an airship, a balloon, for us resides. And so we offer him the blueprints that we picked up back in Riza, in the Thieves Guild kind of marketplace down there. And so he says, sure, I'll put one together, but I need something to... I put together your hot air balloon, but I need the hot air from somewhere, and so we have to go fetch that ourselves. That is going to be in here. Kind of a nature preserve, as it will. Gardens, various plants and animals, and bees which would love to attack me if they could, but I'm going to try and jump over that river first. Success! This one I can't avoid. This guy is straight up in the way. So, we will solo run because at this point we are now very underleveled. You'll see how much damage these guys do. To Killy, remember has proper armor, at least proper for when he joined us, gets one shot. Is how underleveled we are at this point. Let me around you, sir. Okay, there we go. And Jessica's help, we get back to the entrance. These guys do not chase you, which is mostly useful, except when you expect them to move somewhere and they don't. Or they move somewhere you don't expect them to, like that one almost did. The fact they don't chase you is convenient. That bee is absolutely going to aggro me. Here we go. There we go. So yeah, I don't have to worry about that. These blue insects chasing me. I just have to worry about everything else chasing me. Like that. Also, there we go. Okay, so again, I was able to get through that because the blue guy didn't chase me, which is makes this map a lot less painful to get through, shall we say. But here's the specific blue insect that we have to fight. So the pink one's the one we're looking for. I'm gonna buff, magic. You now have some magic, which is nice. Buff again, and Jessica can... Oops, should probably have healed Killy. I don't know now if Jessica's going to get her turn, because these guys are super fast. And I think some of them can reach us. Well, that was Nash, that's okay. They also have sleep, by the way. And sleep generally hits. Their sleep has a pretty good chance of hitting. I should maybe have had Jessica use a full party heal. Because we could be in trouble depending on how this goes. This is why I saved before this fight, by the way. Try. Hope that Alex does not get hit here. And Killy is asleep, so he can't do anything, of course. Nash is the only one who has a chance of moving for these guys. Mia takes a hit. Fortunately, however, no, so this is again the advantage that we get from stacking everyone in the corner. These enemies will start getting caught on each other, and enemies cannot do physical attacks if they are not adjacent to the character. So we didn't get all of them because Mia died there, but Null helping out. Achilles still not awake. Still just sleeping away. And there's a couple, and so the last couple now. Jessica asleep. She can't heal anybody. Jessica takes a one shot because she was asleep, but this will get the kill. So we've defeated all the blue puffballs, and now we've got the shiny puffball cornered, and we can catch it to give us some hot air. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean about the remaster. It is the noticeable difference. It's just, unfortunately, the design decisions they made in the remaster just do not make the speedrun very feasible, so we run this version instead. Turn in our Fluffy Bug. Don't worry about healing here because we are about to spend the night while he finishes making his hot air balloon. And that will give us, in this case, gives us a free refill. Unfortunately, the balloon doesn't seem to be very inflated at the moment. Surprise! It was just slow. And so with that, we are off to the volcano to try and rescue this red dragon who Royce suggested may be in danger. And hopefully is not in any more danger because I took so long getting that ice pendant. Feels bad. Classic balloon music. So here we are. A fortunately not excessively hot volcano. Does not require any special potions to survive. Also one of the worst dungeons in the game. At least from a speedrun perspective. Got past you. Ooh, the double skip. Nice. Immediate safety save. I'm going to be safety saving all over the place in this dungeon. This is a scary dungeon. Partly because stuff is so strong. We are now at the point where enemies can literally wipe me in one turn. If I fail to flee. I need that chest. I need you to get out of my way. Okay, he can't go all the way to the wall, and I'm taking advantage of that. He can, however, follow me all the way up here. And get stuck on the slime, and then not quite catch up to me. Whew! Any of these, well, the slime is maybe not. Slimes I can probably survive. Ants, what does this look like? This is a reload. I'm caught on the wall. So this is the other reason that I safety saved. I am now caught in an indentation on the wall. Even if I escape from this battle, I will not be able to move past the enemy. Really unfortunate. After that good work dodging earlier, one sloppy movement has left me stuck. I will have to reload the save. I need you to come down here first, get stuck on the wall there. I need you to come down here, and then I need you to come down and get stuck on the wall again. Except you didn't stay there. You squeeze past now, figures. So in the English version of this game, I'm going to try this once. Okay. We are close enough to the save that if I die, it's not that big a time loss. In the English version of this game, you do actually have to fight a lot of these encounters because, again, not only is the boss a higher level, I'm not even sure what level it is, I haven't tested that, but it also scales strength faster. Okay, this time we are away from the indentation. We can flee from this battle and get away. So not only is the higher level have a higher scaling on strength, and the upcoming boss is very strong. Okay, made it through here. Marathon luck. I'm going to safety save again, not load. Let's save. Lure you up. Grab the barrier ring. Very useful. It's magic and physical defense both. Can we get past you? Yes, you got stuck. Excellent. Safety save. So the safety save on the third floor was more nerves because, the second floor went so badly I didn't want to risk going back there. But I will be making 2 safety saves on this floor, and I normally do. Because this floor has so many ways to just straight up fail. Okay, so I did make the safety save, and again, I'm taking that calculation that if I die here, I saved like literally 5 seconds ago, and it's not that big a loss. We end up dying, but again, Mia with the clutch dodge there. Okay, and of course Nash is paralyzed, so he can't flee. But we got away. I fully expect everyone to be at 1 HP for this entire floor, so I'm not worried about that. No, please don't. Okay, well, I'm stuck on a corner, but I can get around it. I was hoping this guy would get stuck on the slime. I'm going to take the death now, aren't I? Alright, well, that's whatever. Actually, I can't die on the first turn, literally, because there's only 4 enemies. No, please. I will give a chance to solo. I will take the chance to solo flee here. There we go. But yeah, this is the worst dungeon because it's so hard to fight. You have to fight encounters in here, and it's very painful in the English version. Just because you need the experience, you need the levels to fight the boss. And as soon as I can get away from this guy, I'm going to make another safety save because we are through half the floor. This is very much a solo flee angle. Because that flame rush, by the way, that's an all targets. That would just wipe. If both of them do it on the same turn, straight up wipe. Not even a chance. Sir, please get away from me so I can make my safety save. Thank you. So at least in this version, we do not have to fight these encounters. But even getting away from them, as you've seen, is very painful. Still the risk of getting caught on an edge. The enemy design is so good, though, yeah. Really top-tier design work. Question in chat, do I not have a preset for everybody run? You can't. That is not an option in the tactics. Instead of the run slot, what they have is a choose action slot. And I'll actually be making use of that in the end game, the last couple of bosses. But there is no. I actually took a look at that as I was thinking, wouldn't it be much faster if I could just tactics this? And turns out you can't. It is not an option they give you, unfortunately. Think, and people fall over as usual. Literally run or die. We picked up a flame sword from that chest in the corner. The angel ring here. We got all our blue balls. These guys kindly got stuck on each other. These guys are going to catch me. That's fine. As long as I don't get caught on the walls here, which is another possibility, because these are also walls with indentations. These guys have double attacks, by the way. There are so many ways they can kill you. So I just have to be very careful getting around this guy. But then we should be in the clear. I say in the clear, we haven't fought the boss yet. Whoa. There we are. Okay. Grab the blue ball. And lots of menuing. Okay, this is where the menus start getting pretty big. And this is where I would love to have some more practice, but I don't have that yet, unfortunately, so this will be kind of sloppy as I check my notes. Oops. And, of course, obviously, we're going to heal. And now we pass out our blue balls. Safety save. This is not even a safety save. This is almost a mandatory save because sometimes, depending on what these bosses do, the first it's a pair of bosses, by the way. We'll see now. Depending on what they do, the first couple of turns, you can just straight up wipe. There is no you may have no counter to what they do. If they're both flaming here, it's a wipe. It's not a wipe. Good. Okay, good start. We didn't immediately wipe. It's a good start. So start again. This is going to be our standard pattern going forward. Sending Nash forward here, take advantage of an interesting feature of these enemies are both going to do the same thing. Do fireball attack. If an enemy is on the top row, the fireball will always hit Nash for some reason. If it's not the top row, sometimes it hits somebody else, but very often it still hits Nash. And we've put fire defense on him. It's that ice pendant that I almost forgot. So buff again. Nash always defends. Buff again and heal. So this time they're both going to do physicals. There are other possibilities. If they have a flaming aura, they're going to do Heat Rush, which is a physical attack on everyone. Hurts a lot, and if they both do it on the same turn, there's a good chance I wipe. So that's what you're going to be looking to not see going forward. Double attack, of course. On Nash, of course. So if I'm lucky, they will sometimes get caught on each other. That has not happened yet. Okay, this is a scary turn. I do, however, have to start getting some damage out. Mia's going to have to defend here, even though actually, you know what? Yeah, Mia will have to defend. Kyle will have to defend. And I have to put some healing out. This is what I don't want to see. I only want to see one Heat Rush before the buffs are up. So this is going to set me back a turn. No matter what. Fireball is fine-ish, depending on who it hits. As long as it hits, yeah. Because he's got the elemental defense. And now, again, okay, well, can we? No, we can't. We still have to... Okay, you can go... I still have to do... you can go, I guess. It occurs to me I forgot to use a blue ball on Jessica before the fight. I have a spare... I have spares, so it's not a disaster. It's just carelessness. But I have to keep... essentially, I have to keep defending with at least Mia, who is my secondary buffer, until they stop doing Heat Rush. Okay, we can start moving now. So one thing I have to be careful of here is because there are two enemies, I have to be careful that I'm always putting my single target damage on the same enemy so that I don't waste... Okay, now please other one also hit Nash. Thank you. So that I don't waste damage and make the fight even worse than it already is. Go out. Actually, you need to blue ball. You are short, okay. So this is what I was worried about. You guys move all yourself. So a slight error in the beginning. Worst comes to worst, I just reload the save and remember to blue ball Jessica first. So who are you going to attack? If you use anyone other than Nash, you will get stuck, and that's actually really mean. So that saves me. That saves me right into a heat rush. No, I can't. I have to use the blue ball. This is really not looking good. Nash is probably going to die. I have to hope that Null gets him up. We have to basically it's yeah, how much. Who does this fireball hit? Will it hit somebody other than Nash? If it's Nash, he's dead. It doesn't. Okay, who's a hit? Okay, we have a chance. Okay, we had a chance. It is gone. I'm going to try just defending it with everyone here, pulling out a heal. Basically, you see this at any point, you're probably dead. You see, I healed basically the full end. Okay, yeah. It's... We are probably reloading my save. This is just RNG. There is nothing I could have reasonably done, even with the missed blue ball. I'll throw out one of these just in case I can somehow pull it back. Taking a little advantage of Killy's higher HP here. Hoping he can survive 2 hits. He should with the defense buff. And I now have no healing left, so I'm in trouble. I believe actually it's the one on the left who I'm single targeting. And try and at least get the one on the left down. I have no healing left at all. As you see, no more blue balls. So, basically what I'm hoping for here is Jessica gets her... You know what I actually should have done now that I think about it? I should have sent Jessica forward to take a fireball to the face, because she has an Angel Ring on. Angel Ring is a one-off... Who's got hit here? Alex, okay. I think it is now you. Let me see, 17. It's not enough to risk it. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna send Jessica forward here. I don't know how far forward she can go, but send her forward so that she takes a fireball, and then hopefully she will take a death, and then the Angel Ring will revive her. Angel Ring revives if a character is revived with it, will revive them with full HP and MP. Who gets hit? Who's taking this? Alex, who still survives. Thank goodness. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. And this way, Jessica gets her MP back. This is kind of my backup strat if I'm forced to heal a lot. I'm forced to heal a lot for ways that I didn't want to, but you do what you have to do. I am no longer confident that I'm focusing my damage properly, but given what we had to deal with, I will take it. Killy has only one attack left at this point. We got it though. We did focus properly. Good. Yes, unfortunately, this game, the Crystal Memory doesn't work on enemies. There is no Crystal Memory for enemies. It will just pick the first one, whichever first one it wants to pick. And so I have to manually remember which one is which is even worse, because as you saw, they move back and forth a lot. They switch positions a lot. And so it's not always the one on the left or the one on the bottom. It is this one that I am trying to point to with my mental finger, and sometimes my mental finger loses track of where it is. Alright, so Killy's down to regular attacks, which I never like to see. Alex is on his last. But we should have this in 1 or 2 more turns. At this point. So you can tell why it's so important to get one down first, because this fight is practically unmanageable otherwise. And remember, as I mentioned before, alright, Alex is attacking now. I'm gonna go full out here. No, you spell. I'm gonna go full out here because either it dies or we do. I think we can survive. Yeah, we can still survive one hit. It's moving backwards, by the way, with physical attacks, which means that it is low on HP. You've seen it with the characters getting hit as well. That's an indication the enemy or the target is low on HP. And there we go. Whew! Oh boy. That's possibly the worst that fight can go, and still still get through it without wiping. That was partly my fault. I forgot to blue ball Jessica ahead of time. I should have. Remember to do that. But we are through the fight. Now, thanks for the GDs. Now, remember what I was saying before about the English version. Those bosses, roughly 3 levels higher. I'm guessing based on the bosses around them. Roughly 3 levels higher, and their strength scales, instead of 2 per level, it's 3 per level. So they are doing significantly more damage. I will put this over here because I should have had it there in the first place. Significantly more damage per turn, and they have more HP because they're higher level. What level is your party expected to be on a casual playthrough? Probably 25, I would say. And we were 16, by the way, for those who missed it. Or possibly 15, I can't remember. Yeah. So we were very, very underleveled there. And we're going to stay underleveled for most of the rest of the run. I guess this is a good point to mention. That's not, there was a bit of a flashing there. As you've probably seen, there's some flashing, like whenever I use an attack skill, there's some flashing. It's fairly minor for the most part. But there are a couple instances later where there will be some stronger flashing. I will try and remember to warn you about those ahead of time. If I get caught up in other things, just keep that in mind. So we're going to make some use of tactics here. Red Dragon Anger. Big spell, which we now have access to. This is going to be our physical wipe spell, or wipe tactic. And move some equipment over. Flame Sword had its 1 moment in the spotlight. It is done for now. Some other stuff we're not going to be using anymore. Used. And also, going to take off these guys. So taking off the, I should say the rings that I took off there. Those are healing rings. They give you a 10% regen every turn. Obviously very useful, but also causes a 1.4 second delay to show the regen animation every turn. And so, since we're going to be running for most fights, and it doesn't matter what your HP is generally, it's faster to take those off here in this menu. And so that's why I was doing that. So, we just set up 2 tactics. The Tactic 3, where we had Luna's song before, is now Red Dragon Anger. That is a super powerful fire spell. We are going to be using it to wipe a lot of encounters going forward, all the way up to the end of the game. What we set up on Tactic 2 is a similar thing, but it uses Alex's all targets physical attack. I believe it's called Flash Cut in the English version. There is one specific dungeon where there are enemies that we have to get through, and we cannot. They are resistant to fire, so they take half damage from fire. As strong as Red Dragon Anger is, it is still a fire spell. Still suffers from balloons falling out of the sky. Also suffers from resistance, and so we can't kill those specific encounters with Red Dragon Anger, and we have to use a physical option. So that is the majority of what I was setting up in that menu, and then moving a bunch of equipment I will no longer need onto Null because we're about to sell it all, and it's more convenient to sell if it's all in one place. We'll be needing quite a bit of money in a little bit, and this is where we get it. Say they're flashy animations. Yes, you could say that. I take no responsibility for what happens to your RPG Limit Break membership if you say that, but you could say that. So we're done with all that. Lake puts in an appearance here, but we're too busy to talk to him. We go straight to Myriad. Actually, you know what? We will take that. I'm not sure it was faster anymore after I ran past it, but it is a convenient place to take that. So this is where we're going to do a bunch of selling over to Null. That's not Null. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then a sword for Killy. So he can be more Killy. Make our way up to the... So what we did not stop and listen to Lake tell us is that the Blue Dragon can be found in the town of Lighton up here, which has a wonderful background theme going on. Prepare yourselves. As you can see, Killy loves it. He's got great taste in music, but some of the other villagers are not entirely fond of it, and so they asked us to see what's going on with this thing. So we head over here to their little dungeon. Are any super bosses in this game? No, they're not. This is just a play it through and enjoy it type of game. Yeah, we got to 50%. Yeah, it's a place where I decided I could take 50% because, again, that will not wipe me on the first turn. This is the point where I could start using Dragon Anger, but it is... I can also take advantage of the invincibility to skip encounters, and when I have that option, I will usually take it. You down here, one more to skip, and we get by it. Good. That is how I want that floor to go. We have a bunch of eyeballs over here, and we've seen the eyeballs before. They are incredibly fast. Almost always will take 2 encounters here. This time I will solo run because, again, this is one that can just straight up wipe me if it wants to. 3 fails there is a 1 in 64. I don't like to see those. Although, the flip side is, of course, people talk about, how can you ever imagine getting a 1 in 64 chance? Well, if you do it 64 times, you expect to see it once. And you will be attempting to run a lot of times over the course of a speed run like this. You see how much damage they're doing? Yeah, again, this isn't even that bad of a cave, honestly, in terms of enemy level. Next one's going to be absolutely horrid. So, what are these guys doing? Can we get around you, please? Oh, that's a horrible position for you to be in, sir. I may have to take one of these encounters. I ideally do not. Yeah, they can't get down there. Love to... They're not giving me a chance. I'm just going to go. Not worth waiting for them to possibly move in a configuration I can avoid. And this is an encounter that I cannot one-shot with Dragon Anger because that guy in back will not die to it. That's a lot of run fails. You're going to see some deaths here. Although possibly not, because as we see, the enemies are also getting stuck on each other. Nash? Notice out of the 6 enemies there, only one of them succeeded in attacking. One of the benefits of having everybody clumped up like that, especially after you start getting some deaths, is that, yeah, the enemies can't reach you. They can't hit you if they can't reach you. This guy we should be able to avoid. This one then it should be... I would say it is smooth sailing from here, but I know if I do that I'm going to curse myself. So I'll say it should be smooth sailing. There we go. And then it's just back up the other side of that chasm that we saw. Well, very carefully not running into all of the cracks in the ground. Those are actual cracks in the ground. If you step on them, bad things will happen. So we did not do that, and we get the wonderful music again. So just simple little puzzle. Null tells you, it's a hot cold puzzle basically. Null tells you if you're on the right track or not. And we were on the right track. So, sorry Killy, I know it's not to your preference, but here is the proper music for Lyton. We have to get permission from the guy first. So now we report on a success, and he tells us, okay, fine, you can go and summon the Blue Dragon Shrine, and you do that by two lovers singing to each other. So, we do have a couple of potential pairs here, I guess. Give them a shot. Especially Killy, because we know Killy has great taste in music. Oh. What do you got for us, Killy? I'm sorry I asked. I'm sorry I had to put you through that, but yes, we do have to talk to both of them before we're allowed to proceed. Well, we all know the old saying, if you want to get something done, you gotta do it yourself. And with that, we have a 3-minute unskippable cutscene, which is a perfect time for any of you who need to get up and stretch, hydrate, answer the call of nature. Perfect time to do it. I am actually going to step away for just a moment, and I will be right back. And guess what? It worked! You want to get something done, just got to do it yourself. So we now have access to the Blue Dragon Shrine. Another contender for worst dungeon in the run. This dungeon has a kind of interesting design where instead of stairways between floors, you have these puddles that you jump into. The catch is that sometimes there's more than one puddle on the floor, and if you jump in the wrong one, you get an unrunnable encounter. So we definitely do not want to do that. And we also want a safety save, because, again, we are massively underleveled here. Any of these encounters can kill us. Some of them we cannot wipe with... like this one, for example. We cannot wipe with Red Dragon Anger. We have to flee. Because the reason we can't is because these mermaids are not weak to fire, and they don't take enough damage from the from the attack to die. When has any water been done? When has any water dungeon been fun in any RPG? Well said. Well said. Alright. So, safely get away from that. Run over, pick up an Angel Tear. That is a revive item. Hopefully won't need to use, but definitely want to have available. Get this guy to not be in my way from the stairway. Thank you, sir. And yes, I'm going to be safety saving practically every floor. Tells you how the dungeon goes. But this one, we lucked out. Those mermaids can actually really troll on that floor, but we lucked out. So here's the first fight that I'm actually going to wipe with Red Dragon Anger. And the catch is, I may not wipe this. That guy on the left has a 377 HP. I can roll... Ooh, I rolled high. So that can roll either 376 or 378. Either I kill it, or it survives with 1 HP. It's a 50-50. If he is spinning, he will do an all-targets physical attack, which can wipe the entire party. So I had to be careful there and see what he was about to do. It's just a funny coincidence of how the HP works out there. You're going to block me, aren't you? Okay, no. I'll take this instead. I have to run from the... I can wipe the slime fights, but I have to run from this so that I also have invincibility against the mermaid. I guess technically it's a merman. Whatever. The guy like... The fish man-like thing. There we go. These slimes now also have 2 attacks per turn. So it's just a horribly slow... If the merman hadn't been in the way, I would have just wiped this fight. But I do need the invincibility, and better to take it here rather than against the other one where I could get wiped before I have a chance to run. So get away from you, and stay down there, sir, until I get down to the floor. Thank you. This is the last bad floor. It is, however, full of mermaids. Also, I need to give you a blue bolt. I need you to not be in the way, sir. I need to go straight up there. You can tell that that is not going to happen at the moment. I mean, up and then right. And guess where he's going? Is that maybe good enough? Of course he goes up. Guarding, I tell you. Alright, maybe we can get by here. Yeah, okay. I just have to be on the proper side so that I'm not blocked. There we go. And you'll probably take a death. Sorry, Mia. You couldn't dodge. It's really useful when you want to dodge. Around. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, that was annoying. I did not expect to get caught by that enemy. So this goes back to what I was talking about movement in this game. So when you kind of row up against the wall and you're moving diagonally, the game tries to let you kind of slide around whatever obstacle you're stuck on. Am I going to wipe here? That'd be fun. I'm probably going to wipe here, aren't I? Because I think I've already had my run chances. Unless this guy, no, he's not. I'm just straight up wipe. First turn wipe. That is why I safety save in this dungeon. But yeah, so normally, so if you're rubbing up against like a wall, part of the background, the game is nice and tries to kind of slide you around the side. But if you run into an object, it will not attempt to do that at all. You will just get stuck. Even if you're holding, like if you're holding diagonally and you could go one of the two directions, you'll still be stuck. It won't let you manually edge around it. You have to be moving directly sideways or away from the character. And that, I think, is what happened to me there. I was trying to move diagonally, I got caught on the slime, and the game just did not let me move past that. So I have to wait for you to move into a place where you will not stop me from going up, like right there. The slime is still in my way. I will risk wiping this. Except I won't because I have the MP. Oh, that's right, because I restored the MP after I saved. That's my fault. Alright. That's fine. I think if I'd killed the slime, the merman would have come up and caught me, so we'll look at it that way. Actually, probably would have come up and caught me, but we are now out of there. Finally, next floor. Now I will use that blue ball. Especially because I may need to kill an encounter here. No, I run from this because the merman will get me. The dodges again. So yeah, the time spent in this dungeon varies so hugely just depending on enemy movement. Do they move out of your way? Do they let you through? Can you find a path to get to the things you need to get, like these two chests down here? And here. 8th floor. Finally, I did, yes, double checking. I've restored Alex's MP before I do this, because this is the second fight that I always wipe in this dungeon. And we are still level 79. I'm taking a risk here. Or still level 19, excuse me. But Alex should survive this hit. And he does. And we just attack normally. Remember, folks, it's only the last HP that counts. I had a whole 1 HP of headroom there, no worries. Bit of time lost from Null waking people up here. Ultimately, it probably would have been faster to menu through that, but, you know, we did what we did. And that is happily the last enemy symbol that we have to get past in this dungeon. Unless that guy... I don't think he can come up to this... He can. I lied. I've never seen him do that. I have never seen him do that. I thought he was part of the... I thought he was limited to the area below. This is interesting now. I'm going to safety save. It was literally a 1 versus 2 HP fight, yep. And the reason I use... I need to get that chest, too, is the reason I can't just go. I need you to go down. Maybe... Nope, it's not good enough. Yep, you're stuck. Okay, okay. Now we're through. First time for everything, you know. It's never happened before, as the saying goes. So, yep. We are through. We have found the Blue Dragon's Nest. Check out, by the way, this great implementation of HDR in the 1990s. This dragon is so bright that the background dims behind it. I mean, technically it's not HDR, but I'm sure that is the effect they were going for. Very bright rainbow wings. Anyway, he's a pretty chill guy. Chill bro. He says, you know, I know there's stuff going on in the world, but it's all cool. I'm just sitting here happy. Here, you can have the your blue dragon helmet. Blue dragon helmet. This is the helmet, right? Yeah. Helmet. There we are. For 1 frame. And everything's fine, except maybe it's actually not fine. That didn't sound good. And yep, no more blue dragon. Rip. Fascia this time is the one with parting words for us. And sadly, the blue dragon is no more. Only his spirit remains to offer a few final words of guidance. So we've now lost 3 of the 4 dragons. We better hurry to the 4th one. But first the menu. Fine. Actually, I don't want to leave one on here. Let's move this over. Get out of here. So we got a few new pieces of equipment there. Obviously, we got the dragon helmet. We also got an interesting thing called the Chira tail. This is an accessory that increases the wearer's agility by 10. And 10 is a very large number in terms of agility in this game. We are going to use that to ensure that Alex, generally Alex, not always, but generally Alex can outspeed all the enemies and get off a... typically a Dragon Anger. There will be another spell called Dragon Grief that we use later. But get that off before any enemies can take their turn. A very useful accessory to pick up there. Another safety save. This is one that probably in a PB attempt I would not bother taking, but again, we are still very underleveled. If we fail to run the wrong place, we can still take a wipe. So, especially because there are bees in here. As I said. This is honestly a better encounter to hit. I can party run from that. Yeah. And now I have the invincibility, so if the bee catches up, I'm still fine. A pretty evil thing with the enemy symbol movement. Enemies get 1 frame of movement before you do, after a battle. That's going to catch me. Oh. So this is a funny one. This is the actual Chiro that we saw before. So these guys have super high agility. Three attacks, by the way. And the only reason I thought that I said that was safe is because these flytrap guys have limited movement range. And so this turn is absolutely going to be a solo run turn, but you notice how they outturn me easily. Oh, they can also put you to sleep, the fly traps. Whack. So yes, as I said, the encounters are still very dangerous. That wasn't the correct direction also. But I will get away from you, and we will go over here, which is where I wanted to go. Heal up. And it's Zenobia! Do a fun little thing here. Okay, so of course we're going to pull out the Red Dragon Anger, because this is a mandatory fight. Lightning, the lizard. You can attack this guy, and then we're going to use this blue ball. Even though Alex has full MP right now, I'm taking advantage of the fairly stable turn order, knowing that Jessica will go after Alex, especially now that he has the Chira tail on. So that Alex uses his Dragon Anger, and I will immediately recover that MP, and have it available for the next turn. Now, it's usually this fight ends in one turn. Sometimes you get unlucky with the damage rolls and it doesn't, but assuming it does, I will then have Dragon Anger available immediately in the next fight. Yes, there will be a next fight. Yeah, killing with the 7 damage there. Very carefully calculated damage rolls. Jessica's very upset with Zenobia for turning her father into stone. Zenobia doesn't care, of course. She just sends more mobs at us. And so we send more Dragon Anger at them. This will be a line. And so again, this is the same thing, except this time there are more. We can't catch all three. We can't catch all of the armors in a single lightning hit, and so they will not die. And likewise with the wizard, you saw how close the damage was with that 7 damage kill in the last fight. We don't have the we don't have the tools to get the to kill them in one turn this fight. You can get all the armors, but Alex, by the way, is busy turning to stone, which is why he cannot. It's fine. I think he'll probably go first anyway. So stone in this game is an interesting status ailment. There are 2 options. There's either instant stone, which is your typical petrify. It's the character is effectively dead. They're still on the battlefield, but they are effectively dead. Then there is the gradual paralysis, which some games like Final Fantasy has it a lot. So I say gradual. Oh, by the way, it looks like we have some help. Yay! So Zenobia sees this and says, "Nope, gonna rethink my plan." But yeah, it's not very gradual. It only gives you 1 extra turn. But on that intermediate turn, you can still use items. So, like if you have a holy water, which is the remedy item in this game, you can heal your stone. You can still use magic, but you cannot move. So, like if an enemy is not adjacent to you, you can't attack it. You cannot use attack skills. So, like Alex's and Killy's skills are not available in that middle turn. And then the 3rd turn, you're just totally petrified. So. Corner movement. The entrance apparently counts as the bottom edge of a corner, pushes you back out the bottom edge of the map. That was on me. I was too busy explaining what was going on and let go of right on the D-pad too late, and it pushed me back down off the screen. My fault. Mea culpa. Anyway, Lake happens to meet us here, just coincidentally, and invites us to visit a friend of his. So we're actually going solo with Lake here for the moment. Null is tagging along as he likes to do, but effectively solo. Null, sorry. But you are a flying cat. You are not a fighter. So this is the laboratory of his friend Might. And gives us a maze to solve first. A Zelda-style maze, if you will. Lost Woods. Everything comes back to Zelda. Blue balls, Lost Woods. Zelda is the series. But this is also a great series, and we are now having to make our way through this interesting little dungeon. Now, Lake, again, he is still level 99. He cannot die to anything, but there is an interesting little gimmick. And I'm going to make safety save just because sometimes weird things happen here, but I should be fine. Marathon luck will happen, and I'm not counting on it not to. Does the Japanese version have hints? There's a hint in the Lost Woods room for sure. I don't know about here. I think here it is just find your way through the. Actually, I'm just going to straight up Tactic 3. I don't recall. I think when I first played it, I found my way through without finding any hints for this floor, for this 3rd floor. But there's definitely a hint on the wall in the Lost Woods room. Is there not a hint in the English version? Because there definitely should be. If it's not, that's on Working Designs. And you can the Damon Spire. Oh yeah, there are. Well, for the second floor and up, I don't think there are any like literal like things you read, like readable objects in the rooms. But what the way it's designed is, the enemies on each floor use certain types of skills, and you are supposed to look at that and look at what they're doing and base your response on that. So, here we go. Stream die. And we'll stop here for a moment. Alright folks, sounds like we are back. If anybody can give me a quick double check in chat, I will go ahead and continue in to the next room. We good. Okay, let's go. So, getting back to where we were, you saw that I used Red Dragon Anger on that one fight, even though we have Lake with us, and Lake's level 99. He can wipe out any of these. You see, I just have him doing auto battle things here, and he is destroying the enemies. The one catch is that little flying hat enemy, and you'll see the symbol when we get back to the map after this fight. That's a special one. That one has 100% physical evade. So I mentioned this game does not have any like evasion or attack or hit rate stats. That's a special case. It's more of a special ability, like the magic robe evasion rate, for example. And I'm sure they put it in exactly so that you cannot just use Lake to get through the entire thing. You have to have Alex do something. And that's why I saved, because if I don't want to have to use 2 Red Dragon Angers there, because I'm saving my blue balls. But we got past the second one safely, and we are ready to go. So this is Might. He's an inventor of sorts, and Lake is going to set him to inventing an airship, because Gallion has taken Luna, or intends to take Luna, according to Lake, out to the frontier. It's a very distant area, and we are going to want some sort of air travel to get there, like an airship. And so that is what he is going to be doing while we return here and search for the final dragon. And I certainly hope. Thank you for that, Code Alpha. I certainly hope you're enjoying the commentary. I'll be honest. I'm kind of enjoying doing the commentary. So, if you're having fun with that too, great. By the way, where's Nash? Oh, there's Nash. Nash, why are you acting so nervous around us? What's wrong with you? Oh well, we'll set that aside for now and come up here and discover, it's those guys from before, the ones who saved us. They're trying to hang somebody, and Alex says, let's wait and hear his side of the story. And his side of the story is, he's a thief and he's going to run away. And Tempest is this guy by the name is Tempest in English, or Temujin in Japanese. He's not happy that we let him go, and he challenges us to a duel. And so I say he will learn what happens when you challenge somebody to a duel who has Red Dragon Anger. So, turn number 1, Red Dragon Anger. Now, mind you, Red Dragon Anger costs 35 NP. It has a huge NP cost, and that is why we cannot just use it all over the place. We cannot, right at the moment, we can only use one at a time. So that is why Alex has a blue ball. That's why I was very careful not to take his last blue ball off of him when I was menuing in the Water Dungeon Shrine. Typically, I have 2 blue balls on Alex there, but the menuing just changed up a bit because of stuff I had to do earlier, and so I adjusted for that. But yes, blue ball again, and then once again, Red Dragon Anger. So blue balls, by the way, restore 30 to 37 MP, so roughly 1 Red Dragon Anger. Sometimes less. A couple of dungeons ahead there where I have to watch how much they give me to make sure I have the MP that I need. But generally, 1 Dragon Anger equals 1 blue ball. That's how it goes. So I think I still have 1 blue ball on Null as well. I'm going to use that to bring Alex's MP back up, just because it's faster than going down to the statue. And then we're going to do a very important change here. We're going to move this thing over. This is a barrier ring, and put it on. And now remember, Null has 1 blue ball left, which will be useful when for an upcoming store where, yes, we will finally be able to buy blue balls in bulk. Meanwhile, we are in this nice little dungeon here. Friendly little bushes here, which we will Dragon Anger out of our way. This theme, by the way, this I believe is also on the playlist for the stream. Is one of my favorite tracks in the game. As I've said, this game is a wonderful soundtrack, but this one right here really fits this kind of quiet, a little bit mysterious, in a good way, forest. We heard it earlier in Damon's Spire as well, where it also is, I think, a really good fit. It's just like a nice calming, a little mysterious again, but in a kind of calming, enchanting sort of way. See a very obvious secret door here, but unfortunately it is not caring to reveal its secrets to us, so we will just have to turn around and go back, and it's getting dark. Mia's feeling a little tired, and so Nash immediately says, well, come on, Alex, we have to rest right now, because that is Nash's job, to protect Mia at all costs. Jessica up for some chat with Killy. Killy is fast asleep. What a guy. So unfortunately, Alex is now the one having bad dreams. And, yeah, so he startled out of that and sees that it was, in fact, only a dream. And Null is wishing for another fish, as he always does. And so here you have a couple of people from Tempest Village. And they see that the Tempest left us. So earlier when we fought Tempest and won, he left us his medallion as kind of proof of friendship. These folks see that medallion and say, okay, you're the guy that Tempest was talking about, and so they offer to let us through. And now we have access to the secret door. And one way through. And normally I would never make a safety save here, but this is a marathon, and things can happen with the 3 symbols down south from here. So I'm going to play it super safe. This is actually fine. It's the bees that I'm worried about, so I'm actually going to run from this fight rather than to anger it. So we're all on... Yeah. So anger is a choice for. So there are 3 symbols here. There's this one. There is the bush, and then there is there's a bee below. Of those, the bush and this encounter we can anger and kill instantly. The bees we cannot, which is why I'm going to be using the invincibility. Or Null, you're not helping. Use the invincibility here to get around those bees and make sure that we get out safely. So you're just playing it super safe here. So these guys, by the way, can paralyze as well. I can't hit 50%, I can't hit 75%, but I can hit those 25%. My goodness. There we go, finally. Finally out of that encounter. I do need to get past the bee before invincibility runs out. There we go. Bees in this game are just horrible all over the place. They're this game's birds. So, we made it to Pau, which is Tempest Village, and we're going to do some shopping. We are going to do some shopping. Oop, and I'm going to get stuck on an NPC. Good stuff. Yeah. So, we have one thing to sell, which is armor, and then buy a ton of stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 4, 1, 2, 4 into blue balls. Except you're full, so we'll deal with that later. Not sure why you're full. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And also, one thing I forgot is a very important angel tier for Jessica. Why were you full? Oh, because I bought too many. I was mashing too long. I mashed faster than I thought I was mashing. Great. Alright, well now we have an extra blue ball. I'm sure nothing's going to go wrong with that. So Tempest tell us there is this evil singer that has been terrorizing the village, and all of a sudden she sings. And Jessica suddenly doesn't feel so good. Mia also doesn't feel so good. And then Tempest's significant other, Pyria, I forget if she has a different name in English, she also isn't feeling so good. So Tempest immediately runs out. She's going to find and destroy this evil singer. And we are going to chase after him, but first we have to get permission, because the Black Dragon Citadel, yes, we have found the 4th dragon, is a sacred place to this tribe, and you know we're not going to go in without first getting permission to do so, which is perfectly reasonable. Up we go into the Citadel. This is a fairly safe dungeon for this part of the game, all comparatively speaking. Again, we are massively underleveled. The enemy levels here, the boss is level 30, enemies are level 34. I say boss is level 30, boss minimum level is 30. Remember, boss will level up with Alex. But we are so far underleveled that the boss will be its minimum level here. Nope, could not get past you. Might have gotten past you being perfectly aligned with the door, but this is actually fine because I am just going to anger this. Also, those eyeballs, if you try to party run and fail, they can wipe you in one turn. So there is that. This one we're going to solo run because we can use the invincibility. Also, Tempest is with us now. We found him chasing up the tower. So he will be joining us. He's only with us for a little bit. He will be leaving us afterward, but he is our help now that Jessica and Mia have been rendered not so well. And make one safety save here. Again, I said reasonably safe dungeon, but marathon luck. Things can happen, and play it safe. Things happen like that zombie getting in my way, not letting me through. There we go. Can we get past you? No, we cannot. And normally I can squeeze past the corner there, but I had to wait so long for the first one to get out of my way that didn't work out. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, except that it is actually fine if I lose, if people take damage here. For reasons we will see shortly. Now, one thing is, Alex has not been taking any damage, and so if Alex is still high HP, it won't make any difference. But if everybody's low HP, we actually save a bit of time. So we'll see if we can get away. We'll see if that happens or not. It's not that big a deal either way. Dodge you. Dodge you. And, Null senses something. Is Null going to be actually useful for once? Well, it turns out that Null senses the spirit of the Black Dragon. Apparently we were too late once again. And all 4 dragons have now passed on. But this one passes on the Black Dragon armor to Alex, and Alex now has all 4 pieces of Dragon Master equipment. However, that does not make him a Dragon Master. He has to pass a test of spirit. He must have the will to be a Dragon Master, and he has yet to succeed in showing that. And therefore, he just has good armor at the moment. So, move some stuff around here as well. A slightly slow menu. This goes over here. I'm also going to set up, do a bit of position adjustment here for reasons I will explain during the relevant battle, and set up the equipment. 1, 2, 2, and that is it. Except for this one chest which you're going to grab that has a wing. You may recall. Well, I don't think it has a region because it's a it's a custom setting on OBS, custom server.
Looks like we're back, gentlemen.
Alright, let's just go in 3, 2, 1 now. Alright, so, yep. A little bit of confusion there, a little bit of RTMP server issues, but we seem to be back. And if I get quick confirmation from chat, I will go ahead and proceed into this next boss fight. Are we good? Looks good, okay. So, it's the evil singer. It's Luna. Oh my. Luna, what are you doing? And we now see that classic empty eye look of a mind-controlled character. And it's Gallion again. Magic Emperor Gallion. Give us Luna back, but he refuses. Instead, Luna sings her evil song and saps our strength. Nash, we notice, falls over instantly, as he does. We are in a bit of a situation, you could say. We are just completely paralyzed by her song. You can see we are paralyzed in battle too. And this is why I was saying earlier, it's convenient if I can get everyone to take a lot of damage on the way up. Because this will end in 3 turns, one way or the other. But if everyone dies before the 3rd turn, it ends right there and saves us a bit of time. So, it's kind of time trading ultimately. You may take a couple extra turns in running from battles below, but if you're going to take those turns anyway, might as well distribute the damage among your party so that this ends more quickly. But that's purely down to luck. Not much you can do to control that. And not worth going for. If you can run my first try, you obviously want to do that. So Tempest wants to immediately kill her because she's terrorizing the village. But Alex says, no, wait a minute. I've got an ocarina here. And it turns out, power of music is strong. You can even see the face changes there, showing as Luna slowly escapes from Gallion's spell. Gallion, needless to say, is not happy about this. There's 2 of them fighting for control over Luna's own self. Gallion's frustrated, puts her to sleep, and this is what sends Alex into a Dragon Master becoming a class-up rage. Wonderful little animation here. Does take time to load. And we see Alex has now leveled up into a Dragon Master. New clothes, new stats, new internal character ID, new everything. And with that, we are going to go into the actual Black Dragon fight. So here we go. Remember, Alex's new character. His cursor is in a different place than usual. It's possible to mess that up. I've done it before. But okay, so I'm not sure if it got over when the servers were having a moment. But I did not safety save before this fight because there is no need to safety save for this fight. As it turns out, that's fine. As it turns out, this Black Dragon here has a fixed rotation. First turn, you can see he has a little bit of ice breath coming out there. This is an ice turn. First turn was fire. This is ice. This ice, by the way, with the specific positioning I have here, will always hit Alex, who has now full elemental defense. So he takes very little damage. Third turn is another fire turn. Whoops, we now start attacking. Don't need to waste MP on that. And then fourth turn is lightning, which hits everyone, also somewhat lower damage. And repeats over and over. And because of that, I'm actually able to compute a safe strat for every possible outcome of the battle, and I've actually done this. It came to, I think, like 7,000 combinations, 7 or 8,000. And I will go ahead and heal Alex here. So one of the things we picked up in Powell was a bunch of healing nuts, and those heal 150 HP. At the moment we have less than that as our max HP, so they are full heal items at the moment. And I have essentially worked out a perfectly safe strat, assuming I make no input mistakes, and that's always a possibility. But assuming I don't, I have nothing to worry about here. And Tempest is just going to sit there doing his flash arrow until he runs out of MP. If he dies, I don't worry about it. Because he has fairly low damage relative to what, especially Alex is doing. Alex can hit this dragon's weakness. That's what the red numbers are, for those who've missed it earlier. Big damage to Killy, but we see there he survives, and I knew he would survive because 102 is the max damage that he can take from that. From that fire attack. And you notice also I'm also not healing Killy this turn because I know that this is an ice turn and the ice will hit Alex only. Again, that's the reason I set up this specific character positioning here. So despite being at 18 HP, Killy's just fine, not going to take any damage here. And now the 7th turn I can heal him. And the reason I wait for the 7th turn is because 6th turn I wanted to put a blue ball on Alex. Actually, I could have put it on Killy or Alex, either one. Both of them will run out of MP before the end of the fight. So I do have to use one blue ball on each. And that is why I put 2 blue balls on Nash when I brought them in the shop. But yes, as long as I follow my strat precisely, I am in literally no danger from this fight. Now that said, I do have to heal Nash here. Nash is potentially in danger, but unfortunately this turn Nash does have a blue ball scheduled, which is how I think of it. I have a schedule of things that I do on each turn. Because Nash is already doing something, Killy is the one that has to use the nut, and that is why I have nuts on Killy as well. Even though he is one of our damage dealers. Killy also could die from that 102, so I have to heal that. Again, knowing the precise numbers where I have to heal, and as long as I follow those strictly, then I am safe. I'm perfectly safe in this fight. And that is why I did not safety save. And honestly, this is the reason I love talking about this. It's a very personal thing. It's just I love this kind of routing, this kind of working things out, mathing it out as it were. There, and you're out. This is actually good. Tempest actually using all of his flash arrows means I have a chance for a 12-turn kill. Typically, it's a 13-turn kill. Now the flip side is I did have to spend 1 turn healing with Killy, so I may not get that 12th turn. We'll see. The chance is there. So it's turn 11. This fire will hit somebody, and whoever it hits, if it's Tempest, Tempest dies. Sorry, Tempest. But, no, you really didn't need to. I mean, to be fair, he would have woken him up at the end of the fight anyway, but... and I do need to use up... Oh, I don't. Okay. So the other thing I need to remember to do is use up 3 of Nash's 4 healing nuts by the end of the fight. That's just inventory management. I thought I'd only used 2. I forgot that I had actually used the 3rd, so we were actually in good shape there. And Tempest is just going to fall over again right here. We see we didn't get the 12-turn kill after all. The reason I'm not bothering to attack Tempest is because he probably does not do enough damage to change which turn I get. He might have. He might have. But he does, remember, he also has two attacks, by the way, that number of attacks stat. So his attacks would have taken quite a while to get through as well. And ultimately I decided it was not worth the time cost to have him attack normally. And Null just decided to waste time because that's what Null does. So again, lots and lots of levels. Every time we fight a boss, it's going to be this. For most of the rest of the game. So yep. Black Dragon down. Alex is now a Dragon Master, but Luna is once more under Gallion's thumb, unfortunately. You can see her reviving the body of the Black Dragon. Now we can also see why the Black Dragon did have that very predictable sequence. It's just a zombie. it's like Luna, it is being mind controlled and therefore has a very predictable set of actions. There's no intelligence behind it, as it were. So Gallion's taking Luna off to the frontier, as Lake said he probably would, and so we're going to have to go chase him. So very conveniently, we got a wing from that chest earlier on the right, because they knew we don't have Jessica with us and we need some way to escape from the dungeon. Very nice of them. Thank you, Divs. Heading out here, gonna report on their success, see how the ladies are doing. Ladies are doing just fine, turns out. And so they now learn the truth of Luna having... We won't say she turned, we say she has been turned by Gallion. Another news, though, Lake reports that our airship is ready, and we can go get on board. But first, very important, talk here and get the Master Sword. Remember, everything comes back to Zelda. Toss the old one. May seem kind of silly to throw away a sword, but we just don't need it anymore. And also take off healing ring. That should be it. And we can go to Might's Lab. Happily, we do not have to go all the way through that tower again, because it is now registered. His room is now registered on our teleport stick. He's gone to get the airship ready and do final adjustments and all that stuff. And meanwhile, it is the classic last night conversations that we will be having. So Nash seems a little worried. He's a little nervous. Doesn't want Mia to go into danger because he knows just how powerful Gallion is. There's no way that we could possibly survive. But Mia, on the other hand, is all for it. So Nash seems a little, you know. But yeah, you understand. I guess a bit of nerves. There's Killy sneaking in, "I'll protect you," and then pretending he never said anything because that's such an embarrassing thing for a guy to say. And it is the next day, and we are ready to go. There will be a bit of flashing, by the way, harsh flashing in just a moment, just for those of you for whom that is an issue. Please do what you need to do. So, Nash off in the corner. Doesn't seem very... what's he up to? What is his thing? Oh well, whatever it is, we're ready to go. And all of a sudden, no. He says, there's no way you could beat him. So I'm going to destroy the airship to protect you from going for your own good. Those words which we pretend will soften the pain and yet layer condescension on top of already existing suffering, to misquote a certain character from a certain book. But no, Nash has decided that we have no chance against Gallion. He's not going to sacrifice his own life, and he's not going to let us sacrifice our lives, and therefore he's destroyed the airship. However, we have a backup. Remember, folks, always have a backup. Remember that balloon that crashed all the way back an hour or two ago? It had an engine on it, too. We're going to grab it. And that means we get the wonderful Riza music again. So we explain it to the guy. Oh, we have to actually talk to him behind. That's right. Explain it to him. Normally, the guy who found the engine wants a huge price for it, but just because the world is in danger, we get special permission to get it for free, which is good because we don't have that money at the moment. And we go right back. Sadly, we cannot scroll around that menu from top to bottom. We have to go all the way through it. And that, I believe, is also something I did not fix in the remaster. Oh well. Maybe they actually... No, I can't say because I actually didn't get that far in the remaster. I gave up at Spark Mushroom. So I do not know. But anyway, engine delivered. One more quick chat with our friends. This one not nearly as long as the last one. Don't worry, we're almost on our way. If I can walk around the quarters right. And there you are. Official notification that it is time to go. One by one, climbing into the airship. That's all-new engine, which looks exactly like the old one. Funny coincidence, that. Lake sending us off with encouraging words. And we have new airship music! Yay! Last-minute thoughts there. The task ahead of our friends as we head to the north to the frontier. You see the greenery slowly giving way to dirt, to sand, and into very barren environment that kind of gives you another hint of why this game is called Lunar. So we are making our way there. We have found it. We have found it in a cutscene, which leads us into a disc swap prompt. That wonderful thing from the PlayStation era. And so we swap the discs and are back underway. So this is roughly the 2/3 point of the run. I mentioned earlier the game doesn't have any official acts in terms of like as described in the game, but I think of this as the beginning of Act 3. You know, we found the dragons, Alex has become the Dragon Master, but we now have a greater task ahead of us. Sadly, but predictably, there is a barrier surrounding the castle, and so we have to go in the long way. Hey, Bowie! Thank you very much, sir! Good to see you around. We are at the town of Talon here. It's the home to members of the Vile tribe. So we see kind of wandering around there. And straight into the mines. Because we can find ourselves a path through here that will get us underneath the barrier. Stone Age concept, yes. Imagine having physical discs. Alright. So again, now we're going to start using this our Dragon Anger spell pretty regularly. We also have actually, I just remembered, I just realized I forgot to set up the tactic for it. We have a new spell called Black Dragon Grief. And that is essentially the equivalent to Luna's escape song from earlier. I will go ahead and set that up right now on number 1. I'll have to update that later actually because Nash is not with us. Nash. Can I get around you? No, I cannot. Okay, so I will use... Good thing I set it up there, because I will use it right here. Black Dragon Grief. And so this is, again, instead of encouraging the enemies to run away, it simply sucks them into the hole. So think like Final Fantasy X Zone. So that was... Normally I can avoid that enemy. I think that because I realized I had to do the extra menu there, that added just enough enemy movement that I could not get around it. So that is ultimately on me. My fault. It also means I need an extra blue ball here. Notice all the blue balls we have now. Blue Ball City. Everything comes back to Zelda. But yeah, all of a sudden there's this rumbling. That doesn't sound good, especially considering we're in the middle of a mine, underground. Maybe we should go back and take a look. Yeah, it turns out there's somebody got caught in a bit of a cave-in there, so we're going to help them out, obviously, because that is what we do. If somebody is in trouble, you help them, right? Doesn't matter if they are human or vile tribe or whatever race they may be. You do the right thing. Unfortunately, these guards don't like us doing the right thing, so we're going to have to do the other thing to them. Yeah, the red dragon anger thing. Everything's happy except for the 4 guards that we sent to the ground. Phasia is interested in our actions. Okay, well, that's cool. She is welcome to be interested in our actions. Unfortunately, Alex's MP is in a kind of weird place, so I'm going to have to menu twice instead of the once that I usually do. That's unfortunate, but, yeah, that's how it goes. Pick up a couple of quick pieces of equipment here. Ooh, get around you, good. So now that we are actually fighting enemies and killing encounters, we are going to start catching up on the experience curve. We are still very underleveled compared to where the game expects us to be, but we will slowly be catching up. And also, because we are killing encounters, we don't have to worry as much about taking damage now from these regular things, because either we could we have the option of either anger or grief, and grief is guaranteed to work. So this is where we have to use the second ball. Goes and grief once, anger once more. This is a fairly valuable encounter in terms of experience, so we take it. It's kind of ironic that now that we have the chance to catch up in experience, it doesn't actually matter as much anymore. It only really matters for boss battles, and for those we already have pretty good strats. There is only one really dangerous fight left in the game, coming up another hour or so, I would guess. Hour plus, maybe. I forgot to stop at the statue, didn't I? Yes, for some reason there is a statue of Althena in this vile tribe mine. Wonder why that might be. Whatever that might be, we will take advantage of it to recover. Kind of keeping on the experience route there. You want to make sure we are a decent level for upcoming bosses, so we will keep fighting these. I'm going to start throwing away equipment here because it is... we don't really have a need for money at this point. Pass this over to Jessica because we upgrade it. Tail. Also, we want these two. And doing another special setup here with our positioning, and we are going to safety save. Because this is actually, this boss is not a difficult boss, but it can be a dangerous one for a very interesting reason. So all of a sudden it's dark, and the ladies always seem to have the bad things happen to them. Kidnapped by Zenobia this time. And Zenobia says, well, if you want them back, fight yourselves to the death. Well, we're not really interested in doing that right now, so we're just going to sit here. We're going to hope that Killy does his less lengthy animations. You know, that wasn't bad. As long as he doesn't do his line attack, Sonic Riser, we're happy. So she's upset, but Killy's like, who cares about that Jessica anyway? Why would I even bother? And this surprises Zenobia enough that Jessica is able to break herself and Mia free, and we are once again a party. So Zenobia is a little bit miffed at being had that way, but here we have a boss. So this is the black lamp, and we are going to... Again, the usual start, buff ourselves. Oops, I think I used the wrong command for. That is unfortunate. I hope it will not hurt me. Just mashed a little bit too far. It's my fault. This is the one attack I don't want to see, and an interesting reason why it is a problem. What happened? Something went wrong there. Okay, I see what's going on. I got mixed up with my menuing. Some people are very good at doing proper menuing while also commentating on exactly what they're doing. I'm not one of those people. I am still very much in training. But okay, so number one, we're getting people's buffs up, as we often do. We definitely want to have... and then we'll have you also start. Wait, I am off by one. Okay, I'm back on track. We are back on regular service. So why is this boss so interesting? Number one, my input mistake with Jessica didn't actually end up making a difference. We see the boss is trapped on the right side, cannot reach Mia or Jessica. It should have a 3 physical attacks when it does physicals. It only did 1 the last turn, so that is how we know Jessica is safe. This one is a silence attack. Fortunately, we put the dragon ring on Alex. Remember that dragon ring we got all the way back at the very beginning of the game? We can now equip that as a dragon master, and that has silence resistance on it. So that silence attack hit Alex, did nothing at all. It was a wasted turn for the boss. It's going to do Alex again. Alex again. Perfect. Wasted turns. We love to see them. The one thing we do not want to see is that absolutely horrible... actually, Killy wants a bit of MP. Absolutely horrible all targets attack. And the thing that makes this boss interesting from a speedrun perspective, you can't tell what it's going to do. This animation that it has, it's the same animation for all 3 of its attacks. You always have to be ready for this one, which is the super dangerous one. And if it decides to spam this 5 turns in a row, it will do that, and you will die. There's very little you can do about it. You can't, because, again, you don't know what it's going to do, and therefore you cannot defend against it. You can't just sit there defending every turn. So, in that sense, it is almost a mandatory save, because sometimes you cannot avoid just taking a death. I've had it do that flash attack 5 turns in a row before. So we skipped an attack there. Again, same story as like the Frogmaster back in the day. If the enemy can't reach you, it cannot hit you. It has to be adjacent, either horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, in order to do a normal physical attack. And there is not enough space behind Alex for it to reach that top row. So Jessica and Mia are 100% safe from everything but that full target, all targets attack. And so as long as we do not see that, we are happy. Alex again, good. If that hits Killy, then I have to heal him. That's unfortunate time loss. But so far, aside from my own personal mix-up at the beginning, that's on me. We are on track for a reasonably smooth kill. So it's being very nice with hitting Alex again. The missed ball attack. This is probably okay. I was about to start saying how smooth the battles start going at this point in the game, and then it makes fun of me. That is just how things go. But yeah, at this point, generally speaking, once I have my buffs up in a battle, I will be safe for the rest of that battle. In Lunar 1, unlike in Lunar 2, unlike in a lot of other RPGs, buffs do not expire during battle. So once I have my attack and defense buffs up on the characters, they're safe. So who is he attacking here? He is failing to attack one person. So critical there, by the way. Criticals can be very dangerous. They are not so much in this fight. Just because we have, we do have our defense buffed, and we are close enough on the experience curve that we don't take extraordinary damage. There is a thing in this game, the damage system, where if you another failed mist, we'll take those. If you are higher level than your opponent, you get an extra 2.5 damage. Nice kill. 2.5 damage per level. If you're 10 levels under the boss gets an extra 25 physical damage, mind you, not magic. Magic isn't effective, but physical damage for every attack. That hurts. That can hurt a lot. So catching up on the experience curve means we will not be taking as much bonus damage, which is obviously a very good thing. So Kelly suggests that maybe he wasn't all acting out that bit about not caring about Jessica. Jessica's not quite happy with that comment, but we will leave it at that and make our way forward. Because we are now inside the barrier, but before we go on to that big castle in the background, we are going to stop here in another Vile Tribe residence, or town, village, whatever it may be, not entirely sure. Before I do that, I will do some quick menuing. Very important to get the Cheer Tail back on Alex. Also, we need to dump one of these. And Cheer Tail. And also, we're going to take the Angel Ring, that's the word. The word stuck in my mind for a moment, but the Angel Ring off of Jessica, because we don't want her to accidentally use it up going forward. We want to say we've already used one in the Bronze Dog's fight. We want to save the other two for later in the game, if possible. So we take that also, it doesn't accidentally activate. Oh, it's Facia, who apparently is not here to trap us or do something horrible to us, but wants to explain why the Vile Tribe is so intent on taking revenge against the Greener Lands. And upon hearing that we are actually not trying to kill them off, we're just trying to protect ourselves, he says, well, okay, maybe we can trust you guys. Maybe I can trust you guys. And she entrusts us with the password to get into that castle, which is why we did not go there in the first place. We wouldn't have been able to get in. So we're now heading out. Gonna make our way across this fairly lunar landscape, shall we say, and into Ruid, this large establishment here. Rockin' theme. Wander over here. Say the password and the door opens. Or crumbles, or whatever it is. Ooh, no, I was actually going to hope that you went... I'm going to reset them. I don't have to. I'm going to reset that because I want it to go the way I want it to go. It's a little bit selfish on my part. I moved a little bit too far north, and that thing saw me when it should not have seen me. So I want to keep this to as close to my plan as possible because we are still underleveled. And if something goes wrong, it can go very wrong. So ideally, not take any extra encounters that I don't have to. But it is for these enemies specifically that I set up this flash cut macro. Because they resist fire, and I will not be able to kill them with anger. But I do want the experience from them, so I don't want to use grief, because like Luna's escape song, grief does not give you experience from the enemies killed. So a fun little manipulation I did there. I waited for that guy to walk a little bit farther than... So there's a switch on the floor. You'll see it when I get back to the map. Waited for the enemy to walk a little bit farther from it, then ran into the room, caught the enemy before he could get back to the switch. The reason is, if he steps on that switch, then two really fast-moving tanks spawn, and I have to grief them both. This way I save an encounter. It's that switch right on there that he almost reached but didn't quite get to. So this one we will anger because 7 enemies is very valuable in terms of experience. So our goal, by the way, here is we want to get Killy to level 31. And the reason is because that is where Killy gets his 3rd attack. For those who may not have been around when I was mentioning it earlier in the run, number of attacks is a stat the characters have in this game. The normal effect is it just, for each number of attacks you have, you get 1 physical attack doing a normal attack. However, it also gives bonus damage. Do I have... My MP might not be up. My MP is not up. I have to grief this. Alright, that's not a big deal. I can swap that for another encounter go later. Not keeping on top of my ones there. But number of attacks, number of stat in this game. So aside from giving you an extra physical attack, as the name implies, also boosts the damage of attack skills. So like Alex's sword dance, for example. With sword dance and with Killy's equivalent power slash, get a 30% bonus for each number of attacks you have, multiplicatively. This is again the flash cut, the specific encounter for which I have flash cut set up. And that also, that 30% is multiplicative. So your second attack, because the first one obviously is just your normal. But second attack you get gives you a 30% boost. The next one gives you a 40% boost from 30 to 70, or 69 if you're being accurate. Next one gives you a 50% boost, and so on. We will go ahead and anger this, and blue ball afterward. So each successive number of attacks gets you that much more damage, and so that is why particularly you want to have Kyle hit level 31. For all of you purists out there, English purists out there, Kyle, I said it, there. So that he has that extra 40% damage on upcoming boss fights. So again, especially these 7 enemy fights are valuable for experience. Normally I will hit 31 on both Alex and Killy here. Let's see what we get. We do not, so we'll have to take an encounter upstairs. That is fine. That is probably, again, because I had to grief that one fight for not having enough MP, but that's fine. We have options. One of them is walking out the bottom of the screen by accident because of, again, that corner avoidance thing that I mentioned. But these cannot we cannot we cannot anger these because of the wizards in the background. So this is a grief. There are, however, some demons on the next floor, and I will take one of those. And one of those should be enough to get me level 31. Alex and Killy are fairly close in terms of experience. So if I get it on one, I should get it on both. I think I'll take you. I have exactly 35 MP, and this is a 7 enemy fight. So we may actually be a little bit ahead of our curve, but ultimately it will not make a huge difference. Levels do start getting a little bit farther apart here. So yeah, there's Alex, there's Killy. Level 31 is just where we want to be. Quick blue balls on Alex again. You can see that even though we bought all those blue balls back in POW, we're almost out now, and that is because I bought exactly enough for this dungeon. Top floor, as you can tell from the music resetting. Quick adjustments here. You can spread people out because this boss has AoE attacks. Blue wall up. Cheertail again, this time moving on Jessica. Barrier ring. And okay, so we reached the top, found this kind of inventor, technician, scientist, mad scientist type of guy, and he introduces us to his newest weapon. You can tell from the music it's going to be great. It's Mecha Nash! So he's here to put a stop to us once and for all. Until his lightning is super powered up now. And he hits everybody but Mia with it. And encourages Mia to join him and tell them to stop their foolishness. And instead she says, "You fool." Possibly the only time in the game we see Mia angry sprite, or angry face in the dialogue window. Nash is sufficiently chastened by Mia. He changes his mind, but it turns out that this machine is actually not under his control after all. Oops. This is why you don't work with the bad guys, folks. So, what are we going to do here? Okay, so I'm going to actually stop here for a moment, just say flashing warning for those for whom it's an issue. This kneeling posture of Nash's, when he... This is an all targets attack. It will have a fair amount of yellow flashing, so for those for whom it's an issue, please do what you need to do. I will go into my buffing here. Mia now has an attack buff as well, which is great. And just defend. So that is the flashing. Whenever you see him kneeling, he's going to do that attack, so just be aware. So one fun thing with Nash is he doesn't have any distinction between his other two lightning attacks, one of which is weak, one of which is strong. This, however, I will let you watch, wait and see what it does, because this is a great one. So Mia now has an attack buff in addition to her defense buff. 1 damage. Poor Nash. So she can actually help us get into action quicker. So what is this going to do? This is the AoE. So this is why I spread people out. They're just far enough away that won't hit more than one person. If I leave them all clustered up, obviously that hits everybody. and I take lots of damage. And then the fight gets a little scary. As it is now, the only thing that will hurt me is his single target attack. And there is no way. This is the same animation as he has for his other one. I cannot tell them apart. We'll do this. So if this hits Mia, she straight up dies. So I'm not focus healing her right now. If she takes lightning to the face, then so be it. She's not our strongest healer at the moment. Killy takes it, which is it's okay. We can deal with it. It hurts, but he's still alive. He can still take his turn, which is the important part. Here comes the all targets again. By the way, just heads up. I think Killy survives this. It's going to be close. It wasn't close. Oh well. I thought I had enough leeway there, but I did not. So that's my fault. It's unfortunate. It's not gonna make the affect the outcome of the fight. Just gonna slow it down a bit. So I took a risk there. I don't usually keep the damage thresholds for this fight in mind because it almost never matters. But I obviously should have done so that I could have saved Killy there. But again, ultimately it's just a single turn wasted. All targets again. This time, however, I will make sure Killy is healed. There is an interesting bug in the healing logic for this game, such that if you use a party heal, the amount healed is based on the previous character's maximum HP. Specifically affects Killy because the previous character is Mia, who has much lower max HP. And so Killy gets the short end of that stick. Oh boy, he really loves his all targets, doesn't he? This time I will defend because I know Killy won't survive. So you see, Killy got a lot less here. I think got 53 on there. What the heals should do. All heals are 40% plus a random amount. So Killy should be recovering 60 to 70 HP, around 70 HP with a single heal spell. Instead, he only got 50 odd because of that glitch. So this fight should already be over. It's not because I made a mistake. That's how it goes. But it should be. I think this turn, probably this turn. If not, then certainly next turn. Yeah, there it is. Mecha Nash is toast. And having been taught a lesson, he returns to us. Meanwhile, the mad scientist in the back runs off to do other evil things. But we are busy recovering our companion. Because as with many other people in this game, once he's been taught a lesson, he learns that lesson. Let's go, Nash. Okay, so a quick bit of put you in the center. Again, set up for later. This guy's cheer to back to Alex. And put it on because it's very important for the upcoming fights. Again, Chiratail is plus 10 agility, which in the scale of this game is a large amount of agility. It changes Alex from getting outturned by a lot of enemies to outturning practically everything. There's like one or two exceptions at the very end of the game that he will not be able to outturn with Chiratail. So Gallion had his words and he's taken off. He's completed whatever it was he was trying to make, and it turns out it is a moving castle, aka the Grindery. For all I complain about Working Design's localization choices in this game, the Grindery is a wonderful name. The Japanese is just Mechanical Castle, if you were wondering. So they do have some gems in there. It's just they had the game design part of it they did not do well, and that's unfortunate. All right, can we get by you? Yes, we can. Can we get by you? We're going to lure you down here so we can. So it's a lot easier to get by with two enemies. There is definitely an argument for adjusting my route so that I can always kill one here, but that's an issue for future me to consider. So this one, that one tank there, I would like to not have to fight it. Can it go up a little bit, please, or maybe go over far enough that I can get past it? So those move really fast, as you see. And often, especially with the loading delays in this game, may not be true in the remaster. So fairness to that. But especially in this version of the game, with the loading delays, it is often faster to just... there's too many there, I couldn't get out. To just wait for an enemy to move, rather than attempt to... rather than actually go into the fight and grief it. And this one I'm going to run, by the way. I could grief this, there's an argument that I should, but the other two mirrors are kind of close, and I want the invincibility from fleeing to be sure I can dodge them. I already had to take the time to get into the encounter, I might as well make use of it. So yeah, now I can just walk straight past them, no have to worry. And the front door of Ruin is happily open. We do not have to go back through the first floor. Yay! And out we are. The grinder has made us a path out of the crater rim, and we can go straight back to our airship. Alright, so now we have another 2.5 minute or so unskippable cutscene. So again, perfect time to stretch, answer the call of nature, do those sorts of things. And so we find ourselves heading back to Vane, because Mia says there may be something we can do. She thinks that Gallion is heading for the Althena's tower, which is the tower on top of that cathedral we saw earlier. And Vane has ways to protect it, so we are going to activate those ways. See Meribia here getting the lowdown on what has happened, what we have encountered in our travels. And we're going to run down here, fetch Nash, who is helping with the evacuation, because apparently the thing we are going to do is something that requires evacuation. That's concerning. Also going to stop in and buy some stuff. So by stuff I mean mostly blue balls. Enough. I think it's a little more than I needed, but it's one of those things where I have the money and it's not worth the time to check my menu to see how many I had left. So just buy the 9 that I know I will need, and I go to the left, not up. And we now have access to the Silver Tower, which is the opposite of the Crystal Tower that we climbed several hours ago. Interestingly enough, this tower goes down instead of up, but okay, to each their own. teleports us into a very high-tech looking control chamber sort of place. Interesting. So this is the kind of the core of Vane. And start getting a nice little bit of a science fiction feel to it. But we now have the grindery approaching, and Vane is going to do its thing. And sadly, because it's a really well done cutscene, we're going to have to skip it because this is a speed run. So here it comes. Here they come. Here we come. And shall we say, things go down. So things went down, like us. But we are all okay, and we are going to make our way out of here with the only option open to us, which is our teleport stick, because the Vane is completely broken. The teleport out of the control chamber no longer works, and we were trapped. Good design, folks. Whoever it was that built Vane, good design. Anyway, yeah, we making a couple of quick stops, quick side trips here, because this is actually the last opportunity we have to explore the world. Once we enter the next dungeon, essentially we've hit a point. Are we back? Okay, sounds like we are back. Alright. Well, at least that one was a nice quick resolution. So yeah, I will get back to where we were going, which is so for those who may have missed, I don't know how much I got through before the stream cut out. We just picked up an accessory called the Hell Ring at the top of Damon's Spire that cuts MP usage in half. Cuts MP usage in half. Very, very important for Alex going forward, because you know how much we've seen how much MP Dragon Anger costs, and gonna cut that just straight in half. Super useful. Second stop is to fulfill a promise. Remember, a few hours ago we promised Leela we would play with her, and so now we fulfill that promise, and in return she gives us the Gale Ring. Now the Gale Ring that is, well, we're going to add even one more on top of what we already have. So just lots and lots of damage. For this next upcoming boss fight, we are going to put it on Kyle, because he is the one that will do slightly more damage than Alex will. We'll move over to Alex for the final dungeon, which we are not in, and I could have actually warped over, but Dragon Quest Brain struck. I forgot that you do not have to walk out of a town before. But here we are, entering the grindery. Make one quick safety save, because as I said, this is point of no return. Once I enter the grindery, I cannot. Make one quick safety save there. And as we wonder how to get in, we are presented with the answer. We have lots of enemies to fight. Well, we have dragon spells for that. Specifically, we have now half-off dragon spells. The stream is not stable, perhaps. I will keep going for the moment. Please let me know in the stream if it looks like it is falling apart. If it looks like it's stopped entirely. Okay, thanks for that, High Spirits. I will keep on going for now. And so this one has those two enemies. But again, going forward, the rest of the for the rest of the game, basically all encounters will either be anger or grief, depending on whether I can kill it with one anger. If I can't kill it with an anger, it's going to be a grief. So here we are with friends coming to help once more, taking care of these all these mobs getting in our way, opening up a path for us to get inside the granary. So again, we have the charging enemies. Can we get past you? No, of course we can't. If you time that that charge just perfectly, sometimes you can get past that one enemy. It's very, very difficult, and I usually don't even bother trying because I've gotten it, I think, once. So just eat the time loss. It's not that bad. Because, again, at this point, every fight is just over as soon as it starts, because Alex has 2 wipe options and the Chira tail. So it's just making sure that I choose the right option, and of course that I have enough MP for it, although now that I have the health. Okay, thank you. Okay, folks, sounds like we are back once more. So I will, if I can get a quick confirmation in chat, I will go ahead and continue with the run. Seems like we are good. So, what I was just saying for the previous encounter, Nash used his lightning spell. That was because I had forgotten to set up my tactic number 1 before Nash left, so I had to fix his setting here. And now he will not try to attack any longer during these fights. So that is what happened there. That has been fixed, and I am now continuing on my way through the grindery. Thank you for getting out of my way, sir. Yeah. Would definitely encourage looking into another option. Good call, High Spirits. So, walk up here. Despite how fragile that bridge looks, it is actually just fine. Those guys got stuck on each other, which is very cool when it happens. It's me skip an encounter. Will you come up, sir? Thank you. I say it lets me skip an encounter. It doesn't actually let me skip it because I still have to take it for experience routing, but I can take it over here where I have a risk of having to take both encounters here anyway. But now I don't have to worry about trying to dodge the second one. I can just walk into both of them. You get a huge benefit from that Hell Ring. You can get this far into the dungeon, not even have to use a blue ball. So we're getting to the levels we want to be at, and making our way for the last bit of this dungeon. We have a couple more rooms to go, and we will be at the halfway point. These last dungeons, as you might expect from late game dungeons, are fairly long. Run around the outside. One more pipe. find. Oh my. We know this fellow. So yes, Gallion's power source for the grindery is the dragons. You know, if he wasn't evil enough already, there you go. So you come over here, thank you, sir. Grab that, and into the... So a fun little break here. So we talked about how evil Gallion is being. If you chat up these NPCs in this room here, it's kind of restroom, if you will. Restroom is the wrong word there, but you know what I mean. You know, break room. There we go. Actually, it turns out he actually has an exercise as well, and it's definitely interesting to see them adding that kind of lore into the game. So I do very much enjoy that. However, we are not here to explore the lore. We are here to go fast, and so we are just going to skip right by them and go up the stairs. Pick up a couple of items along the way. There's actually a bunch of decent equipment you can get in this dungeon, but anything except for that first healing ring we picked up is just not worth the time. So you have to take lots of extra encounters, potentially 2 or even 3 extra encounters just for one chest, and it's not worth the time. It's not worth the time. We have strats that work with the equipment we have. We are not going to be greedy. So you're just going to run right through these floors, and all of these enemies are really only dangerous if you want the stuff, you know, the extra stuff. If you're just dodging them, they're easy enough to dodge, and so that is what we do. Final floor. Ignoring the chest, they're just recovery stuff we don't need, and a door blocks our path, as you would expect it to do. And here we have some unexpected help. So, Phasia, turns out, has changed sides. So she offers, she seems to be in a bit of bad shape, but she nonetheless offers chance the magic spell to open the door for us, open our way to Gallion. Her sisters are less than pleased, shall we say. I do feel like there's a little bug with the glitches. I feel like that was intended to be, there was intended to be some extra visual effect there that is not being displayed, but I don't know for sure. It's just, all I know is that there's a strange pause there that I cannot explain. But so the Phasia, we suspect, is no longer with us, and we are into the final boss room. It is Magic Emperor time, and we are going to menu because that is what you do at final bosses. And I have distracted myself so much I need to double check what I'm doing. Something's odd here. Something is odd here. Oh yes, now I see what it is. There we go. Okay, we are in better shape. Oh yeah, this is what was odd. That's why I was confused. Something was odd with my item distribution there. So this is all good, I believe. Yes, this is good. We are in good shape. Stuff on. So I'm gonna toss that, wasn't I? Yeah. Give me just a sec here. Allowed myself to become slightly distracted, and I apologize for that. This. Yes, those are the ones we're gonna toss. And now I can successfully equip things. Cheer tail comes off. We do not need it for this fight. Mia's image there. We have no need of that. That does give a slight boost. We do not need it. Oops. I do want. Yeah, Alex did use one grief there, so I will restore that. Safety save for obvious reasons. Couple more items, and we are ready to go.
少女この彼女を助けたい私の魂ドラゴンマスターの力を見せてみろアレス
And it's time. It is the Magic Emperor fight. For the record, I do feel bad about having to stare at my notes so much. I will get more practice. That is on me. We are in the fight. So for this fight, we are starting out as we always do with our buffs. These first few turns are the absolute worst. If Gallion decides to double attack anyone in these first couple of turns, I'm in big trouble. So I'm really crossing my fingers that does not happen. Once we get our buffs up, we are generally much safer. So, single attack there. Okay. As long as it's not a double attack, we take those. Still defends. We are in decent shape. For these first few turns, I want to be careful. Ration Jessica's MP when I can, because there are points later on where, depending on how things go, blue ball distribution can get a little bit sketchy. So turns where I can save a full party heal, which is 15 MP, I'm going to do that. This turn, obviously, I cannot. We'll see who he chooses to attack here. This is, we can see, he does not have glows on his fist, so this is a physical attack turn. Oh, good. No double attack. No double attack. However, MP is kind of sketched, so for the first time we are going to use Widdup. What is Widdup? Short for White Dragon Protect. So what does White Dragon Protect to? It is a shield spell. So it is, what this does is it grants a buff to all party members which fully blocks one magic attack, and we see the glow on it. We see the glow on the Magic Emperor's hands. He's going to use a magic spell this turn. However, we have Widdup, which is my abbreviation for White Dragon Protect, up, and so this is just going to bounce off the shield and do nothing at all. No damage, which is good because we have less elemental defense against ice. Downside is, Widdup costs 60 MP. Almost twice a Red Dragon Anger. We have the Hell Ring on. It's still 30. It's still a lot. So we have to... ooh, that was scary, but fortunately Nash is defending there. This is a magic turn, but we have to use a blue ball. We're going to use it on Alex first, I guess. That... Again, just a lot of seeing what happens, especially on the physical turns. The magic turns are always all-target attacks. Don't need to worry about who it's going to hit, because it's going to hit everybody. But yeah, watching who takes the hits, and then deciding what I should do in response to that. Tornado spell. This one, interestingly, is one of the few spells, in fact, I think it's the only spell that is a forced movement spell in addition to... Well, I guess there's the Black Dragon's wings every time he attacks. That's another forced movement, pushes everybody back. But other than that, it's the only explicit movement action that an enemy has, I think. And it gathers everybody in the middle, which isn't that much of a deal right here. It'll be interesting when it comes up once again later. Sorry, I lied. This is not actually the final boss. So this is another blue ball turn. playing a little bit slowly here for marathon safety, and also again because, like I was saying earlier with menus, I'm not as practiced with these as I would like to be, and I do run the risk. If I try to go through them quickly, I do run the risk of making a mistake, and I would rather take a couple seconds extra time loss than have to redo the fight. So I apologize for that. I do hope to get into doing runs of this more regularly, because I've wanted to do this for a long time, and it's really exciting to kind of have this opportunity to get back into it. I hope people are enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun myself. Yeah, so that was turn 8. We're going to turn 9. Defend the physicals again. And one of the benefits of whipping a magic turn is next turn Jessica can defend as well. Jessica will always die to a double hit, even with her buff up. So having the ability to defend against that is just a nice little bonus. One more blue ball, and we are now safe to just full on heal with Jessica, just full party heal every turn. The fight will end before we run out of it. Now, those of you who've been looking at this fight, you may have noticed there's a pattern in what the boss is doing. Every odd-numbered turn is a double physical. Every even-numbered turn is a magic spell, and he's now going back into the same sequence as he did before with his fire spell. So he did fire, and then ice, and then wind, and then non-elemental, which is another interesting point. Which I'll get to, becomes relevant again in the actual final boss. There's an actual final boss after this. But also, yes, he is following a very specific pattern. Now, you recall there was another boss we fought recently that had a very strict pattern that it followed. And the Black Dragon, which was in fact just a zombie, effectively. It was a dead body being controlled by Gallions. So, I wonder what might be going on here. I'm playing a little safe. I'm probably fine even if I skip this heal, but we'll go ahead and do this heal here because I have more than enough MP, and again, marathon safety. Make absolutely sure that whatever happens next turn, I will be okay. It does, as you see, it does do a lot of damage. We only have ice resistance on 2 people. And at this point, I can probably go pretty much all out. This is turn 13. Typically, I expect to get the kill on turn 13. There it is, turn 13. I was going to say turn 13 or 14, but we got it on 13. Once again, lots of levels because we killed a boss. This is where we get our levels in this game. And yeah, we killed Gallion! All we have to do is get Luna back, and because we're about to get Luna back, we have to be properly dressed for the occasion. So we're going to do a little bit of menuing before that. Take off the back on. Have to be properly dressed in order to go back and finally rescue our childhood friend. Hello, Luna. Luna? Luna? Uh-oh. That's not the face we want to see. That is very much not the face we want to see. Oh dear, she is not Luna anymore. What could be happening? Aside from a very long sound effect. You know, refers to us not as Alex, but as human. Not promising. If you'd like to see just how not Luna she is, play the game and enjoy the cutscenes. So it turns out Gallion tells us now that A, the thing we fought before was just his puppet, and B, Luna was in fact a reincarnation of the goddess Althena herself, who he has now turned back into Althena for his own nefarious purposes. So here he says, you just try and stop me, and we actually will not do that because we can't. This particular fight, he nullifies all damage. Anything you do to him causes no damage. It is very much a cutscene in battle form. The ice attack from earlier. And then he has this thing with the outstretched green hand, green aura on his hand. For 700 damage on everybody. For reference, I don't think you hit 700 damage even if you level all the way up to 99, and I would not recommend anyone attempt to do that and find out. We do, however, have about another 2-minute unskippable cutscene, so again, it's a perfect chance to get up and stretch, answer the call of nature, do anything you need to do.
この世界のすべての支配者となったこと、意義ある者は力を持って私に示せ。
Yeah, I mean, you figure Killy hits like 200 around the mid-30s, so triple that for level 99, that's still only 600. He would not survive that. It's definitely, this is guaranteed to kill everybody level. And I suspect even if you survived, the battle would just automatically end there. Like it does with the Thunder Dragon. Or the Black Dragon, rather. But yes, it is an absurd amount of damage. So we have been returned to, well, to Jessica's house, as it turns out. And we no longer have our Dragon Master powers. We are just the old, original Alex sprite. Sadness. We also only have 1 HP because Gallion whacked us, so we're going to fix that first. in here to say hi to Rammus. And even though the world is in a bad shape, Rammus is always cheerful, as you can tell by the music. And he's so cheerful that he offers anything in our shop for free. Check this out. All the blue balls we ever wanted. And we want a lot. About that many. It's a bunch of angel tears and 1 holy water for a very specific purpose, which we'll mention when we get there. Thank you so much for that, Rammus. Run over here and see how our other friends are getting along. The answer is, they're drinking their sorrows away. And so we need to find somebody who can fix that. And of course, it's always the ladies that have to fix things. So we shall go fetch the ladies. This guy has some pointed words for Killy. Wakes him up out of his lack of energy. Mia does the same for Nash, and once again, we are a party. And with impeccable timing comes our friend Lake. So we'll make a couple of quick adjustments here. Turns out the only one we need to do, the only thing we need to move is holy water over to Killy. And this is the quote-unquote true point of no return. After this, you go into the final dungeon, you cannot return from it. Whatever you've bought here, whatever you've taken with you, that's all you got. Now, the enemies do drop stuff occasionally, but that's what you have to work with. If you don't take enough in, you may be in trouble. So, somehow or other, Lake uses our teleport stick, the white dragon wings, to bring us back here, to Dine's Hill. Why has he done that? Very good question, and he's going to answer by explaining just what happened 15 years ago. The end of that battle to protect the goddess Althena, who we see right here. Remarkably blue hair. And what we see is Dragon Master Dine, right here, and Gallion arguing over the future of the world. Arguing over, should the world be ruled by a goddess, or should it be left to the people? Althena has chosen the latter. Althena has chosen to spread her power throughout the world and sacrifice herself to be reborn as an ordinary human. Gallion says, no, that's not going to work. We need Althena to stay as a goddess to lead us. And they argue over it. They do not come to an understanding. And as we see, Dine simply turns his back on his former friend. And you are encouraged to watch the cutscene to find the ending of that little sequence. But we are back at Dine's Hill, and now the question is, how does Lake know all this?
たい。
Well, turns out Lake is in fact dying himself. He gave up his own powers in the service of freeing Althena from her duties, as it were. But Gallion never appreciated that, did not accept that ending, and now seeks to reverse what happened 15 years ago. So it is now up to Alex as once more Dragon Master. He now got his new sprite back and everything, with the Sword of Althena in his hands. And how do we get to the flying tower where Gallion has ensconced himself? Well, turns out that Null is a white dragon himself. He was not just any ordinary flying cat. Also, by the way, this is reason number one why everybody should visit the world of Lunar. The dragons are fuzzy and huggable. What more do you need? Question in chat, is this game available in other languages, Japanese? Yes, there was an English release done by Working Designs. It had what, in my opinion, are some questionable game design decisions involved. I talked about those quite a bit earlier in the run when I was doing the level 3 to 9 grind. The remaster that was released last year is it's kind of a mix. It has some really nice features, namely it has a battle speed double or battle speed increase option. Obviously has much faster loading times because no physical disc. Unfortunately, it also carried over some of the problematic design choices that Working Designs made in their English localization. Specifically, the fact the bosses are much stronger than in this version, and the fact that you can't move Alex's Ocarina into Null's inventory, which restricts which is a bit more of just a speedrun issue, but it restricts your ability to manage items. So there are those issues. Other than that, yes, you can't play it in English. I believe the remaster also has other European languages, and of course it is playable on modern hardware. So there's that as well. But as a casual thing, you may find some of the bosses a bit rough to get past, but otherwise it is fully playable. So I don't want to give the impression that it is a horrible remaster. No, it's decently done. It has some good quality of life things, but particularly from a speedrunner's point of view, they made some poor decisions with that version, and that is why I'm disappointed in it. That is why I'm specifically running this version and not the remaster. So we're into the final dungeon. Final dungeon it's kind of, you could look at it as a three-parter, or you could look at it as two halves, where the second half also has two halves, in terms of, which is probably a closer representation in terms of length of the dungeon. This first part is actually pretty long. First floor isn't that bad, it gets a little bit worse, but mainly because we have all of these very narrow corridors, very fast-moving enemies. I've talked a number of times about how the game developers really, really wanted you to fight these encounters. Well, now they give you no choice. You have single character width hallways, enemies that can move as fast as Alex, as fast as your player character. And the fact that you cannot move through an enemy even after you run from it. Like, this is one I could probably potentially dodge, but I'm not going to try because it's not worth it. Especially when I can just anger it out of the way. Fundamentally, running at this point is only worth it if it'll let me dodge another encounter, and most of the time it will not. And the reason it will not comes down, well, to enemy placement, but also because of the way this first half of the dungeon is structured. So you saw me go through a room with a couple of enemies in it, and it had like these pink gates that popped up when I went in. So I will. You can look. What I'm going to do in the next room. I'm going to walk. There's going to be a room in the south that I'm going to walk in. So come down here. I also need, I think, to give out some more MP. So again, this is going to be a thing throughout the this final dungeon. Is anytime Alex gets low on MP, I have to pull out the blue balls and give them back. So you see how quickly these enemies move. Generally speaking, once one of these latches onto you, there is no escaping it. It will encounter you. You will have to fight it. Either anger or grief. Both work. Anger does not work on most of the other encounters in this dungeon, like the devil enemies. You'll see one to my lower left, I think, when we come back to the map. I won't hit it just yet because there are more knights on the... Yeah, no, he stayed away. This one I will have to fight. I think I can stay away from that one in the upper left because he hit the... What happened there was he hit the edge of his movement range. And all the enemy symbols have movement ranges. When they hit the edge, sometimes they get stuck for a couple of seconds. You can take advantage of that to dodge around. That. And we have this guy over here, who I call a room boss. So you saw there were like these pink gates that popped up when I entered this kind of rectangular room. When I kill this encounter, they will go away. So every room in this first half of the dungeon has one of these. One enemy that you must kill to advance past that room. So that's another way that the developers force you to fight encounters. They're tired of you dodging around everything. They knew what speedrunners were up to. They said, no, you are fighting these encounters. And so we are. And so the gates open there, and we can head on. And so that is what this first half is. It's just a sequence of rooms with these kind of floaty crystal knights. I call them knights. I don't know what they really are, but that is what they are in my mind. They'll just run around and menace you. They do also give good experience, and that gathers to level 36, which is a good point to stop. Stop angry encounters, just because anger takes up so much more MP than grief does. So if you think that sounds kind of dull, the devs probably agreed with you because they have this little interesting thing here. Hello, Luna. Weren't you somebody else now? Well, she's saying kind of sus things, and yes, it turns out she is not in fact Luna, but she confused the party just long enough to cast a curse on them. So it was in fact Royce, and she has cursed us now. How has she cursed us? Well, we will find out. And in case you're curious, yes, there is a reason I'm safety saving here. It has to do with that curse. So first fight, again, these forced fights. In this case, they want to teach you about the curse, and so they put the enemies in your way. So guess what? We have people asleep at the beginning of the fight. And that's what the curse is. Beginning of every fight, from this point up to the next boss, including the next boss, by the way, which will be Royce, you may have guessed. Two random characters will be asleep at the beginning of every battle. If one of those is Alex, that means we cannot grief the first turn, and we have to be able to survive that first turn in order to get the grief off turn 2, as happened here. Fortunately, this turn wasn't too bad. Some of the encounters get really nasty towards the end of the next floor. If that sounds bad, it is bad. And so whenever Alex is asleep there, I'm going to immediately heal up. At least heal up Alex and Jessica, because they are the ones that need to survive. Jessica, because she has the remedy spell. Alex, because he's the one who's going to grief on turn 2. This time we're fine. This time it was not Alex who fell asleep. Jessica's asleep, but that's okay. We can just grief and end the fight. And if you recall the holy water that I picked up back in Meribia, this is the reason for it. Specifically, I'm going to use it, or potentially use it, on the boss, depending on, again, who gets put to sleep. So here's another case where an enemy got stuck at the edge of its movement range, and I was able to get away from it. Alex asleep again. We have to wake him up. Now, an interesting thing, if you run this game often enough, you will start noticing a pattern in who gets put to sleep. Specifically, Alex and Nash or Alex and Mia. Those two pairs seem to pop up much more frequently than any other pairs. And it turns out there's a reason for that. Let me safely get through this fight first. But rather, when the game says, okay, I'm going to put 2 random characters to sleep, it is not any 2 random characters. It is one of 6 possible pairs. Those pairs are one of Alex, Killy, Jessica, and then one of Nash, Mia. And because of the way the game's RNG works, whenever it wants to pick 1 out of 3 things, one of those 2 has double the chance of being chosen, and in this case, because, of course it would go against us, Alex is the one that gets the double chance of getting chosen. Fortunately, here he is awake and we can just grief it immediately. But the flip side, the very convenient flip side for speedrun specifically, is Alex and Jessica can never be put to sleep at the same time. A very important thing. It means whenever Alex is asleep at the beginning of a fight, Jessica will be awake, guaranteed, and therefore Jessica can wake Alex up, and then we can grief turn 2. Used to be before I figured this out that you had to, or at least in the route that I developed, I would have to carry in a lot of holy waters just in case Alex and Jessica were both put to sleep on the same turn. We have to get somebody to wake Jessica up first, and then Jessica wakes up Alex on turn 2, and then Alex has to survive until turn 3. It's all very ugly, but it turns out no, you don't have to do any of that at all. However, I will make a safety save here just in case. Turns out that no, Alex and Jessica will never be put to sleep at the same time. So all you need is 1 holy water to slightly speed up the Royce fight, the boss fight coming up. Alex will wake again. This is actually really good luck for keeping Alex up. I've had runs where I've literally had every single fight on this floor Alex is asleep. It's just really horrible. It's like those stories where somebody says, "Oh, I had this coin and I got 10 tails in a row. Can you believe it?" And well, that happens 1 in 1,024 times. That's just how randomness works. Also, I need to make sure Alex's MP is up. It is. Okay, we're still okay. Probably want to blue wall him once for safety. But yes, that is how they kept this dungeon interesting. I think it's a very clever way. Making sure that you can't just cheese your way through the entire dungeon, because they know the tools you have at your disposal here. By the way, it's a very good thing Alex has fire defense, because these giant devil things, they hurt. They hurt. And I'm safety saving because it is entirely possible if those guys all decide to physical or regular attack rather than fire, and they all focus Alex, it's entirely possible Alex will just die in trouble, and then you're in real trouble. You can try to run, but they can easily just wipe you. Again, it's like so many fights we've seen so far. The enemies are so powerful relative to us, they can literally just wipe you in 1 turn. But hopefully, we do not run into that. Alex is still awake. 36, that's 4 more, 3 griefs after this. Can I make it? I would have to get really lucky to get out of here and just do the encounters. I don't think I will, so yes, I will go ahead and pull up the blue ball. Yeah, okay, so that guarantees. I would have had to dodge all of the remaining optional knights, and that one just came straight at me, so it's not happening. Defend, and please wake Alex up before he is hit, because remember, when anyone is asleep, and that includes this curse status, they take double physical damage, and most damage you take in this dungeon, specifically this half of the dungeon, is physical damage. So, yes. Very easy to die. We now have grief. I definitely need to heal here. But this is the last floor of this half of the dungeon before the boss, so we are almost there. Definitely. I mean, part of it is they deliberately made this floor very long and windy, but they wanted you to enjoy the pain of Royce's curse. So again, another room boss, but this one Alex is awake, which is really good. Again, those devil, not little, but the devil guys in the middle have a huge attack power. They will hurt a lot if they get a chance to hit. Unlock the doors. Again, another knight getting in our way, as they were designed to do. So it's perfectly fair. Mia taking the double damage there is 3 digits from a single attack. Grief, almost through this floor. We are in the final room of this floor. So just get the room boss, get out, and there is one more enemy that will be blocking the passage that we have to fight. So 2, maybe 3, depending on if we get seen again. It's entirely possible. Where is he? There he is. Come up here, sir. I'm not sure there's another knight down there below me, and I don't want to find out. I just want to get out of here. Fortunately, I got really lucky with these room bosses. Again, any one of these room boss fights, if Alex is asleep turn 1, totally possible. So I'm really glad that I was able to get Alex awake for most of those. Do one more safety heal before we head to the exit. Are you stuck? You're not stuck, Drat. I was hoping for a moment, but no, it was not to be. That said, Alex is still awake. And that is the first half of the dungeon, finally. Get through it. So, menu time! Bunch of MP to recover now. Bunch of blue balls to recover it with. Again, throwing away old equipment we don't need because it's just not worth the time to try and keep it somewhere. Oh, right, yes. Oops. I thought I was missing something, and I was right. The O-ring, very, very important. Distribute a couple of blue balls. Very obviously safety save. This is definitely, of the 3 remaining fights, this is by far the most dangerous one. It can go very smoothly. It can go horribly, and we will see why. So Royce offering us one final fortune-telling of our own deaths. And we're not particularly excited about that one, so we're going to overturn that as soon as this very, very long sound effect ends. I do feel like there are a couple things that maybe they, maybe they didn't notice during development, or maybe fell under the radar, like this. I feel like that sound effect should have ended a lot sooner, but for whatever reason, it just keeps on going and going and going. We are into the Royce fight, and oh boy, this is a fight. So again, Alex is awake. This is good. So we're going to have our first use of Dragon Healing. However, this is a physical turn. I have to block that. And put up our regen as well. So Dragon Healing very rarely has use in this game, but is a full heal for the full party and a full remedy for the full party. So it instantly wakes up. Of course, it's Mia. That's her physical. Welcome to Royce. Okay. Yeah. I'm actually going to wood up this to give me a chance to catch up. And fortunately, Jessica has now learned her revive spell, so I do not have to use up an angel tier for this. Again, bringing out wood up. Catch is, I do not have the Hell Ring on. That is 60 MP that I have to spend for that. I'm going to have to dump a bunch of blue balls next turn. This lightning on her staff animation, that is her all targets fire attack. It's not terrible, but I need the time to catch up. So I'm going to defend here. It's a physical blue ball. I have to hope that she doesn't go for. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go for you. I think actually, you know what? I'm actually going to defend Kyle because I don't think he survives the line attack. So this is a line physical attack. She has 2 physical, 2 fire, and a special attack, which I'll mention when she uses it. I'm sure she will. Her physicals are super strong. They are stronger than regular criticals, to give you an idea. And this is going to be another single target physical. Somebody's going to die here almost certainly. I think I buff Alex. Defend. Just want to get as many buffs up as possible. Oh no, she has her life. So this was a magic one. I missaw this. So when Royce is in that top position there, her sprite is mostly blocked by the menu, and sometimes I miss-see which attack she's going to use. So that's on me. I think we can do this now safely. Ooh. I think we're okay if I heal. And I'm buffing Jessica on this turn, Jessica's defense. So this line attacks will hit either 1 or 2. Either it'll hit Nash or it will hit one of the other 2 pairs. It'll hit Nash. Nash is defending, so this is okay. It still hurts, as you see. Okay, single target fire is the one I want to see. That's the one that I can survive reasonably well. Okay, we can start finally attacking. Mia does not have regen. Although the Jessica's regen spell only does 5% per turn rather than 10%, so it's not a huge deal. And Mia does have a healing ring on, so she does have that 10%. It's just a little bit more safety that I would have liked and will not have. But there is no safety in this fight. This is just... Okay, here it comes, the special. Okay, who is going to get slimed is now the question. Remember way back, very first boss we fought, the Ooze, Saline Slimer, I think it is in the English version, had a slime attack, which actually used on all 4 of our party members at one point, which was very clever. Prevents the character from moving for roughly 3 turns. Guess what? Royce can do the same thing, and she's about to. Flame Bind is the name of the skill, and it is going on Nash, which is the best possible person it could have gone on for many reasons. Some of which are in-game, some of which are not. But we will start using... Actually, no, you are... This is a physical turn. I'm going to defend. You can defend as well. By the way, look how much damage Alex is doing. That is no weakness or anything either. Weakness, you would see red numbers. That is just raw damage. Alex now is doing over 550 per turn. Power of number of attacks stat that I've been talking about. We are good. I do need to start getting more damage out, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I do have buffs up now. For the most part, I should be safe from this line attack. It is the single target attack that I have to watch out for, because that one, even with defense buffs up, will straight up one-shot any of the 3 rearguard people. So Nash, Mia, or Jessica. This is... I don't need to wit up this. I can survive. This is the all targets fire. Magic attacks are what I want to see, because we have I think everyone, or almost everyone at this point, has fire defense. So we take a lot less damage from those, and again, the physicals are just so strong. I kind of wish they'd done that on the 1 or 2 more bosses, having really strong physical attacks, but this is kind of the only place you see it. Okay, here's the line. This is rough, but I think we are okay. I'm gonna risk it. I think we should all be safe. Oh no, it's not. It's the single target fire. I misread that. Okay, we are safe because I misread it. Best way to be safe. This is the single target fire. You can tell because the little eye on that staff, on that serpent thing, is glowing red every time it looks at us. Shoutouts again also to the sprite work on basically all the sprites in this game, all the enemies, all the everything. It's just a lot of fantastic work. Okay, we can spare a couple of shots with Nash here. This is by far, this flare strike, single target fire, is by far the safest thing she can do, and we are really lucky. I feel lucky to even see it once in a run. We've seen it like, this I think is like the 4th time seeing it in this fight. This is super lucky. She's only used Flame Bind once. I've had 3 people flame bound at the same time. It is basically, I think I wiped on that attempt. But that's basically a guaranteed wipe because you can't do anything. She can just wail on you. But yeah, one of the things that I do enjoy about here comes the forced defend. I have to defend with Killy too because he's low on HP. He may die anyway. Actually, now that I think about it. Oh, but we got the kill. Ooh. Ooh. Really, really good Royce fight. Really, really good. I had some slow inputs in the beginning. We did have that one, the very first turn, recovering from the death. But other than that, that Royce fight went really well. We only saw the 1 flame bind, which is amazing. I typically expect to see 3 or 4 over the course of the fight. Worst fight done. Just got 2 left. Happily, the statues of Althena still work, so that's a good thing. We're now into the second half of the dungeon. The first half of the second half. So this one's kind of a puzzle dungeon. So we see all these colored dots on the floor: white, red, blue, and black. And you may recall those colors, the same as the colors of the dragons that we visited. And in fact, although you have to, if you don't know, you have to go up to the top of the stream to find out. The goal here is to hit these switches in the same order that you visited the dragon. So white, red, blue, black. How the person who developed this tower knew that that was the order somebody would be visiting them in? Who knows? It's a mystery. And again, white, red, even though you couldn't see it because I was standing on top of it, blue, and then black gets us to the exit. So they changed things up a bit on the 3rd floor here. Among other things, by putting fast enemies in the way that I kind of have to grief because you can't get away from them quickly enough. And these are stunned. So this is one of the very few enemies that can outturn Alex with the Chira tail. And it also has a paralysis attack. If one of those outturns Alex and paralyzes him, the result is predictable. But anyway, the goal here, it gives you an order of 4 equipment pieces and says, hit the switches in the order you got these equipment pieces. And so it's asking, remember which is which, and sort them that way. Turns out this order, we're doing it in the correct order, and so we're doing that. So not outturned again, I'm happy about that. Last one. And the nice thing is we also get some free equipment fees as well, which would be very nice. Get past these guys to the 4th floor. And this one we just walk in a large circle. Oh, almost had it. Almost had to dodge, but didn't quite get the movement right. So here it is, the paralysis attack. Fortunately, Alex gets second turn. And as long as the grief gets off, we're fine. So I was very close to being able to dodge this one. This room has 4 of these flying enemies, 1 in each of the quadrants, and we have to basically do a large counterclockwise circle to hit each of the 4 switches. If I'm lucky, I can dodge one of these. If I'm super lucky, I can dodge 2 of them, which I've done once ever. But if I can dodge one of them, it means I can just continue and complete the loop going counterclockwise. Normally, that will not happen. I think it probably will not happen here. And so what I do then, instead of spending time fighting the 4th one, I just walk backwards to back to the north side. But yeah, basically. I forget what the actual clue is, but what it ends up being is hit the switches in the order 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Oh, we made it! And I can just skip right by you and take this encounter instead. So that saves about 10 seconds. That's cool. But yeah, it ends up being hit the switches in the order 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 12 o'clock. And doesn't care which way you walk to get to the switches, you just have to hit them in that order. Hit that, and walk back down to the bottom because, of course, they weren't kind enough to put a stairway at the top. It's what they do. And that's the first half of the dungeon done, the annoying half, if you will. And now we are into the final stretch, which you can tell because it's got the overworld music. It's the RPG classic. In fact, a lot of games do that. When you get to the final stage, it brings back the music from the beginning of the game, kind of this is it sign. So the one thing we have here is we have this, I'm stuck on the wall, that's not good. We have these barrier gimmicks and the charging stoves. I don't know what they actually are, I call them stoves. This guy's funny. In a test run a couple of days ago, I had him actually move out of aggro range, and I had to wait for him to randomly walk down close to the barrier. It took like 3 minutes. It was what do I do here? It's like there was no way to pull him down. So I did not want to get into this encounter, but we should still be able to. Again, another one that can. Oh wow! Alex got. Okay, now we may be in trouble. I have actually never had that happen before. Notice Alex has 5 attacks, by the way. I have never had that happen before, so I hope we can get out of this. We are definitely going to solo run next turn. You guys have 75% chances to run from this fight. Do your job. There we go. As long as somebody gets away. Always something new. Always something new. So again, at this point, it's been a long time since it was relevant, but as long as at least one person successfully runs away, the battle is not counted as a wipe. It is simply a... well, the text says you lose, and it counts as a flee. And you see we get the invincibility from fleeing there as well. That was an experience. I will definitely have to think about how to counter that in the future. Interesting thing here, where there's that switch you have to hit to open the gate, and then we have to get around these stoves, which are trying to chase me. Oops, didn't quite dodge that in time. That's my mistake. Well, we'll try it again. This time we got the outturn. Actually, I guess it was not these statues, it was the other floating guys. So this was safe in the end. That was poor movement on my part. I should have been able to dodge both of those encounters. And up here, final chest. Lower this guy down. Thank you. Walk up the other side. Weirdly gets stuck on some piece of geometry there. I don't know what happened there, but we made it. We're through the dungeon. We are up to the final 2 bosses. So a bunch of menuing again. Just we are full on HP, so just want to fill up MP. Had to use a bit more than I intended. That's fine. Then just clean everything out. Clean stuff out here. Goodbye, Chiratail. You served us well, but your time has passed. On. Oh, no. It's on the wrong menu. I am going to double check something. Give me just a moment. Something looks wrong, and I am not going to risk it being wrong. Looks like it's fine. Alright. Distribute. Okay, so remember those white balls I talked about earlier. We are finally going to distribute those. Should have gone there. Very, very important. If I set this up properly, we are fine. If I don't, we die. Okay, everything is set up except for we are finally going to make more use of these tactics. So setting up 3 different macros here. I'm going to do 3 things, and I'll explain what they do when we get into the battle. They will actually be useful. And that should do it. Safety save. Don't really need a safety save for this fight anymore, but marathon. You never know what's going to happen. Hello, Zenobia. It is time. So, Zenobia says, you know, okay, I've had it. I'm not playing games anymore. I'm going to make absolutely sure you guys don't get any farther, and locks us in an alternate dimension. Because why not? Dimension of the mind, if you will. where she sends evil versions of ourselves to rob us of the will to fight. To remind us how weak and powerless we are. It's kind of clever, actually. If you convince the people that they actually don't want to fight, then you win without even having to touch them. Unfortunately, it's not going to work on us. Because we have Null. This is why you should always take a cute mascot with you when you go on an adventure. Funnily, you were actually given a chance there to say, actually, no, we don't have the energy anymore. I would have loved if that actually was a game over. Unfortunately, it is not. It just repeats the dialogue and says, try it again. But thou must, sort of thing. It would have been absolutely... I mean, it would not have been fair. It would have been, working designs, end of game, that thing level unfair. But it would have been funny. Each one of our compatriots defeats their image, leaving us to deal with our own. And at last, Alex also breaks out of the mind's dimension and returns to the battle. Indeed, the characters refuse to run away so many times. Check out that intro animation, by the way. The one character who gets an introductory transformation animation. So first thing Nash does, he goes forward for very important reasons. Buff Alex. And regen. So Zenobia has an AoE attack, and if Nash is in the middle where he starts and she uses the AoE on Nash, it hits everybody. We don't want that. We want AoEs to hit only one person, and so we push Nash forward. In fact, it is this very, we are just far enough separated from each other. Oh, hello, Whittup turn. We are just far enough separated from each other to avoid that. It does give us time to get buffs up, so that's cool. So this tell is Sonic Boom. This is a petrify. This is a line petrify attack. If you remember what she did to Mel, to Jessica's dad, she's going to do that to us now, unless we White Dragon Protect, because it is in fact a magic attack. And so we're going to be using White Dragon Protect. You're going to hear me call it Whittup, because that's so much shorter. Many times for the rest of the run, well, these last two fights. She's doing it again. I'm going to take a risk. I am going to take a risk that she does not hit the same people. Because remember, the White Dragon Protect, it is one hit, one spell. It is not one turn. So as long as she hits a different row, their White Dragon Protect is still active, and they will not get petrified. Jessica also has has resistance to petrify, so she will not get petrified in any case. Worst case, it is Achille who takes the petrify, but it turns out it goes to Nash instead. Nash has the thing up, and 3 in a row. Okay, this time we'll put up the Whittup again. Or will we? No, because we don't care about Nash. Sorry, Nash. You can start attacking. So if she hits the bottom row here, it is a perfect use of that one would have. If she hits the middle row, sorry, Nash. If she hits the top row, Killy gets petrified, but Jessica does not. We lose 2 turns of Killy damage, but Alex is at this point our main damage dealer, so we're not as worried. It was Nash. So we will heal that. Actually, you know, we're going to go ahead and heal the HP too. So fun fact, if only one person has a status ailment in your party, the remedy spell will automatically target that person. You don't have to manually menu over to them. Other fun fact, if you use remedy and by the time it goes off, nobody in your party has a status ailment, that character will physically attack the enemy, which may completely mess up your positioning. That is a thing I think they could have done without, but it is what they did. This is going to be another Fizz turn. We are actually almost ready to full send, but I'm going to drop... We could have full send there, oh well. So the macros that I set up earlier, one is, I'm calling it full send. It is basically maximum damage from everyone and a full party heal from Jessica. And when I'm not worried about damage that on the current turn, typically what I will do. So what do we got? We got another. Okay, we're gonna bring out the lid up again, and getting a little worried about Alex's MP, but for the moment we're still okay. I also use the macro there as well. That is my number 2 macro. That is my Widdup macro. Interesting thing you can do with macros in this game, the tactics, is you can set specific characters to still have a command input, which is why I had a separate input for Mia there. So that, basically, it gives me more options. So, especially next fight, we're going to have Mia sometimes buffing and sometimes... this is not full send, I need to restore Alex's MP. So pull out Nash's. And no need to heal, although it doesn't really matter at this point because we should be fine in terms of damage. But yeah. So you can set a specific person in a macro to have command entry, and I'm using that to allow Mia the choice of what does she want to do. So we can safely full send here. In the next fight, for the first few turns, Mia's going to be buffing everybody. After that, she can start attacking, and I want to have the option without needing to choose one or the other in the macro. And the nice thing is I can do that. And the third macro I've set up as well will have that, and that has a very specific use, which I will get to in the next fight. Very interesting use, also. So you see, at this point we have basically we are just in straight up attack mode unless and until she starts doing something weird, and generally she does not. She is a very straightforward attacker. She doesn't play games like Royce did. She just puts out all the damage she can, all the effects she can, and expects you to do the same, and we succeed. Also notice she does not disappear like every other enemy. She also has a unique defeat animation. I think the devs may have had a certain thoughts about her, but anyway, thoughts which are fully appreciated. Poor Zenobia. But we are successfully past that. We are on to the actual, true, final, last boss. Quick bit of one last bit of menuing here. Fire ring, and we got one white ball. We will put that on Jessica. and restore lots and lots of MP. It's going to be a very long menu just because of these slow MP recovery animations, because we just have to drop them one by one by one. That is the way this game works, unfortunately. And this is actually, this one moment is the main reason I have so many blue balls in my inventory. I could easily be down to very much lower MP at this point. So that, and then the last thing we will distribute is all of our spare angel tears, which again is far more than normally I will need to use, but every now and then something weird happens, and I like to have backups for that. So we're here.
15年前の過ちを正すべき時、お前自身の手によって。はい。魔法皇帝ガリオン。
So we can see that the supposed goddess Luna is completely under Gallion's control at this point. She calls him, yes, Sir Master Gallion. By the way, flashing warning. In just a moment, so we'll be seeing an event where it scrolls to the top of the map. Here, Luna will give a scream. There will be a bit more dialogue from Gallion. Then there will be, just for a couple of seconds, some fairly harsh flashing. So again, for those of you for whom that's an issue, please do what you need to do, and I will let you know when the flashing is done. Flashing is done. Yep. So Gallion's goal here, he actually wants to just become, he's tired of having somebody else do the job. He's just going to become the god himself at this point. He's just going to gather all of Althena's power into himself and become the true ruler of this world to make sure that nothing ever goes wrong again. And, of course, we, as the good guys, have something to say about that, as in every JRPG. Everybody has something to say about that. To which Gallion responds with a cutscene into the final battle, with the final battle music. Into first turn Hellwave. Great. Okay, this is going to be great. I actually defend with a couple of people here. So the fun thing about this final Gallion fight, you know how some enemies have had like 2 attacks per turn, 3 attacks per turn. Gallion has 2 actions per turn. He will use 2, in this case, 2 spells. So this was Hellwave. Fortunately, this is not the 700 damage Hellwave from earlier, but it is Hellwave. Fairly strong non-elemental. Plus Rock Crush, also non-elemental. Very painful, as we see. Siphon Soul is ugly, especially before we have buffs up. I play it safe. We'll put defense up. So, especially again, up until I have buffs up, I have to play this very carefully because a lot of this stuff is dangerous. Most of his attacks are magic, but this one he's doing here, this is Siphon Soul. This drains about 60, 70 HP from each character, and then he does 2 physicals. So I say he takes 2 actions per turn. It's always the same pairs. So it's always one thing paired with the same other thing. It's just, so effectively it is, they're each individual actions, just that he can cast 2 spells in one turn, basically. And so I have to be ready for that. And yep, there's the attack on Mia. So now I can start attacking. This turn should be okay. Yes, this is okay. So I have specific thresholds for each of the individual things he can do on each of his turns. So this is turn 3. Turn 4 is going to be an interesting one. So Gallion is not, he's not like a robot on top of here. This is the real Gallion. He does random actions except for every 5th turn starting on turn 4, which is the next turn. And we'll see just what happens there. This here averages Tornado. We recall this from the Magic Emperor fight. Brings everybody into the middle, follows it up with Worm Crush, which is an AoE on random person. If it's on Alex, it hits everybody. We hope it doesn't hit Alex. And we are turn 4. Fate Storm. This is a Widdop turn. And we are still buffing. This time Nash. Fate Storm is a guaranteed one-shot. It is instant death to one character. As with many other things in this game, especially because this is the final boss, this always hits. This is a guaranteed hit. If you do not have White Dragon Protect up, the character is dead, just straight up. There's no dodge, no avoid chance, no resist chance, no anything. So Alex will always be every 5th turn doing White Dragon Protect here, and that is why I have my macro 2. So you see, somebody is going to lose their shield here. It is Killian. But the shield is up, so he doesn't die. And then he puts up a shield of his own. It absorbs 900 damage. We don't like that. We are going to get rid of it in a very interesting way. We are still buffing up. You have nothing to do, actually. So this is normally this shield absorbs all the damage Gallion takes and vanishes after 900 damage. We only dealt, you saw, it added up to about 590 there, and the shield went away. Why does this happen? Well, as it turns out, the shield, although you cannot target it, it is a separate character internally in the game. If you use an AoE spell on Gallion, that AoE will also hit the shield, and you do double damage. This is another thing, by the way, that I credit where credit is due. I learned this from the Japanese tasser Maekder, who used the strat in their tasks. We're actually ready to full send at this point. 104, this is safe, yes, full send. Used the strat in their tasks, and I was like, oh my goodness, I had never even thought of that. That is incredibly clever. Now, is that a glitch or not? It's kind of hard to say. It is certainly not what the devs intended, I'm sure. Whether it's fair to call it a glitch or whether it is just taking advantage of the battle system is harder to say. I like to not call it a glitch because then I can say I'm doing a glitchless run. But I can see the argument's definitely there for calling it a glitch because, not intended behavior. Well, either way, though, yeah, that is, so we get ourselves an extra few hundred damage per turn. We just barely survived this. This is full send. Extra few hundred damage for each shield, which is not a huge amount. He has 10,500 HP. And we do about 4,500 per cycle if we don't have to stop and defend or anything. If I need an extra Widdop, we lose 600 damage from Alex, and that slows us down a bit. Obviously, if he siphons souls like he's going to do this turn, he recovers 300 HP. That isn't actually absorbed. That is not just damaged. So that slows things down, but generally speaking, we do 4,000 to 4,500 damage per turn. So an extra 300 on top of that is, it's not a huge amount. Please don't hit Killy again. Thank you. That's scary, though. What is this turn? Another Siphon Soul. But I'm going to do this manually. You can attack, and going to single heal. Can I do that? No. I item heal here. We do still need to recover the damage from Siphon Soul as well. Okay, the one thing Null is reliable. The one thing you can rely on Null to do is waste time. He will always do that in every run. Very reliable in that sense. So again, another Siphon Soul. This is just a time waster. Just slowing down the eventual end. Once we have all our buffs up, this fight is very safe, unless I take a risk that I should not take. Or if I get double targeted, like this. Oh, that's not a double target. Okay, he just didn't teleport. Fate Storm, automatically, macro 2. Mia's up. We do not need... We are close to needing white balls. We're not quite there yet. Although maybe I should have. I may have cost myself the ability to use a macro in a couple of turns because people are going to start running out across the board. So maybe I should have used the white ball there, but well, at worst, it's not dangerous in terms of losing fights, just dangerous in terms of I lose a bit of time from having to make it. So, an issue for future me to consider as an optimization, but not an actual risk. So here we will, again, the exploit, if you will. Jessica will need her MP back soon as well. Shield is gone. So normally the shield has its own unique disappearing animation when you get 900 damage on it. But when you kill the shield by using an AoE to damage the shield itself, that doesn't cut in, and you get the normal enemy, the rainbow disappearance, and that's also how you know you've taken advantage of that, that glitch, whatever it is. So we are okay. Nash and Killy are both very low on MP here. Nash is actually going to run out. So this is why I was saying I should have used a white ball on Nash. He is going to run out, and I'm going to have to do a turn manually. Which is, again, it's just time loss. It's not dangerous. I will probably do it on the White Dragon turn. I will just use that as an MP healing turn. So again, the White Dragon Protect that was left over, everybody who didn't get hit by Fate Storm, and of course then he immediately counters that by hitting Alex with the AoE. Good one, Gallion. We are still good. But yes, there's one nice thing about whipping Fate Storm, aside from keeping everybody alive, is that everybody who didn't get hit then has a shield against the next magic attack. It just makes it easier to keep HP up. Because again, I have very specific thresholds I'm looking for to know when I'm safe. Obviously, if everybody's full, they're safe. But I have very specific thresholds that I'm looking for, and I need to heal if I'm below those. So I need to know that in order to be safe, but knowing those, I can definitely play this fight safely and just speed right through it like this. How are we looking? Still looking good. Still looking good. And then next turn. So next turn is going to be... It's actually going to be perfectly timed because Nash is now out. Nash uses 15 per turn, so he is now out. He has to use a recovery next turn. And then Killy has one more turn. And in this game, you cannot input a command you don't have the MP for. So we need to recover Killy's MP before he runs out. And we are going to do that as well. Siphon Soul again, just time wasting. Giving himself an extra 300 HP buffer against our almost 1,000 damage per turn. Good one. Well, he's got to try something, I guess. And there's Fate Storm. This one we will do manually. So white ball. You will also white ball on Killy. And I will go ahead and heal here because we have tons and tons of MP left on Jessica. Jessica's full party heal is also 15. She has 8 of those left. This will not take 8 more turns. Probably only 2. So this is turn 14. This is the third Fate Storm. Typically expect, if I'm lucky, I can get the kill on this turn. Basically requires no Siphon Soul. We've gotten several Siphon Souls so far, so it's not happening this turn. If he does get his shield up, obviously that nullifies most of our damage next turn. So probably turn 16, depending on how much he's Depending on how much he's absorbed already, it might be 17, but we should be just 2 or 3 turns from the end here. So again, our special macro, we'll go ahead and drop one more white ball on Alex just to be safe, and we should be done. So again, not this turn, but either next turn or the turn after, we should get the kill. And just for the record, time will not end at killing the boss. We do have to do our final walk home. It's about another 9 minutes after that. I do believe we have time for that. Somebody from Questing for Glory, please tell me if we don't. I'm assuming we don't. Despite all that's going on, we are still looks like we will still come in under the 7 hours that I suggested. So that's good. That's what the estimate. That is why I set the estimate where I did. Turn 16. This either is the final turn or the one before. Let me see how much damage we have. And there it is. Turn 16. And you know it's final boss because you don't get any experience from it. Was in fact the final boss.
破れるなどということがそんなことがあるはずが
Yep. Gallion is down. We have defeated the evil magic emperor. All we have to do is get Luna back. Unfortunately for us, Luna is no longer Luna. She is now Althena. And Althena raised under Gallion's hand. And she no longer recognizes us. Gallion sees that although he himself is defeated, he has accomplished his goal, and he is satisfied.
あれが私たちの、そしてお前の守るべき神だ。さあ、ひざまずき、従うがいい。ドラゴンマスター、アレス。
Now, before you go on worrying, we did in fact defeat Gallion. Fear not, he is in fact truly, really, honestly, finally dead. Which, if you listen to some of the NPCs in the game, is not necessarily a perfectly, absolutely good thing. You know, he did some good stuff on his own. He just got a little bit sidetracked, unfortunately. However, that aside, we have a Luna to rescue, even if she doesn't recognize who she is. And Alex knows just how to do that. Hey, now, no spoilers. So yes. So this is the point. We're going to see Alex separates from Null here, starts heading up towards Luna. So this is the point where Working Designs added their little bit of spice to the ending. In the English version, as you walk up these stairs, you are required to use Alex's ocarina as the thing that is normally just a sound test. Use it as an item to recover Luna's memories, essentially, to wake her up from inside Althena's mind. And if you don't do that, eventually one of these lightning bolts hits Alex, and you just straight up game over. People have that was NA only. I see somebody is not aware that was a Working Designs edition. there are obviously many ways to look at that, to think about it. It's there is definitely lore involved there. There is a huge cutscene there, which I hate having to skip, but we are getting close to that 7-hour mark, so I will proceed apace. My take on it is that while it is interesting in lore, it requires more player information. You have to have something hinting to the player before that. A great place would have been the Black Dragon event. So when Alex walks forward to restore Luna's memories as she is controlling the Black Dragon, and uses his ocarina. If they had changed that so that in that place you have to, basically you are stuck there until Alex uses his ocarina as an item from the menu, that would have been perfect. Then I would have applauded as a good piece of design that is integrated into the lore. As it is, it comes out of nowhere. Yes, these days you have the internet, people will know about it, but especially for the time it was released, late 90s. Players playing it for the first time would not have known it. They would have gotten there. They would have just game overed out of nowhere and had to fight Gallion again. And it is just... I consider it bad design. It is... Aside from being totally outside the ambit of localization, it is not... there was no reason for Working Designs to change that for a US audience. That is something they did simply because they wanted to. It is bad game design, and for that reason I call it a bad change that should not have happened. And yeah, I guess for better. When Gung Ho did the remaster they put out last year, they removed that. That is not present in the remaster. There's also an interesting YouTube Let's Plays where another great cutscene I'm skipping there, by the way. Definitely go through and play them. But Let's Plays where people started trying to use the ocarina going up the stairs and nothing happened. It was just the usual sound test. However, they Gung Ho left in the thing where you cannot move the ocarina onto Null's inventory, which was required in Working Designs because, as you saw, you separate from Null, and if the ocarina is in Null's inventory at that point, you are well and truly stuck. You cannot get it back. So Working Designs Gung Ho fixed half the problem, but they left the other half in, and as a speedrunner particularly, having only those 5 slots instead of 6 is a real pain. And that's another reason that the remake, even thinking about running the remake just frustrates me, so it is very unfortunate. Anyway, all that aside, we have successfully made it back. Alex and Luna, so... Null rescued everybody else from the crumbling tower. Luna and Alex successfully teleported themselves out. Everybody's back home and safe, and we are just going to say our goodbyes and head back home. And that is, of course, what any good person does after an adventure. Just gotta head home and take a nice big rest. So here's, we have Mia and Nash. Mia here being given the title of headmaster. Remelia is relinquishing it to her. And Nash promises, of course, to help anything he can do to help Mia. Anything ever. He will always ever do. Nash, keep on being Nash. You are a great person. So that little visit settled. You can, in fact, stop in Rammus' shop as well. We won't do that because there is nothing extra to do at this point. You can purchase an item which lets you view any cutscene in the game. However, this being run on PlayStation 3, I have tons and tons of my own saves. I don't need that. So we will head straight on and visit Killy and Jessica. Jessica, of course, trusting that her father is now better. And in fact, he is. Mel is back to his old energetic self. Jessica is delighted. Delighted properly, of course. Always a proper daughter. Meanwhile, Killy interjects a comment and is noticed, and Nell says, hey, come over here, you. Need to make sure you are suitable for my daughter. Which Jessica realizes that she has not at all succeeded in fooling her father as to her true identity, because Mel, of course, is another great father. Plenty of great families in this game. Big shout-outs to families. So, that done, we are finally on the way home, and time will be on the final input during the final dialogue sequence. I will call that out. It's just another 30 seconds probably, if that, maybe not even that, but I will call it out. It's just towards the end. Once Lake leaves, heads away from us, that is your signal to get ready. So, final bit of advice from Lake as he heads back on his own adventures. So he's not done adventuring. He's got plenty ahead for himself. And with that, offers one little final bit of sage advice. Endings are also beginnings. Beginnings are endings, but endings are also beginnings. Farewell, Alex and Luna. And with that, it is time. That is the run. That is Lunar, Silver Star story. I've been vaxherd. Just quick shout outs. Obviously, shout outs to High Spirits, both for thank you, Ishma, for the second half of the GG. Shout outs, of course, to High Spirits, not only for organizing Questing for Lore, accepting this run, which honestly I prepared on very little notice. I was saying, if I don't do it now, I am never going to get back to this run. Shout outs for giving me the impetus to come back, because I definitely want to do more runs of this in the future. And of course also for just running Lunar in the first place. That was, is that what it ended up being, 631? That's not bad. Especially considering I had a couple of pretty severe misses in the middle. That's not a bad time. Yeah, my PB, by the way, is 613. My sum of best is 6 hours and 1 second. So some run in the near future, I'm going to bring that under 6 hours, and then we're going to see how much farther it can go. But of course, High Spirits, one of the OG Lunar runners, was actually the one who got me interested in running it as well. So again, massive shout outs to High Spirits. I was hoping we could have him on commentary for a little bit, but ultimately did not work out. Nonetheless, still very much appreciated for all you've done over the years. Shout outs, of course, to everyone else who's been running Questing for Lore. I know we've had a number of tech issues over the marathon so far. Tech issues happen. I am a tech person. I know all about these, and I wish I could do more to help fix them, but they happen sometimes, and it's great to see people powering through nonetheless. I've mostly been practicing my own ones so far. I haven't had a chance to watch many, but I've really been delighted in the ones that I've peeked in on so far. I know we have a lot more coming up. I think Azure Dreams is next. A lot more great runs to come over the week, so definitely everyone keep an eye out for those. Quick also shout out again to the Japanese restream, twitch.tv/Japanese_restream。日本メラの皆さん、楽しみいただけましたでしょうか。これからもルナー知りたいと思いますので、またお見かけしたらよろしくお願いいたします。Yeah. Do we have an OG English VA here? Oh, Jay, welcome. Sorry you just missed the run, or if you were watching, thank you for watching. Yeah, it's a great game, as I've said. I definitely encourage people. The speedrun obviously is a bit long. It's not for everybody, but definitely worth a casual playthrough if you haven't played it before. I've said some bad things about the Working Designs version and about the remaster, but as a casual playthrough, it's not really a huge issue. It's really very playable nonetheless, and the remaster does add a lot of quality of life as well. So if you haven't played this game before, definitely encourage you to pick it up. If you have played it before, pick it up and play it again. It's a great time. But again, thank you everyone for watching. And I'm going to go ahead and let the rest of the ending play out here. It's just another minute or so, but again, the music in this game is so good. And so, I've been vaxherd. Thank you so much for watching.